Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you're all doing well. It's time to get back down to the basics here with a 2v2 tournament. So today we have 8 teams that are going to be playing it out in best of 3s. So as far as the format goes, we're going to be covering the first battle here, which is going to be between the Grudge Bringers and Team Loopy, who's our last-minute replacement, getting a teammate. And from there, we will be covering the top 4. So we're not going to be streaming every single game, but we will be doing the best of 3s in the semifinals and the grand finals. So that is more or less the tale of the tape for the day. Right now, just getting the teams together, getting the players in the lobbies, and we should be good to go here in just a second. So let me go ahead and get this all set up. And yeah, we should be good to go. All right, so I'm going to tell Loopy to get his teammate in here. We will be on Oak and Hammer for the first map of the day. Welcome, welcome. We're going to be quite busy this week. We had some time off. I was actually just got back from Poland, and right now we are here, and we're going to be doing streams all throughout the week. So there's going to be King of the Hills, 2v2s, 1v1s, you know, maybe even an ultra fun tournament in there. We're not sure. Hey, Pavel, thank you so much for becoming a member. Dziękuję bardzo, my friend. Hope you're dobrze. I ate a ton of pierogi this week in your honor. So just going to set up these score plates, and we should be good to go from there. All right, all right. Sounds good. No problem. All right, so it looks like Loopy has found a teammate. We need... teammate. All right. Perfect. How's everyone doing? So we have the Grudge Bringers, which is Tank and Swarv against Loopy, a mighty ODM warrior. Dude, I ate so many pierogi this week. Almost like 4 nights in a row, yeah. Because we stayed in the old town of Warsaw. And they had some, like, you know, they have a chain that's very popular there that I just love. So we went there like several nights a week. All right, Grudge Bringers versus... we'll just call it an ODM team for now, because it might as well be, right? All right, so we're going to be jumping into the lobby here. Just have to adjust the nameplates because he has quite a powerful name, as you can see. The Grudge Bringers versus ODM. Yes, perfect. We haven't had 2v2 in quite some time. Yeah, it's been a long time since we've had 2v2s. Every time I say it's been a long time, it reminds me of the Star Trek Enterprise theme song. Yeah, so my apologies if I got that back into any of your heads as well. The presence you have not felt in quite some time, I know. Martin says, greetings from Singapore. Hey, right on, man. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing your well. Michael says, hey, man, would you tell my girlfriend happy birthday? Happy birthday to your girlfriend, Michael. Happy birthday. Hope it's all going well. You guys are watching the stream together, just hanging out. Either way. Hey, happy birthday. Let's see what they decide to say. All right, one sec. Okay, just getting all this set up. Sorry, guys, we had some last-minute changes. Okay, perfect. Looks like it's going to be a little bit of a change of the roster. And we should be good. Watching at midnight, huh? Yeah, I know. So whenever I come back from like trips, especially across the Great Sea, I always tend to wake up pretty early. You're at the dreaded work, missing the stream. Oh, sorry about that. Sorry about that. Yeah. Perfect. So I just need to change the nameplates real quick, and I believe it's going to be RTK. So it's going to be RTK versus the Grudge Bringers. A very, I mean, this could very, very easily be the finals of this tournament, having these two teams face off. All right, so we got Houseplant and Yumais of RTK facing off against Tank. Okay, so it looks like Swarv. I could have sworn Swarv was in... He's been in a couple clans, if I'm not mistaken. I think he was in ODM and a couple other ones. But so yeah, 2v2 tournament. The rules are a little bit different. Essentially, there's stricter limitations on SEM. So for example, in SEMs in a 1v1, single entity monsters or creatures or units or whatever, right? You can only have, typically it's a 5 per player, but only a couple of those can be like rare, big monster SEMs, right? So in this format, it's 6 per team, and only a couple of those can be big monsters. So you kind of have to juggle with your opponent how you're going to go about playing that. Yeah, so it's a different format. As far as funds go, it's pretty much standard protocol. Attacking rules are very similar to what you've seen in like banner rules and different tournaments like that. So should be pretty familiar with most of you guys. All right, cool. Good luck, have fun. So the players will pick. Doesn't seem like there's any lag in the lobbies here. We'll have the matchups here in a minute. These are all people I've seen in 2v2 tournaments before. But yeah, nonetheless, this is going to be a pretty serious match here for the first one of the day. You know, I was expecting some. I got to change this on challenge as well to fit the name. So all right, so 1 second, just got to change this, and we should be good. Oh, where is that? Where is that witchcraft? Come on, give it to me, precious. There we go. Precious, good, good. No, got to change that. I spelled it wrong. How could I spell RTK wrong? You know, of all things, it's so simple. All right, so let's take a look at the teams for the day as well while we let these players pick their armies. Usually in 2v2s, it's a little bit of a longer phase. You know, they take there's a lot more to kind of think about, you know, when compared to like a 1v1, for example. So yes, Swarv is doing battle against his clan, although he didn't know that. It's not like he signed up knowing that he was going to be battling them. So all right, so we're going to switch back right now and take a look at the brackets real quick. Here we go. No, got to scroll up. There you are. So we have the Mega Gits right now, which are the team up on the top, facing off against Nakai's Wanderers. Of course, they'll be earning a spot in the top 4. One of those teams will. And then on the next part of that bracket, we have the Faith and Shot facing off against Kid Amoga. So it looks like on the bottom we have a Maxim and looks like Mosque. I can't quite read that. A little bit tough. Facing off against the Orny Orcs. Yes, the Orny Orcs are there, and apparently they're there for keeps. On the bottom side, we have the Grudgebringers versus Team RTK, and this is the current match that we're going to be watching right now. And of course, the winners will be going on to the semifinals. And when they get to the semifinals, we'll be casting every single game. So each of these will be best of 3s. Tends to take a little bit longer than 1v1s, obviously. Bigger armies. You know, the games usually last 10 to 15 minutes instead of like 5 to 7 minutes, which is a little bit more standard. So hopefully you guys are ready for a long day of action. So as far as the picks and bans go right now, Tank has picked Dowie, banning Dowie. And RTK has responded by picking Chaos and banning Beastmen. So essentially it's an alternating system. And then from here, I believe RTK then does the second pick and ban because, you know, Tank's faction or Tank side, VM and RTK over there, Swarv and Tank, got the first pick. So it's kind of like they pick one, the other team picks one and then picks. And then the last pick comes back to the Grudgebringers on the left side. So that's how it rolls. That's how it rolls. Okay, so it looks like Tank is going to be picking Skaven and banning Bretonia for their second. Yeah, okay, so Tank is just typing for his partner. So we have the Unholy Alliance. We have the Dwarves and Skaven facing off against Chaos and something. I'm not sure what we're going to see out of Umais yet, but he is a Dwarf main. Hands down, you know, probably considered to be one of the top Dwarf players out there. So we'll see if he picks the Dwarves. Although it looks like there might be some sort of a suspicious treachery here. Do we have double Dwarves here? No, it looks like we had a Skaven pick. I think they're just looking at the roster so they can plan their armies together. But it looks like it is going to be the Unholy Alliance of Skaven and Dwarves, which is pretty hilarious. You know, they don't like massively address the weaknesses of the other, but like some factions that don't have cavalry, like, you know, getting vampire counts with missile support is often quite good. But, or just going all in on one style of play, right? You can go like double Beastmen, do like a massive all-out rush. It's pretty powerful. Another like recurring 2v2 trend has always been the undead combos, like getting, let's say, vampire counts with Tomb Kings. Giving Tomb Kings Invocation is very strong because obviously they don't have that. That's one of the reasons why, you know, they might be a little bit weaker in some ways. Yeah, I did see the Lizardmen animation. Yeah, that was pretty fun. It was really, really cool. I was a little bit perplexed as to why like the Lizardmen would be helping like an Empire, like in Empire citizens, but I suppose if the Great Plan dictated they needed to take out Chaos, you know, it makes sense. Yeah, it was a fun video though. It was really cool. It looked like the gentleman had used the animations from the like the models from actual Total War, which was pretty cool. Pretty cool indeed. Yeah, the Grudgebringers were like a Regiment of Renown type thing in tabletop, right? I think I played a mod once in which they were in it. Do we have double Dwarves here? Are Tank and Swarv going to go double Dowie Horde? That would be interesting. Chaos and High Elves would certainly have some good tools against them. Chaos can just spam Great Weapon Infantry, and, you know, Umais can, you know, also just, you know, bring more Great Weapon Infantry with Chariots. As far as army rules, it's pretty similar though. 300 is the minimum size. But it honestly, did I miss? I might have missed some picks and bans here. I'm scrolling up right now. All right, no, it doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it. Okay, 5 minutes to make armies once done. All right, cool. So they're going to do their thing. I'm not going to click on their respective factions. And we'll be good. Just because I don't want to accidentally show their glorious armies. Where are the Doom Wheels? Okay, so Doom Wheels are kind of weird. I feel like they're not. Okay, looks like they were just thinking about their pick. Yeah, so we get vampire counts. Umai's Houseplant were probably discussing their pick there. So we get vampire counts and chaos facing off against dwarves and Skaven, I think. I think Swarves is just sitting on dwarves to maybe evaluate. Yeah, that's what it is. Okay, so I was right the first time. It's going to be dwarves and Skaven against chaos and vampire counts. Very, very strong pick there by Umai's, in my opinion. I think that's going to be nice. Gives them a ton of disruption tools that are very cost effective, right? Like good hound units to pressure Skaven and dwarf missile pieces. It also gives you access to Felbats to shut down gyrocopters and dive Skaven artillery. And on top of that, it gives you access to Terror Route against Skaven, which could help buckle them. But I think that we're going to see probably just, an artillery build from the dwarves and Skaven. I think we're going to see a very static build with a combination of Skaven weapons, teams, dwarven artillery, and just a shit ton of infantry and, Skaven slaves and chaff units to buffer that out. But we do have the Dwarves and Skaven, the Unholy Alliance, facing off against Chaos and Vampire Counts. So that is the first matchup. This is best of 3, so we will most certainly have at least one more game after this. And then the winners will be advancing on where we will go from there. Yeah, we're on large funds. Large funds is the way. That's what we're doing. How to find that animation? I'm not sure what it's actually titled off the top of my head. It just got suggested to me on the old YouTube. Those who want to play the Grudgebringers. Yeah, it was an OVN Lost Factions mod. Yeah, that's where the Grudgebringers were. I remember that now. Okay, it's all coming back to me. Look, have fun. All right, so while the players pick here, I'm going to just go check in on the rest of the tournament and make sure we're all good and that nobody has any questions pertaining to the brackets or any of that sort of goodness. So yeah, I mean, these two teams, based on who I've seen signing up today, are certainly favorites to win the event. Both of them are very strong. They just happen to get matched early together. It is what it is. We'll go from there. Wonder if the Dawi and Skaven have an alliance by marriage to seal the steel. I don't think so. Yeah, that would probably be a little bit of a stretch. Yeah, Crusader Kings 3 style. Just get all these negative traits. Yeah. I actually had some fun playing CK3. Like playing the multiplayer. We had that stream, which was me, Italian Spartacus. We had Heir of Carthage, Dob plays, several other folks on there. It was really fun. And we had this like big, crazy, political drama. And yeah, it was fun. It was really fun. Although I'm very excited for, I prefer like the classic RTS. What I'm really looking forward to is Age of Empires 4. I hope it turns out to be good. We can get in there and have some fun. Some good old classic RTS action. Yeah, they were against your modded tournament. Yeah, Max, that's where I remember them from. Thank you. Is there a faction combination in 2v2 that strikes you as too strong? Not really, because I think that like there's always kind of a counter to things. Like even if you get quote unquote the strongest, 2v2 combo or a really strong one, there's going to be a combination of factions and play styles that can defeat that. That's what's kind of cool about it for sure. In some ways it's a little bit more balanced than, some classic 1v1 matchups. But yeah, I think like the easiest to play are probably either undead combinations, just with big nasty blobs moving forward and really, benefiting from the healing and just unbreakable, or just really aggressive play, like getting, two headstrong factions like Chaos and Vampire Counts, for example, and just moving in and grinding. It's a little bit less stressful than having to like defend important assets. But, at the highest level of play, things like Dwarf Skaven is very strong too, right? It just takes a little bit more finesse and positioning and things like that. So looks like RTK is ready. Houseplant and Umais are done, and the Grudgebringers are making their final tweaks here to their armies, and we'll be jumping in just a hot moment. So Fleo says, Turin, you call yourself the Pierogi Lord. Which Pierogi? Meat Pierogi are my favorite, yeah. I'm a simple man. I really like meat pierogi. As I was leaving Poland yesterday, I got in like pretty late yesterday, so I'm still recovering a bit. But The last thing I ate at the Polish airport before I left, I just went to this place and got a bunch of pierogi because I knew it would be a while before I got them again. The true experience. It was so good. Yeah, it was fun. Fun times. Yeah, I'm excited for AoE 4. I'm pretty hopeful, honestly. I'm pretty hopeful. I think it'll be cool. And yeah, I just want a classic RTS, you know. Just a classic RTS. Give it to me, precious. Skaven and Coast could be good for sure. You could go for like a big Alpha Strike kind of gunline type build. Like Skaven weapons teams with zombie deckhands, you know, to kind of buffer out in the front line. Hey, Ice Power, no worries. Yeah, so I'm going to be having 2v2 tournaments a little bit more frequently, like at least once a week, I'm thinking. So today, I literally put signups out this morning, and we still got 8 teams to sign up of 2 people each, so that's pretty good. But we will be having 2v2 tournaments more frequently. Yeah. And I'll be giving like 3 or 4 days notice so the teams can get together and plan, because it's hard to, you know, get 2 people's schedules in sync. And, you know, I'm happy we were still able to get 8 teams today. Was the flight child free? No, there was a lot of screaming children. There was one behind me that was kicking my seat the entire time for like a good 8 hours of the 11. My seat was being karate kicked by this child. I was, you know, wasn't even mad. Of course, I was kind of annoyed, but I was surprised at the tenacity of the child to just keep going for like 8 hours. You'd think they'd get tired, you know, but just not how it works. Just not how it works. Turin in the T90 confirmed. Yeah, it's pretty funny. All right, so looks like we're going to be getting going here. I do not believe anybody's finished from the other parts of the bracket, so we shouldn't be too behind here, so it should be all right. Yeah, Ice Power. Yeah, I'll put up sign up soon. I'm going to be trying to schedule the ECL finals soon as well, because I was waiting for Creative Assembly to potentially put out a patch, which I was originally told there would be one kind of quick, but there wasn't one. There's no patch to fix several of the bugs, so I think I'm just going to move forward with the ECL finals and schedule that. Next weekend, we'll most likely have the Faction War. We had the qualifier just before I left, and we'll have the Faction War next weekend, so there should be a lot of fun stuff coming up here on Old Horizon. Yeah. You should have started commentating on the child antics. Yeah, I'm sure the parents would have, yeah. Yeah, it's a tricky situation, you know. It's a tricky one. But you know what? It's cool. I had my headphones in. I couldn't hear anything because I was listening to music the whole trip. So it was just like getting a lower back massage from the karate kicking feet. There'll be a hotfix that'll be called Total War Warhammer 3. I know. That's so funny. And then I bet you some of the problems will persist into Warhammer 3 too, which is really funny. But you know what? We'll get our tape. We'll get our glue. We'll get it going, man. We'll get it going. Yeah, my seat got for sure 10-8'd in that flight. It got absolutely destroyed. Didn't win a single round. But what can you do? You'll establish the dominance of the Druki, huh? Challenge to get to it. Oh my god. Yeah, too bad American primetime is rough for Australia. Yeah, it's a little bit tricky for sure. I will be hosting some streams in like the later afternoons, which I think is better for you guys. I think it's like your mornings. So there will be some of those this week. Like tomorrow, I think we're going to do a King of the Hill or something like that. Yeah. We'll do some like casual events this week, and then we'll have like a big official tournament towards the end of the week. They'll rebuff greenskins for Warhammer 3. Yeah, that'd be pretty funny. All right, so taking a look at the forces here of the Grudgebringers, it's going to be, of course, the Skaven and the Dwarves, the Unholy Alliance. So not going to be going over every single unit. That was pretty funny. When I was looking back at the early days of my channel, I was like, I would go over every single unit for like 5 minutes and rants. I was like, oh my god, that's so cringy looking back. But we'll just kind of focus on the important elements of each army and go from there. So for the forces of the Skaven, we of course have some Rat Ogres, which give you access to mobile mass, which is something Dwarves don't have. You know, a lot of Dwarf players have had a bit of a hard-on asking for runic golems and things like that, and they are basically now getting them via the Rat Ogres in this battle. Aside from that, we do have the Natty Bubo Sharpshooters, a couple weapons teams via Globadiers, which are just super good against Chaos, and also not bad against Vampires with proper support. A single Warp Lightning Cannon, a Gracier, a Mortis Engine, and it looks like it is going to be Deathmaster on the ground. For the Dwarven army, what do they bring to the table? It looks like we have a pretty heavy character squad. Felix, Master Engineer, as well as Thoric Ironbrow. Ooh, hold on a second. Is that Rune of Doom going to be buffing both armies? It wouldn't really matter that much considering it is a Skaven force. I'm pretty sure it would just be the Dwarf army, but the Dwarves have brought some quality. They have, you know, some Longbeards in the front, if I'm not mistaken. So Longbeard great weapons to fight against the dreaded Chaos Warriors, a powerful character squad, and 2 cannons. So a total of 3 artillery pieces, but just like we kind of articulated earlier on, this is very much a defensive build, relying on artillery and weapons teams. Now, for the forces of Vampires and Chaos, they're both very direct in their strategy. They're just going to be getting in, you know, breathing heavily out of their mouths and just trying to run over this army. So, for the forces of Team RTK, we have a massive amount of Chaos Marauder great weapons backed up by a lot of Black Knights, actually. Some of which actually have the lances and barding. So they have the charge bonus of 62, looking to maybe run into the back line, get through the Skaven into the juicier parts of the army. Rear Guard and more Chaos Warriors. So yeah, pretty much the entire Chaos army is infantry based, and the entire Vampire Count army is, wow, mobility and harass. Check this out. So Black Knights, Fellbats. We got a White King here. We have the Red Duke on horseback, another White King, and just a shit ton of cavalry and archers. Not archers, excuse me, Fellbats. Pretty cool. Yeah, so vampires have some chaff in the front, it looks like. I think it's just zombies, though, which is, you know, pretty reasonable. It's only 500 gold here. So let us know who you're rooting for in chat. Are you rooting for the dreaded Dwarves and Skaven, the unholiest of all alliances? It's going to be Tank and Swarv. Or are you rooting for Clan RTK, which is going to be led by Umais, as well as the Houseplant? A very aggressive build, though, and I like it. I like how they kind of divvied things up. Not really taking advantage of Vampire SEMs, but I think expecting that the Dwarves and Skaven would both be pretty well equipped to potentially shoot down monsters. So just going super small. You can see, I mean, I think the only monsters are a couple Manticores. We have the, oh, I thought that was the Red Duke was Archeon for a second, but yeah, look at this, kind of a cool shot. We got Archeon and the Red Duke, very iconic looking steeds on those characters, really highlighting the differences of the factions. No AoE though. I'm surprised we're not seeing some, you know, final transmutation. Maybe a Wild Winds of Death could actually be good in a 2v2 as well, if they're like really bunched up or something like that. But like, have fun. No need to wait for me. We got some folks cheering for the Unholy Alliance, it would seem. Very cool. The hordes of hell are indeed upon us. The Dwarves and Skaven, yes, yes. Louis, I'm doing very well. Watching from the Philippines. Ah, mabuhay, my friend. You know, really interesting thing. One of my first job when I graduated college, back in 2011 or 12, I can't remember. But anyways, I worked at a newspaper here in Los Angeles. I was a staff writer. So basically, I would be writing news articles and press releases and things like that. And it was actually a Filipino newspaper. So I was constantly eating Filipino food. You know, I would be having, I think it's called pancit. And, you know, obviously we'd be having the delicious, yeah, for the Christmas party, they would bring like lechon and, what were some of the other ones we'd have? Yeah, pancit, lechon, obviously the, I can't, lumpia. Lumpia was obviously, yeah, hands down my favorite. Anyways, cheers, man. Hope all is well over for you in the Philippines. So, the army of the Dwarves and Skaven, going to be sitting here, no surprises, Warp Lightning Cannons, shooting into the zombies initially. Look how far back the vampiric forces deployed. I think the reason why they deployed super far back with their entire army for RTK here was maybe just to have a little bit more time to assess the enemy army. So you could see they're advancing up with their the zombies, but the rest of the force is very far behind. So the cannons and other assets are either going to have to save ammo or just, you know, shoot at the zombies. And right now it looks like they're opting to just shoot zombies, which is fine. You might as well just get what value you can, maybe crumble down some zombies. Mortar teams are actually going to be scooting up. So Swarv here grabbing his Poison Wind Mortar, getting in range, and I think that's worth it, just to get rid of some of the chaff. It's only 500 gold collective value for all of these zombies, but still, I think it's not a bad idea. So, yeah, Lumpia, that's what it was. Yeah, I've had a lot of Filipino food, and where I live, actually, I live in Los Angeles here, and near Glendale, Eagle Rock, kind of Burbank area, but we have a very large Filipino population, and there's a ton of good Filipino food around here. So, I'm certainly seasoned in that field. Yeah, it's a good time. So definitely a very long, slow march, as you say here, for the forces of RTK, but really it's given them time to get us around as well. They're moving up the zombies. You can see on the far side, Umais here, the Mountain King, has gotten his Black Knights in position on this flank, and I would imagine we're going to be seeing something similar on the other side. So yeah, we have the Dire Pack and some Knights here, and the zombies are just moving up. And, you know, I'm kind of curious if this is like an ammo wasting thing. Like, maybe they're doing this they're going to sacrifice 500 gold for all this ammo, which, if you really think about it, might actually be a benefit, because the ammunition is much more valuable on things like mortars and cannons. But, yeah, you can see now the cannons are shooting up, and the cannons are going to be ripping pot shots downtown into the White King, I think. Oh, nice shot right there. That White King got absolutely tagged right there. look at that. He got the dreaded 2-for-1 cannonball shot too. The cannonball went through the White King and hit the other one. So yeah, very, very good cannon shot coming in there from Tank. And he does get the 2-for-1. But yeah, in the meantime, I mean, ammunition is being used. You can see the Poison Wind mortars are already down to like 60% ammunition. And I mean, yeah, they've killed a couple zombies, but I actually think I think that was overall the strategy, and I think that actually seemed to be worth it. I mean, yeah, just a couple crappy zombies have died. It's basically the equivalent of losing one dwarf warrior with like a great weapon, right? Like losing all of these zombie units. So very, very clever tactics coming out here so far from the forces of RTK. You know, at first I was a little bit like, oh, maybe they're just giving these for free. But then when I saw the ammunition expenditures coming in from this force, it started to look a little bit more reasonable. Now, this is the better response. Just send some infantry out there. You can see here we do have Thoric, Captain Biceps with his bicep band, and his boys getting in there, and they should be able to crump down these zombies pretty quickly. You can see Longbeard's almost instantly dissipating them. So yeah, the Dwarvish infantry sally forth. They attack the zombies. They clear them out. And a good response coming in here from Swarv and Tank, right? They respond quick enough. They, switch their ammo into more high-value targets like the White Kings, and now they're doing their thing. So just sitting back, giving you guys a bit of a macro look. It looks like the Jezzails right now are shooting Fellbats. And also shooting into some of the cavalry. Oh, in a side cannon shot coming in right here from the cannon. Nails some Marauder Horsemen, hitting both units. And one Marauder Horseman is going to be pushed off the edge of the battlefield due to the rout. And yeah, that's a pretty rough loss for sure. So both sides have gotten, some nice little tricks on one another. But now the main battle is going to be commencing as the Hordes of Darkness here, as we'll call them, Chaos and Vampires, advance on the Skaven and Dwarves. And I'm sure if this were actually happening, the Dwarves would be betrayed by the Skaven, but you know what? It's a fantasy universe. Anything can happen. So here comes the Black Knights charging into the Longbeards with Grey Opens. Not going to be the best fight for them, so definitely a cycle charge would be prudent here. Longbeards with Grey Opens are quite resilient, and this also isn't going to be the most cost-effective. Normally, mortar teams are shooting into their friendly Skaven troops, but now mortar teams shooting into Longbeards is not going to be as much of an efficient trade. There will be a lot of friendly fire damage, and those Longbeards will be paying the troll toll. So mortar teams have switched back onto Chaos Warriors, which is a good target. Here on the flank, you can see the Skaven slaves trying to defend the Jezzails, which are actually wearing down those Black Knights very, very well. Here we have a big ugly fight on this flank. You can see that the Skaven forces and the Ogres have been able to hold back aggressive Marauder Horseman play. And yeah, so far they seem to be holding it okay as the Fellbats do start to dissipate as well. Honestly, overall kind of a look at the battle right now, I would say that Swarv and Tank are well ahead. I think they've been able to hold most engagements. You see that the backline hasn't been too heavily compromised, and some of the cavalry units like the Black Knights really haven't been able to find a home. But then again, much of the Chaos Infantry is just now getting into battle, and all it takes is a couple good openings and good engagements to kind of slip in here. And it looks like Imai's might be sitting back here with his Black Knights waiting for an opening. And the Manticores, oh, both Manticores, look at this. So we do have the Rune of Doom and the Helping Hand from Felix coming in on Tank. Really good usage. Actually giving ward save to Thoric Ironbrow 40% as he's attacked by two Manticores. So he tanks out like an absolute just boss right there, taking almost no damage from the double SEM Goon. So the Manticores, in response, jump off him and now go after the Master Engineer. The backline partially attacked by the Dire Pack, but it looks like the Rat Ogres and Dwarf Warriors able to hold pretty firm. On this flank, Chaos Infantry trying to get in, but the Dwarf Warriors, buffered by Skaven Slaves, seem to be winning most of their fights. And Marauder Horsemen are now jumping in to attack the Natty Bubo Sharpshooters. But overall, it seems like the unholy alliance of Dwarves and Skaven really synergizing quite well with one another and not letting too many things into the back line. Also, on top of that, they do have a Mortis engine. So if it does come down to like a long grind and the missile assets of the enemy force, I mean, they don't really have any. That's kind of my concern. Like looking at this battle as well, the Vampire Count and Chaos Army has almost no missiles. It doesn't really have anything in its army that's actually good against this Plague Priest. So if it did come down to, the brass tacks, as they say, and a long-term kind of knockdown, drag-out fight, the Mortis engine might be too much. Now, here we do have a big SEM engagement. So Thoric Ironbrow with the Rune of Speed fighting a massive enemy force. Archeon the Everchosen, White King's moving in, but oh, the Trollhammer torpedoes are blasting from off screen, shooting into the Everchosen. Everchosen taking a ton of damage from a fully erect squad of Iron Drakes with the Trollhammer torpedoes. Beautiful stuff indeed. The Red Duke comes in to try and go after the Deathmaster, who valiantly defends his Dwarven ally. But now the Skaven Lord might be in a little bit of trouble as he is being attacked by the Lord of the End Times as well as some very powerful undead foes. Although the Trollhammer torpedo shooting from the high ground, the Master Engineer, all of these things quite nasty indeed. And looking, just kind of a big macro look at the backfield, the Dwarves and Skaven have secured their back line. Their mortars are online, their Trollhammer torpedoes are online, they have Jezzails here that are healthy. It looks like at least one of the two cannons is still shooting too, so I just don't see much of a chance here. And I think that the Dwarves and the Skaven, I think they really synergize very, very nicely together. And the Vampire Army, I think maybe needed like some black coaches or something just to like really punch through, because they had trouble punching in there. Just the basic, cavalry kind of got screened out and shot. Whereas I think in SCM that could have benefited very heavily from healing, like double Black Coach, pushing into the Iron Drakes and things like that could have been a little bit stronger. However, there were Rat Ogres from Swarv here to defend the Iron Drakes. So, it's no easy feat. So trying to goon out these Skaven characters, that is one of the few things that the Vampires and Warriors of Chaos still have going for them is their character squad. We got the Red Duke here. Looks like there's going to be some Witchcraft. I'm not sure what Vortex that's going to be, actually, so we'll have to watch this. The Flamestorm coming down. Does hit some of the Longbeards, but probably not going to do the trick. Army losses kicks in. That's going to be game 1, going to the Grudgebringers. Tank and Swarv winning the first match in this best of 3 as the players do withdraw, and we'll be resetting here for the next match. Yes, sorry, my throat's a little bit scratchy, running out of steam there a little bit because the plane flight, kind of has that effect on you. Those torpedoes were very, very strong. Now we'll just do a little bit of a cursory look. We kind of already talked about why I think they won, but nonetheless, Deathmaster did good. Mortar teams got 1,000 value. Gisele's 1,400. Warp Lightning kind of got shut down. For Tank's army, just very efficient. Taking some of the best things to the Dwarves and just bringing it in. No memes, straight business, and those Trollhammer torpedoes, at least one of them did quite well. Archie did good, 2,600 value on Archeon. Yeah, he did some good character damage. But no real teeth in this army. Like nothing aside from the Manticores and the characters had a lot of stopping power. So we'll get started for the next map here. We will do Prague map set. Good luck, have fun. And let's do it. Checking in, it looks like nobody else has finished their first round of games, which is fine. So we are on pace for today. And that is going to be the first game going to the Grudgebringers, which is a combination, an unholy alliance between Clan VM and Clan RTK. So we have unholy alliances all over the place. I know, hey Juice, I need to, man. I had some honey this morning, so I'm good. But, when you're on an airplane and they blast you with air conditioning for like 12 hours straight, like right in your face, it kind of like dries out your throat and your nose and all that. And I'm still feeling that a little bit, so yeah. Let's see what they do. Let's see. Correct. Just letting them know they can't ban the same thing twice. So now it's going to open up a whole world of possibilities. So now it gets into the really, the gamesmanship of it. Like, so essentially you can look at the factions that your opponents have played, and if you have a really good kind of knowledge of the meta and the strengths of various factions, you can be like, okay, now Dwarves and Skaven are off the table. So what factions are Dwarves and Skaven good against that I can now throw in and not have to use bans on, right? So you can really, really withdraw good value from that type of thing. Get a 13-pound burrito. Ooh, that sounds pretty good, Wicked. Yeah, did I have a burrito yesterday? No, I didn't. No, I had some. It's definitely one of the first things I crave when I come back to Los Angeles and California in general is like burritos and, that type of thing. That's the good stuff right there. Hey, Hammond, thank you for the happy birthday wishes. You're a couple months late, but thank you. I happily will accept the kind words. So we got a Bretonia pick coming in from Houseplant. He goes Bretonia banning Lizardmen. And now we're going to be seeing what the opponents will respond with. I could see an Undead thing. I could actually see like Vampire Coast, Vampire Counts, or Vampire Coast Tomb Kings. I actually really like that one. I think that's pretty fun. If you could avoid like Lore of Fire too, you could use like Tomb Guard Halberds against Bretonia to like hold back the Bretonians, and then have the Vampire Coast guns, which will be better protected than Vampire Coast can actually protect them. So that could be a cool combo. But Lizardmen are the ban, so they're not going to have any dinos. Dinos are very, very good in 2v2s and in 1v1s. Dinosaurs are a very strong faction right now. Did you catch any highlights? No, I didn't see that fight. No, I was on a plane flight yesterday, so I missed all the UFC stuff, unfortunately. Yeah, Gok fam. When I was in, so I was in Poland in 2017 or 2018, and actually in the old town of Warsaw, there was a Mexican restaurant, which was, we went there and had it. It wasn't very good, but yeah, no, there are places. Bretonia versus Empire, do the manly matchup. Yeah, that would be cool. That would be cool. All right, so we got a Tomb Kings pick. Okay, I think my prediction might be correct. We got Tomb Kings banning lizards as well. So Tank is going to be picking the Tomb Kings, the Bone Daddies. Now, Yumais could go with Empire here. That would give Lore of Fire. That would give cannons and handgunners and a ton of things that are good against Tomb Kings. So that could be kind of cool. We have a Mortis Engine and healing from Fey Enchantress. So you could go like Fey Enchantress, like Paladins, and then like Karl Franz and like a caster type character, and like Franz could be healed by Fey Enchantress with really good like team coordination and all that stuff. Could you ever make a video talking about the best co-op campaigns and the best duos for 2v2s? I could look into that, but that's really not in my field of expertise. But you know, really when it comes down to like co-op campaigns, it's just like doing campaigns where you have like a unified threat and you and your buddy are close together. So like Balthazar Gelt and Karl Franz, or you know, those type of things are quite fun. You could do, yeah, there's a bunch of good ones I could think of. You could do like a Lariel and you know, Tyrion on the island there. You could do down in the south if you want to do like Vortex. You could do what's her name, Kalita with Teclis. There's a lot of cool ones you could do with co-op. Head to head is a different beast. Look at that! Oh, I called it. I'm prophetic, baby. Still got it. Look, it's going to be Vampire Coast and Tomb Kings. Yeah, check it out. So you're probably going to get like good quality Tomb Guard protecting a really nasty Vampire Coast gun line. Now, the really curious question here though is, what does Umai's bring? Oh, dwarves! Holy shit! Did they not ban dwarves? Oh, wait. Yeah. Oh, man. Okay. So he got his dwarves, and he still picked Vampire Coast into it. Wow. This is going to be some shit right here. So it's going to be Bretonnia and dwarves against Tomb Kings and Vampire Coast. Check that shit out. How's it going, Garland? Hope you're doing well. Wah, indeed. Fire is indeed the answer, but they don't have any fire, although they could bring flame cannons. Bretonnia does not have access to the lore of fire. There is no prophetess of fire. So it's going to be the undead against the living. We have the Order Tide against the mixed forces undead army here. Yeah, this is going to be fun. I mean, yeah, that's another thing too. Wouldn't it be crazy if like tank got like bombers and deckhands, and then Swarv was the one to come in with like great bows and boner giants and things like that. But the dwarf pick here is very strong. Dwarves are a hard counter against Coast, and they're very, very strong against Tomb Kings. So and Umai's is, you know, a top dwarf player. So this is a very, very strong pick from RTK, who currently is down here in this series. So we'll see how that goes. All right. Yes, yes. The other factions are still playing right now. For anybody who's joining today, we can show you real quick. So let's fire that bad boy up. And I think it's this button. Yes. So we have the Mega Gits playing against Nakai's Wanderers. We have Faith and Shot against Kid Amogus here, I think. And then Maxim and Moski facing off against the Orny Orcs. We have the Grudgebringers, which we're watching right now, versus RGK. So from here, we'll just be casting games in the next round. So we're not going to be casting like every single best of 3, because in 2v2s, that takes quite some time. So that's the tail of the tape for today's tournament. So heading on back. Let's see how this is going. Thank you for joining. Warcraft 3, I think this week, maybe tomorrow. I'm not sure. I'll do a Warcraft 3 stream, though. Just not sure when. I'm not sure when. Yeah, the dwarves do get access to healing, which can be okay. Like, typically healing's stronger on SEMs, but, you know, healing things like Ironbreakers and Dwarven Lords and characters that are already very tough to get the HP off is strong. Is strong indeed. So fire arrows from Bretonnia will roast the front line. So it doesn't work like that necessarily, right, Face? Because the Tomb King's infantry are not necessarily, they're not weak to fire. They don't have a fire weakness. But why Burning Head is so good against them is because of their low armor. Tomb King's lords are weak to fire, but they typically have armor which offsets the fire arrows. Still can be effective, but typically the reason why fire is so good against them is because Fireball is very good at sniping their characters and casters, and Burning Head is very good against all their infantry, and they have no choice. Like, no, they don't have any like infantry that are heavily armored. Like Tomb Guard only have 50 armor. So that's the big problem. It's not that, like Tomb King's infantry, they don't care about being shot by fire arrows because they have silver shields, most of them, and they're pretty durable, you know, in that regard. So SEM stands for Single Entity Model. So that's like a lord, that's a monster, that's a paladin on horseback. You get the picture. Hey, Tommaso, glad I caught a live stream. Hey, glad to have you here. Yeah. Are Soulblight Graveyards a good army in Age of Sigmar? Yeah, they're really strong, actually. Yeah, and what's cool if you play Soulblight is you could just like mix in the other undead armies. Like, it's kind of like Chaos and 40k. You can like mix and match the different factions. Yeah, Soulblight's really cool, and also like it still has that old world feel. Like the Blood Knights and the Vampires look very much like Warhammer Fantasy. A lot of them do. Not all of them, but yeah, I would say yes. And you can still use a lot of Warhammer Fantasy models in that army, like zombie skeletons, necromancers, corpse carts, all that stuff. So yeah, for sure, Tommaso, I would say yeah, that's a good choice. I would say that is a good choice. Yeah, Fireball is very effective versus Tomb King's casters, 100%. Yeah, because they're lightly armored, so they really get punished by that. Yeah, character squads would be good here. I predict we'll see a very nasty Bretonnian one, probably Fey Enchantress with Gotrek and maybe like a Paladin And Yumai's will probably bring Thoric, and yeah, I don't know what else. Maybe like some Master Engineers for the Fiery Ring of Thori is very good. So yeah, we'll see what Witchcraft is here. Turin, was there a reminder for today's stream? No, there wasn't. I literally woke up at 4:30 a.m. this morning. I was just lying in bed, and I was like, all right, let's do a 2v2 stream today. Let's do it. So it was completely random. Because I'm still in the European time zone, so I'm totally screwed up right now. Yeah, it has been a while since we've had a Magic stream, yeah. It has. Yeah, what Hadri says in chat is correct pertaining to SEMs and the rules and all that goodness. Correct. So the Grudgebringer's up a game right now. Quite curious about how the other matches are going. Haven't heard anything from them, so it looks like everybody's playing. We'll, once we get to the next rounds, we'll be picking the maps for anybody who's in the tournament. I know one of you guys was asking. We'll pick the maps in the lobby, so I'll be picking them for you. So, no worries there. You know, yeah, Heroes 3 would be fun. I definitely think that's necessary. I haven't played Heroes 3 in, God, it must have been like 8 months now. Yeah, it's been a while. The last time I played Heroes 3, I got a copyright flag on the game because of the soundtrack. So I guess the guys who did the soundtrack for Heroes 3, I don't know if it was them or someone else, but they flagged it for, like, you know, copyright. And it was just the game soundtrack. It wasn't like I was playing anything else. So I think next time I do the Heroes 3, I'm just going to have to play without the soundtrack on stream, which sucks because the soundtrack is like the most endearing part of the game. I could try again, but all my Heroes 3 streams got hit like at the same time. Usually game companies don't care about that, but, you know, obviously that game's been, you know, gone for a long time. So I don't really know what their policy is with that. It's kind of like hard to find, obviously, because the studio isn't there anymore and stuff. I just want to see 3 Bone Giants. Yeah. Triple, you could bring 2 Bone Giants. You could do 2. Boner Giants against Dwarves can be a little bit risky. Cannons trade pretty effectively against them, so we'll see. And if I were Yumai's here, I would probably bring, like, triple cannon. I might even go quad cannon and just, like, you know, force the undead to come to you. Just let the Bretonnian hordes of unwashed peasants, you know, hold firm. James hoping for some Taurox. You know, I hope we see some Beastmen too. I would like to see some Beastmen. Yeah. But alas, we will have to see. SEM said, summon the Elector counts. Yeah. Summon the Elector men. I like that. That's good. All right, see what the players are saying. All right, good luck. So, is this going to be a clean sweep here for the Grudgebringers, or will Team RTK get it back? Will we see the Houseplant Yumai's, you know, get their team back on the board? We'll find out here on the next episode. Yeah. Copyright on YouTube is certainly a little bit strange. Like, there was a thing with, I don't know if it was with Troy or something, but I had heard of people covering, like, I can't remember if it was a Troy or one of the Saga games, and they were getting, like, copyright attacked by, like, Sega, even though, like, they were supposed to be showing it. But then it got fixed eventually, but, like, you know, it's just like a weird thing. It's just a weird thing, yeah. Do you have a favorite video of yours? Probably Faction Wars, yeah. Faction Wars in general are my favorite. I feel like they're super hype, and also I like the fact that every single faction gets a, you know, a time to shine, so. What has the tournament got to do with Gotrek and Felix? To answer your question, it is a 2v2 tournament, and Gotrek and Felix are one of the most iconic pair of 2 in the old world, so that is why it is named in such a way. All right, so we have the Undead Legion facing off against the Order Tides. We have the Dwarves and Bretonnians teaming up to take down an alliance of Undead, and we'll see if they can do it. We will see if they can do it. Currently, the Grudgebringers won last game with their Skaven Dwarf build, and now they're looking to close out the series and advance on to the next round of business. Yeah, you know, I had to stop doing the Doom intros too, because for some reason, every stream where I did a Doom intro was getting copyright attacked as well, even though it's a game soundtrack. But, you know, some game studios are okay with it, some aren't. So that's why I stopped using the Doom soundtrack as well. But I'll probably have some music written when Warhammer 3 comes out. I'll hire a musician just to do, like, a kind of a similar metal-inspired theme, and we'll make a new intro as well. Have High Elves ever won a faction war? No, they haven't. No. They've gotten to the top 4. I think we saw them once, but typically they don't perform super well. That first faction war was incredible. Yeah. Some are better than others for sure. Some, you know, just like in, you know, sports, not every, you know, finale can be epic, but I think some of my favorite ones were when we had Falcon with the Wood Elves, pre-DLC Wood Elves, and he was able to win against, like, a really, like, strong Vampire Coast at the time. So that was really fun. That was really fun. All right, here we are. So for the forces of the Undead, it's going to be a shit ton of Tomb King's infantry. Check this out. Yeah, look at this. Skeleton warriors into the sunset. No Tomb Guard, though, I think. Oh, no, looks like there's one Tomb Guard in King Akesha's Scorpion Legion. Ushapti Great Bows, Ark in the Black, and a big monster. So we do indeed have the Sphinx. Now, if you look at the armies here of the coast, we got Mortars, Queen Bessie. Holy shit. And so 2 Carronades, it looks like, or 1 Carronade, a Carronade, a Mortar, and Queen Bess, a single Gunnery White to give extra ammo, and it is going to be the Hard Knock Life up on the Colossus. So yeah, very much a defensive build, right? We have several artillery pieces, 1, 2, 3, 4 in total, I think. Is there one hidden in there? Mortar, 2 Mortars, a Carronade, and Queen Bess. Okay. And a Colossus. And Ushapti Great Bow. So yeah, clearly a very defensive Undead build. They're not going to be rushing in there. And now if you look at the Dwarven Order-Tide build here with the Bretonnians, it's going to be all missiles? Mostly, I mean, look at this. Quarrelers into the sunset, backed up by a shit ton of Peasant Bowmen as well. In the backfield, we do have some basic Dwarf Warriors. You don't really need much more. Dwarf Warriors like trade upwards against Tomb Guard and very effectively against Coast. So that's smart. We got Fey Enchantress backed up by double Paladins, a light Cavalry Corps, some Knights Errant, Knights of the Realm. And aside from that, what else do the Dwarves have? It looks like there is going to be Thoric Ironbrow on foot. And it's actually going to be the Order-Tide taking the aggressors. Yeah, Queen Bess is here. All hail the mighty. Yeah, the mighty's coming. It's here. The mighty is here. No more games. But yeah, more or less a very aggressive build. Not a single artillery piece here for the Dwarves and Bretonnians, which I like. It's like, if you're going to go artillery, I think you got to go all in on 2v2, or else you're going to lose the artillery trade and lose the game. So they're going all in on the opposite side of the spectrum. Just like a big infantry missile army with Peasant Bowmen and Quarrelers with some light cavalry support. Let's get in there. Let's just bull rush this army down and see if we can break through the Undead defenses. And the Undead, on the other hand, going to be taking a very defensive posture here, using the Sphinx and a bunch of cheap skeletons to try and hold off the Order-Tide for long enough for the artillery and other assets to really do their work. That Bess will definitely do some work. It 100% will. Queen Bess going to eradicate the job. You know, Queen Bess will be very good here. As a matter of fact, looking at this Undead army, I would probably wager that the most valuable asset is going to be Queen Bess. Queen Bess like hard counters missile pieces like bows and guns and things like that. So having Queen Bess just dropping a fat, hot, steamy load on the faces of the Dwarven and Bretonnian troops is 100% the way to go. I also like what they're doing here with Bess. Tank is hiding it behind the trees because it is a mortar piece. It'll shoot up and over the tree line if positioned correctly, whereas enemy cannon fire would be obstructed by the trees. So that is a very clever tactic using the trees, which I like. Bess will feast tonight. She might. She might indeed. So it looks like the player's about to start. Obviously, like I said, in 2v2, you have bigger armies, more tactics, more variables. So the games and setup phases tend to take a little bit longer. So I'm sorry about that, but it's kind of like watching American football. You have these periods of breaks, and then there's an explosive action for a short period of time, and then another break. And so yeah, hopefully you guys don't mind. The Bretonnian Knights are going to be quite useful too. I mean, if they can find their way into the artillery pieces and get into the gun lines, it looks like we do have handguns. I think at least 2 handguns, and the rest are pistol mobs. No, yeah, handguns and pistol mob combo. So, pretty cool. It is an Undead Onion. Rancid and ancient and dusty. Let's see if it can hold. Players are saying good luck, have fun. Good luck, good luck. And here we go. So the winner of this best of 3 series will be advancing on to the next set of the tournament. Today is actually probably going to be a long one. 2v2 tournaments tend to go pretty long, especially since we're adding an extra round of games here between these 2 fearsome foes. So Queen Bess dropping a big bombardment from downtown, shooting in, and here it goes into... Ooh, man, I feel like this whole replay is just going to be us watching Bess. Oh, right into the Peasant Bowmen. Also hit the Quarrelers. God, Queen Bess is probably one of my favorite things in the game to watch. It looks like enhanced ballistics went down as well, giving accuracy and reload skill. Count Noctilus is shooting too. Mortar teams now shooting out. Not mortar teams, but stationary mortar positions for the Vampire Coast. Going to be blasting in. Queen Bess switching targets every single time. It goes in and nails the Ekron's Miners. Oof, and look at this. Ushapti Great Bow, the chosen of the gods from Swarv, also shooting into the Quarrelers. So far, so good for the Undead, but this is obviously the case. I mean, there's no counterplay that the Order-Tide has right now, but, things could massively change once you get a massive concave of Quarrelers and Peasant Bowmen raining fire into your Undead forces. That, of course, is when things will get a little bit spicy. So another payload, it looks like he's actually going into some of the blasting charges. It's hard to tell. Myself, I would probably target the Quarrelers and the Peasant Bowmen, but especially Peasant Bowmen, because one Queen Bess shot can break them. So mortar fire, still raining in, able to get a little bit of topical damage here onto the forces of the Dwarven Quarrelers. cannon fire. Not quite sure what they're shooting. I think they're shooting at the Dwarf Warriors here. It's hard to tell. But the Order Tide is advancing, and the damage they've taken is mostly superficial. Nothing too bad. You know, certainly a little bit of a morale impact there, as these peasants will probably break from taking mortar fire. Count Noctilus moving up, and the reason why he's moving is he's probably going to be using Roth's Moondial here, which would be smart. So Noctilus from tank will be using a summon on top of the Quarrelers here to try and keep them from shooting and buy more time for the artillery to really do its thing. Ooh, close quarters lob coming in. Here comes the big payload. Where's it going? And he's going after the miners. Very, very curious choice. I mean, I feel like the miner infantry would just kind of... Although I guess he's trying to get rid of blasting charges. So here comes the first Vampire Coast zombie summon right there. Zombie summon being used here. And the arrows of the Order Tide now unleashing upon the zombie pirate gunnery mobs. Obviously, they'll be going down pretty quick. And this is, yeah, this is just a summon, I think. So is it? It's hard to tell. Is that a summon? Yeah, I think it is. So they'll be going down, you know, relatively quickly here. So the Bretonnian cavalry rushing in to deal with these summoned zombies. Got to be a little bit careful. Does kind of bunch them up for cannons and Queen Bess. Queen Bess still shooting, and the Undead seem to be holding pretty comfortably right now. But now we got Dwarven infantry getting in position. We have some cavalry, some Knights Errant getting ready to collapse on the flank. And the first wave of the Undead has surged forward. So skeletons have moved up to create a buffer. I really like this from Swarv. Basically, he's moving up the skeleton warriors to create more of a buffer zone. So then the missile pieces can't actually return fire until they're able to, you know, split the distance or deal with these skeleton warriors. Here we have a nice little concave coming in. We have the houseplant shooting in with all of his peasant bowmen, and you can see how effective bows are against Vampire Coast. The zombie pirate gunnery mobs getting blasted, and I would imagine they'll move in and start shooting at the handguns here soon enough. Surprised we're not seeing Battle Pilgrims too. Battle Pilgrims have always been pretty good against, I guess not so much against Tomb Kings, but against Vampire Coast as well. Now, Dwarven infantry have made it in, blasting charges, doing some nasty work against the Tomb Guard. Very good awareness here by Imais. There's a massive battlefield, a big army engaging, and he's able to find the one unit of Tomb Guard that is basically here in this position and get them with some blasting charges. So Tomb Guard getting worn down, blasting charges still going. Looks like the Bretonnian's going to be doing a Lancing Cavalry charge, trying to bunker bust through the elite position here of the Undead, and the Tomb Guard do take quite a bit of damage from that charge, and now the miners are going to be moving in, backed up by some men-at-arms with shields. But if you look at the center of the battlefield, Queen Bess and the mortars definitely doing some big damage. The peasant bowmen are being pushed back by perpetual summons. The quarrelers and really taking a massive hammering from handgun fire, Ushapti Greatbow, as well as the Hard Knock Life, who is actually now switched to shoot downtown, doing a massive amount of damage here by the Knights of the Realm. Nonetheless, the Dwarves and Bretonnians remain quite tenacious, and now you got to watch out. The Hard Knock Life here could be in big trouble as the Houseplant moves in with his Paladins and the Fey Enchantress. So these monster hunters looking to hunt down the biggest foe here. The Mortis Engine should be also affecting the nearby enemy troops. And the Hard Knock Life is going to be pulling back. But so far, the Undead have maintained their layers. You can see here they got Tomb Guard. Oh, wow, he had a lot of Tomb Guard. Okay, I did miss that. But he's got several Tomb Guard units kind of sitting in reserve to push up. So they definitely have the tools. A nice Dweller's Blow going down. It does actually destroy the mortars, I think. No, it does not. Wow, okay, but it did some okay damage, but it did not do probably enough to justify its Winds of Magic usage. Knights Errant trying to push in once again, getting on top of the handguns, which are buffed up by the Liber Mortis of Ark in the Black. Ark in the Black leading in engagement here. But now the Houseplant once again has gotten the Fey Enchantress as well as the two Paladins, and is going to be doing his best to nullify the leadership of the enemy army, because currently, you know, the Bretonnians and Dwarves are not getting through this army in a very expeditious manner. Now, ammunition on Queen Bess is doing okay, I guess. It still has 5 shots, and the Gunnery White probably will make its way back here and use extra powder, which it just did, or more powder, I should say. So Queen Bess now has a lot more hot, steamy loads to be dropping on the forces of the Order Tide. Looking over here, you can see the Ushapti summon has been used on top of Quarrelers, which is taking a little bit of crossfire. But the missile plays starting to add up against the Undead. A lot of the Vampire Coast gun pieces, the handguns are in trouble. The bows have plenty of ammunition, and they will be making their way in. Most assuredly, these mortars will be pressured next. The mortars, but really, for the Undead, it just comes down to protecting Queen Bess, and that is the most important thing. So, looking at the SEM fight here, the Paladins and the Fey Enchantress attempting to pull back as they are attacked by the big scary Sphinx. Yes, the Sphinx. My brain was trying to say too many words at once right there. Can't always win. But it looks like the Bretonnian Horde is going to be turning and fighting, or the Bretonnian Heroes, I should say, going after the Sphinx and getting a little bit of damage back, but that Sphinx will do some serious work against the Paladin. Here we have some Knights of the Lionhearted charging in. The Brave Knights with their anti-large bonus will be helpful here. Not going to do crazy good damage, but still probably will chip a couple hundred HP off the Sphinx here. Now, looking back up, the big macro perspective is a little bit more important for 2v2 matches. You can see here the archers have now gotten into position, just like we talked about earlier, where they're now shooting at the artillery, and this is the worst case scenario. In response, you can see the Tomb Kings are pulling in their deep reserve units. It's time, you know, they can't really they can't afford to let the archers get any closer, because then the carronade goes down, and then it's only a matter of time before Queen Bess starts getting her business there. So halberds and Tomb Guard back here trying to defend. It looks like some Dwarven Slayers have made their way into enemy lines and are going after the Sphinx, and the Paladins as well as the Fey Enchantress going to be moving in. Now, what's very scary about this is the Ward Ascension is going to be hitting everything back here. It'll be hitting most likely the Tomb Guard, not quite hitting the Queen Bess crew, but still it's going to be substantial at wearing down those elite infantry. And the Dwarves are remaining quite durable. I mean, the Quarrelers here are all coming back. We still have Peasant Archers here that are very functional, and the Hero Squad for the Order Tide is proving to be pretty formidable. Although here the Fey Enchantress does get a little bit of ahead of herself, attacking the big Sphinx here. And, ooh, this could actually be a big change here. If Tank were able to collapse in the back of the Fey Enchantress with Count Noctilus and get her, it looks like that was his intent, but then we actually had a pullback from the Houseplant. So good control there, but is there going to be a sacrifice of Paladins? We will see. The Paladins might be left in combat there and might be in a little bit of trouble. Thorok Ironbrow still very much alive, just kind of chilling, doing his thing, and the Tomb Guard and other forces continue to push forward, but I think finally the Undead are running out of reserves, and the mighty Dwarven Slayers coming out of nowhere, like off the side of the map. The Secret Agent Dowie, the cavalry of the Dwarven Empire, have gotten in here, and they are cutting apart this cannon. And is Queen Bess still online? Queen Bess is. Queen Bess was stabilized by a zombie summon, Ark in the Black going back there to help as well, but Queen Bessie might follow up shortly after, and this would actually probably give RTK a little bit of an advantage here if Queen Bess were to go down. I mean, I still think there's enough archers online with enough ammo to really be very problematic. Yeah, but the big Sphinx is still, fighting pretty good. This Paladin is damaged. This other Paladin not in great shape. And the Fey Enchantress is not in death's bed, but nor is she feeling great. So Queen Bessie's still shooting. It's still holding. And I think this is the most important thing. Maintaining the Gunnery Wight, keeping the Gunnery Wight alive, and keeping Queen Bess alive. That is 100% got to be the priority, because there's so many bodies left on the battlefield for the Dwarves and Bretonnians. Like, so many archer units that are basically within one Queen Bess payload to finish, right? So Ark in the Black can also be healed. That's something to consider. Noctilus could use an invocation and heal these characters. Looks like the Slayer's moving in. Oh, a beautiful skeleton summon here by Swarv. Really good. Traps a ton of the Slayers. Slayers do not want to be fighting chaff units. Not cost effective at all. Of course they'll win, but they'll take big casualties. And a Comet of Cassandora going down as well, trying to clear things up, as now the big Sphinx is overextended and marked by Ulthar. Looks like Eumaeus has marked it, and now all of the firepower is going to be so much better, including Peasant Bowman, because its armor does get lowered down to 70. And it overextends a little bit. Invocation going down by Count Noctilus. Noctilus trying to save his big Tomb King's monster, really showing the power of the Undead Alliance right there, as it does attack Thorok Ironbrow. Not the best choice because he is foot-based, so the bonus first large isn't going to be really kicking in there. This Gunnery Wight probably going to be wanting to pull back, but it looks like Thorok and company. Yeah, all right, this is getting a little bit spicy. Thorok and company getting a nice little beatdown. One Paladin in trouble. I don't think there's going to be any saving of the Sphinx. The Sphinx is, I think, what, like 600 HP? It's crumbling, taking Peasant Bowman fire. One damage when you only have 500 HP is quite substantial. And look at this. The Brave Knights of Bretonnia. They might have found an opening. This is important because there probably still is extra powder. And the Knights are going to be couching their lances and getting in. And the undead crew of Queen Bess is going to be massacred by only 10 Knights of the Realm. How clutch is that? Man, that is a huge play. And with that happening, you can see the balance of power does switch into the favor here of RTK. What a beautiful match. That is some incredible stuff for sure. So the fight continues to rage on. Count Noctilus doing his thing with his peg leg, but I don't think the Tomb Kings and Vampire Coast characters are going to be up to the task. That's some goddamn good water right there. So Queen Bess is crumbling. Ark in the Black able to stabilize Queen Bess again, so Queen is still going, but is there extra powder? Is it going to be enough? There's so many Order Tide around. Check it out. Look at this. Extra powder has been used, so Queen Bessie is going to start shooting again. It does kind of creep the bounce power back a little bit. The big Sphinx has gone down, and Count Noctilus is trying to run. He doesn't have any extra powder as well, because there's only one Gunnery Wight, so there's only so much to go around. And now some brave Dowie, these miners of some mighty clan, able to swarm in here and start getting their pickaxes and laying a righteous beating here on the Queen Bess crew. I have to give some big props to the Queen Bess crew, though. They've been holding pretty firm this game. They've been charged and beaten and shelled and all sorts of stuff, but they're still going strong. But yeah, I think the Order Tide's probably got this. I mean, the Paladins are, I think there's one Paladin left. The other one has actually rallied here as well. Gunnery Wight is in weak binding and actually being attacked by Men-at-Arms with polearms who have the favor of the Fae right now. Talk about cost effective, this one polearm unit getting a nice anti-large against all of these guys. Queen Bessie's still going, and now finally the Dwarves have to commit some actually strong infantry to get in there and fight, and they do go after Queen Bess, and Queen Bess will probably be paying the troll toll. We'll have to find out. Go, Queen Bess, go. Yes, Queen Bessie is going strong. She is indeed. So the big cannon shots blasting into the Dwarf Warriors with great weapons. And here, the Gunnery Wights, you know, using those enhanced ballistics, not going to help too much. I don't believe it helps with Noctilus's melee attacks. But army losses are kicking in. The Dwarf and Bretonnian alliance is closing in, and this is going to be tying up the series 1-1. An amazing match. Round 1 here in this tournament. This is the first round of the tournament. And yeah, army losses is creeping in very, very quickly. A really cool build by Tank and Swarv, though. It looks good for them at several points, but you know, the tenacity of this Order Tide is having 1 million infantry, basically. Just bringing too many bodies for Bess to handle. So, if we look at Queen Bess's value, you know, we should probably look at this before we forget. No biggie, just 4,000. And on top of that, Queen Bess has racked up. Oh, there's going to be some more right there. Oh, 393. Queen Bess at 465 kills. Count Noctilus himself at 142. Very, very respectable. But the Fey Enchantress and the Paladins, one of them has actually shattered. Wouldn't it be crazy if they managed to bring this back somehow? I mean, the only way I can see that happening would be like a really crazy invocation. That would just be lunacy. That would just be straight lunacy. I mean, I guess the character squad's pretty weak. I definitely got to give him some props. Oh, and he had an invocation! No way. Could this be the comeback for the Grudgebringers? No way. Arc in the Black gets a nice summon there, too, to push them off. And the Gunnery Wight kind of using the trees a little bit to mitigate some of the archer fire. Ammunition on the Peasant Archers is decent. And now suddenly it looks like this could be a comeback. Oh my God. Everyone in chat was saying like, oh, GG, looks over. And I included. I thought this was over. Look, Queen Bess is so angry that now she's pushing out. Queen Bess up to 465 kills right now. And look at this. The undead characters are now isolating the Order Tide characters. And Thoric might be in some serious trouble here. I mean, Arc in the Black, that invocation, pretty nice. The Fey Enchantress and the Paladin going in to try and goon out the characters. They gotta do something. They can't keep going at this pace. Because if they keep playing the Undead's game where their magic is really strong. And look at that. The Fey and the Paladin get in on the Gunnery Wight, who takes a lot of damage. Exactly what they need to be doing. Going after the low-hanging fruit. You know, the freebies here, essentially. And yeah, it looks like the Gunnery Wight's going to be going down, although Noctilus does turn around. There's Halberds here too, and there's just too much support. It almost looked like there could be some sort of a witchcraft, you know, kind of comeback there in the later stages of the game, but yeah, man, this has been a real heavy-duty battle. What, 13 minutes in total for this one? Yeah, this is pretty intense. The dreaded invocation. It's pretty cool. I mean, Tomb Kings, imagine how strong they would be as a faction if they had access to lore vampires. That would be some shit. That would be some stuff. I know, the fact that Queen Bess is still, like, pushing itself around in the late game. Dude, what a game! Damn! 1-1. All right, we're going to the next match. Thank you all for joining today. It's been quite a bit of fun as we move on to the next round of this best of 3. So we'll take a little bit of a cursory look here. The players are waiting for the map, so I'm not going to spend too long. But yeah, Tank's best, just like we talked about in the beginning, 4,000 value, give or take, was really nice. Fey Enchantress, 3,800, no big. Fey's like, oh yeah, Queen Bess, whatever. You know, I'm just gonna do more damage than you with my Mortis engine. Oh my God, and the Dwarven Slayers, yeah, some of them did pretty nice for themselves. All right, so next up, map set. Good luck, have fun. This is the rubber match. All right, so we have the next dudes there. Blood Penguin and... Let me go ahead and tell the other team. So I'm going to switch it up a little bit. I'm going to let the other teams like start playing the round. And we'll do the next round for these guys and then the grand finals. So I'm going to tell them right now they can play. Cool. So we're going to tell them to play. I just have to update the brackets real quick and give them some maps. We got some time. Okay, just letting them know the rules. We'll do the Sword of Torgold for a map. Dude, what a great game that was. Man, I really enjoyed that one. It's been a while. It's been a while since I could undo Tower with. All right. So you guys and Let me see who their opponent is. One sec, guys. I'll be back with you in just a hot moment. Just coordinating the next match. Excellent. 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 So I've started them on their next round, and we still have the other side of our bracket here playing, so we can go ahead and take a quick look at the bracket just to get things rolling. The keyboard's pretty loud, yeah. It's a mechanical one. I usually don't type too much in my streams. That's why you guys probably don't hear it too often. Anyways, so on the top we had the Mega Gits claim 2-0 victory over Nakai's Wanderers, and on the bottom we had Kid Amogus dropping the series to Faith and Shot. So now it's going to be the Mega Gits versus Faith and Shot here in the tournament. They're playing right now, and the winner of this series will be going to the grand finals. So what we'll be doing is we'll be casting the semifinal between the bottom side of the bracket and the grand final. So it'll be 3 best of 3 2v2s, which is a good time for a stream. That's like potentially 3 to 4 hours because 2v2s do take a lot longer. So that's how it's looking for today. All right, heading back on over. We're good to go. Excellent. Excellent. So we got an Empire pick coming in from Houseplant. I believe Houseplant is an Empire main too. I've seen them play in tournaments and faction war qualifiers as Empire. So looks like we do have an Empire pick coming in. So players are doing their business now. Not as loud as Sparty's. Yeah, Sparty's keyboard is very loud. Yeah, he takes that out pretty hard. Yeah. I know we're live. We're going hard, man. Thank you guys for joining. We got a nice crew here today. I know it's very early to stream by my standards, but we're doing it. We're doing it. So we're streaming this best of 3, and then we're streaming 2 more best of 3s after this. Yeah. So plenty of competition. Plenty of competition. Don't you worry. So for this series, we're doing slightly different maps. Not through Zemia. I'm just picking the maps for this series. So we got Bretonnia and Chaos banning Beastmen. Okay. So yeah, tank is... We have Bretonnia and Beastmen. No, Bretonnia and Chaos combo. Okay. Bretonnia and Chaos. And now we have Empire teamed up with not sure what. Oh, come on, give us the Beastmen. Give us the Beastmen. Give us the Happy Moose. I really like my keyboard, Nick. I'm so used to it. I probably will never switch off it until like this thing just like crumbles to dust. Yeah. Because I have hand problems. So for me, I have nerve damage in my wrists and stuff. So for me, finding a keyboard that's like that works out for all my stuff is nice. Yeah, the loud keyboards, mechanical keyboards are often very loud, and mine is, but it's on the quieter spectrum. Get me some water. Be right back, my friends. Some delicious H2O. So we got the Empire with not sure what. Yeah, Tower of Oath is a good map. Yeah, it's fun. It's not as good for 1v1. There's some like weird terrain, but on 2v2 it's going to be fine. All right, so we got the High Elves and the Empire against the corrupted Bretonians and the Warriors of Chaos. So apparently there's been some chaos corruption. Bretonian Duke has gone rogue. You guys can, use whatever lore justification you may need. Yeah, Tower of Oath is a fun one. It is a fun one indeed. All right, so it looks like they are now playing their matches. The next side of the bracket. We'll see who makes it to the finals. The Mega Gits against the Faith and Shot. Yeah, man. It's all good. I know, you want to hear the Super Beast bit. Yeah. I was jamming to some Rob Zombie a couple weeks back. It's not something I listen to often, but every now and then just like kick the, early mid-2000s nostalgia train. I'll jam some of those kind of those kind of songs, Yeah, Super Beast is a funny one. No, unfortunately, Chaotic Blizzard, if we wanted to do community maps, every single player who played in the tournament would have to download the map pack. Which, you know, that might not be the hardest thing to do. It's just when you get like mods involved and shit, like it gets like there's like compatibility issues. But yeah, I think like community made maps would be cool. I was actually talking to CA a while back about that, like 2 or 3 months ago. It was before the most recent DLC, about us giving them maps and then they would add them to the pool, which I still think could happen. But as of right now, it's not the case. But I mean, it's just the discussion of it kind of ran dry. So maybe I'll try and get back into that. You're some Godsmack? Yeah, there you go. Keyboard clicking ASMR is a thing. Is it really? Well, I would imagine there's like little sub communities for everything out there. Yeah. I actually thought it'd be fun to make a map. Maybe once I learn the basics of map making, maybe we'll take a stream and do like a map making and chill stream. That could actually be kind of a neat thing. Just, you know, take it easy, make some cool terrain and all that. I have it selected. Fear not. Should be fine. They're saying that the map is not Tower of Hoeth. Maybe just a bug for you. Should be fine. Cool. Yeah, the players need to know the map, especially if it's Alpine Ridge, because that one has like a huge hill in the middle, so it completely changes your style. Yeah, we could do it. We could do it for tourneys, though, for sure. Do you think Warhammer 2 will continue to be content worthy after 3 comes out? I mean, I think the same thing will happen that happened with Game 1, and everybody will just move to 3, you know? Because when they do add in all the old world factions and stuff, there's not going to be too much of a point to playing 2, you know? You're just playing with less things. So, you know, it'll have its farewell, I'm sure. But I think there will. I have a feeling, you know, when they do launch Game 3, they're not going to have all the old world in, and they'll add them later, just like they did with Game 2, with like a, you know, Mortal Empires patch or whatever. So yeah, there might be a purpose for a while to go back and get some battles with the OGs. Thor, thank you for the donation. Finally caught you streaming. So snug watching your vids. Really want to get into the tourney scene, but haven't been able to find your Discord. Well, let me go ahead and give you a Discord link here. The other Discord link that I have in my channel, I keep updating it, but for some reason it's not like. So basically, I had a Discord link under my channel for a long time, and we started getting all the bots that like rated my streams were then rating my Discord channel. So they were jumping in there and like dropping like, you know, all sorts of spam, and just like it's just a nightmare to keep up with it. So we just turned it off for a while, that one, but we'll get it back on soon. But let me get you a link in the meantime. I mean, I always give them out on streams because they're like temporary ones. There you go. All right. I did see the Guardian video. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it. You guys get stream maps. Cool. All set. Yeah, pretty hyped for Warhammer 3 though. What I really want to get my hands on, and you know, I hope that the next time Creative Assembly gives us you know, hands-on, that we get to see the new multiplayer game mode. That's what I'm really just have a massive hard-on for. I really want to see it. All right, so it looks like RTK and the High Elves. So we got Houseplant and Umais of Team RTK are ready, and Tank and Swarv of the Grudgebringers are still making some final tweaks to their army. It says it's expired. It shouldn't be. I literally just got that link. I just put a link in chat for you. Let me go ahead and invite. Seems fine. Try that one. Hopefully that'll work for you. Yeah, I'm really hyped for the new mode, man. Cause like, yeah, having to have like community-based rules is not like a good long-term solution for growing a scene. I mean, it's definitely. I mean, it is, but like having a an experience that a brand new player can go into and have a fair match on whatever the quick battle or type of thing is really important. And unfortunately, we don't have that right now. So like a new player might be scared away on like quick battles. We need to have it where they can just go on and have like a good experience. Yeah, it worked for you. Good. Attaboy Thor. Speaking of, I was just watching before the stream. I was watching Stargate SG-1, and I love the Asgard aliens in there. Like how the all the Norse gods were like this alien species, and so too with the Egyptian gods and being the Goa'uld and all that. Yeah, man, I love that show. I don't know why. I just like it's like my feel good show. When I want to just sit back and be happy and mindless, it's just like throw on some SG-1. Yeah, I have a lot of faith in the capture points. I do. I'm hoping for the best. All right, so it looks like the players should be about ready. Again, sorry for the long waits. I know it's the nature of 2v2 though. Yeah, I agree. Like a new ladder with like a solid game mode, and I think we're good. Yeah. So yeah, we'll see. We will see. Like, I think capture points are good because it prevents like turtling, and like that kind of thing. It like forces the players to be active on the map, which is the whole reason why, banner rules and, fruit rules and all these things, or watermelon, I forget what it's called right now, but why they, they're in place. It's to force the players to be active and not just like sit in the corner, Like this isn't a campaign where you can just, mindlessly defeat the AI over and over. This is, so those kind of things, like you're playing against another person and corner camping, they're not going to just come to you. So you need something to force the players to attack, whether it be like a community rule or objectives, those type of things. Yeah. Yeah, it's a great show. It's a fun one, man. SG-1 is awesome. You guys are all dropping quotes. I really like it. Yeah, O'Neill is super fun. I'm a big fan of Teal'c as well. That actor is super fun. Yeah. They just don't make them like that anymore, Like most modern sci-fi shows are very dystopian, Have you noticed that? Like most modern sci-fi is very dystopian with a very bleak outlook, but like I feel like the like 90s and 2000s sci-fi like had like more of an optimistic look on it. Like a more of a wonder of what's out there and a more optimistic. And like I love dystopian sci-fi, but every now and then I want to have like, some hope. I want to feel good, But yeah. Yeah. Chaotic Blizzard. What is sad to see is there's so much potential for a pro Total War Warhammer League, but it's definitely not. I mean, the development of the game is probably like 95% focused on campaign. There's probably like a small microcosm that focuses on multiplayer. And we do our, we as a community do our best to, really highlight that and, do our thing. But yeah, it's still, that's why I'm very excited. I'm super excited for Game 3, but I'm also very excited to down the road cover a pure RTS game that was designed for multiplayer. Like I really do want to cover something in that spectrum. So I'm looking at like Age of Empires, Company of Heroes, perhaps. Frost Giant Games has a RTS coming out as well. So yeah. We still had hope 20 years ago. Yeah. Yeah, at times it made people more cynical, but there's nothing like watching the old SG-1 complete a mission and a happy ending. I mean, there are some sad endings for sure, but, Anyways, guys, back to Warhammer. Here we are. The final battle between the Grudgebringers and RTK. We have Tank here with the Fey Enchantress, and it looks like, oh, I love this combo. Yeah, Shaggus with the Fey Enchantress is so powerful. We got Kolek and the Fey Enchantress, and more or less just a very, not aggressive army. There are some trebuchets, but, just a kind of a standard army. Now, for the forces of the Elves and the Empire, a last alliance of men and elves marched on Mount Hoeth. We have the Grim One with a Bright Wizard and the Lord for the High Elves. Who is it going to be? Hiding somewhere over yonder. Ooh, it's going to be Tyrion. Oh, yeah, we get Tyrion and Volkmar. That's some metal shit. Now, whoa, there is actually no healing for either of these. Granted, Tyrion doesn't need healing, nor does Volkmar. So, yeah, it makes sense. Bright Wizard and a final Transmutation Caster. So there you go. Now looking around, we got Empire Knights, some mortars in the backfield. Both armies have very light artillery. It's like double field trebs versus double mortars. So inevitably, both armies will probably just look at it and be like, all right, let's just advance and get this over with. So Kolek is very strong with healing. I actually played in a 2v2 tournament a long ways back. It was probably 8 months ago. It was myself and King of the Dead. We were representing Team Hag Guard, and we were playing against one of VM's teams. It was Fistek and Evenstar, who are, definitely probably stronger players than both King and I, but we were able to win that best of 3 by using Kolek with healing. It was just super strong. We had some really, really good success with that. Healing is for the weak. Yeah. Well, Shaggoths are definitely not weak, and they're going to enjoy that healing. We do have Gotrek and Felix, so we have the namesake of today's tournament. Looks like it's Chaos Warriors, Mirror Guard. Pretty decent quality in terms of Chaos troops, but yeah. Do the Bretonnians have any cavalry? Not really, honestly. Oh, I guess they have some. Okay, I just didn't look over here. Yeah, okay, they have a shit ton. Questing Knights. It's like looking on this side, like, where are the cavalry at? Yeah, the Volkmar Shaggoth combo. Yeah, oh yeah, it was fun. That was a really, really fun event. We ended up losing there in the finals, but it was fun. So, the artillery blasting downtown, shooting into the white lines of Krace, as well as some of the Rough Riders here. The Pistoliers going to be looking to take up posture here, and honestly, they have a pretty good opportunity. The Pistoliers could run across, get around the back. The Trebuchets are unguarded right now, so that could potentially be a freebie. Now, we do have a couple Sisters of Avalorn actually shooting in. Looks like they're going after Enchantress. She does have good magic resist, missile, and physical. So she's got a bunch of different ward saves, but yeah, the Sisters of the Avalorn, I almost called them Sisters of the Watch, because that's actually, I think, what they're called in Age of Sigmar, but they're shooting into the Peasant Bowmen right now. Should be able to outclass them, although the volley fire is doing some big damage to the Sisters as well, just with sheer weight of numbers. Now, a little bit of a disaster in the backfield here for the forces of the Grudgebringers. If Houseplant is on top of his micro, these Pistoliers should be able to kill both Trebuchets as well as these Peasant Archers, because there's nothing. So we'll see if Houseplant can seize that, because that could be a game-winning play. Now in the backfield, Lord of the Storm going down from Kolek. Does hit these Sisters. Some of the Sisters of Avalorn are falling back at this point as the Empire, Sigmarite Infantry, as well as the White Lines of Krace advance up. Here we do have Silverhelms engaging against Questing Knights. Will be a massive advantage for the forces of Questing Knights, but there are some spears backing them up, so that is going to be changing the paradigm of this battle right here. White Lines of Krace rushing in, and oh, that's going to be a big final transmutation going down. It does nail the caster for the Warriors of Chaos, and is also going to be hitting their supporting Mirror Guard here as well. So killing the caster early on is going to be a huge boon. And in response to the Chaos caster, also just looks like he wants to drop a payload here. Yes, there is going to be a final transmutation going down there. In all honesty, neither of them were terribly devastating, but the backfield is a complete disaster for the forces of Chaos and Bretonnia. The Sigmarite Pistoliers killed all of the Trebuchets. Now they're just going to be ravaging into the Archers. And honestly, I have to say, looking at this game early on, I think, obviously Team RTK seems to be in a pretty comfortable position, but that could change in the blink of an eye. If Kolek and the Shaggoth right here are able to beat down Volkmar, for example, and start rampaging on SEMs, Tyrion, the Ervenarian, going to be charging in. He's got his sword drawn, and he does attack the Shaggoth. Looks to do some big damage on the charge. In the meantime, Volkmar the Grim trying to get away from Kolek. Not a happy fight for him. And there are Outriders and Sisters kind of supporting, but Chaos and Bretonnia has broken through on the flank. So the Mirror Guard and other assets have broken through the White Lines of Krace. The Empire Knights are being forced to fall back. And now the reserves of the Empire have been called forward. So the Spearmen and other assets here are going to have to get in there and fight and do the nasty. But man, oh man, those Pistoliers have done so much work, and they are still doing it. They are clearing out all the Peasant Bowmen, and they're probably going to come over here, get these ones, but will that be enough? I mean, the Chaos Monster squad with Enchantress, like the power level of the character squad for the forces of the Grudgebringers is certainly stronger. I mean, Kolek, Shaggoth, Enchantress, Paladins, that's some scary shit for sure. So now jumping in, Volkmar the Grim, a little bit outmatched here. He's not designed to fight such a fight. He raises his Sigmarite Hammer at the Mountain God, but the Mountain God cares not, and certainly drops some bows. I'm not sure why Swarv is running here. I guess he wants to get away from the Outriders, which makes sense. Although he was getting some good damage. And okay, Tyrion's coming in. So he saw Tyrion where I did not, and yeah, that's a good retreat right there. Kolek bouncing back in, just going to be hammering down some State Troopers here. Bright Wizard going to be dropping a bombardment as the Sisters of Avalorn do unleash some nice volleys here into the Chaos Sorcerer Metal, who somehow is still just living. And here comes Tyrion, the hunt is on! The mighty Elven Champion, or King, I should say. I don't even know what his rank is technically, but he does get in there, and he actually is able to break the Chaos Sorcerer Lord before he's able to expend the last of his magic. So Tyrion just Tokyo drifting past that formation. Man, oh man. And will that Chaos Sorcerer Lord come back? Probably not. He's got 84 HP. But in response, the Mountain God comes in and just absolutely pounds this Bright Wizard. So the Bright Wizard being sent to the Shadow Realm. So both sides taking heavy casualties here. as the Outriders continue to just shoot Kolek happily. But the Fey Enchantress has that healing, and, you know, I'm starting to think that the Shaggy squad is going to be a big problem. Volkmar the Grim has somehow managed to heal and survive. He's rolling around, clearing out troops wherever he can. How are the Sisters doing? It looks like here we do have a group of 34 Sisters of Avalorn still firing. The Outriders doing great work. I mean, these two units of Outriders have basically been shooting this entire time into Kolek, and they've gotten him down pretty low, but oh, look at that overcasted regrowth on Kolek. Oh man, if only Chaos had that kind of healing, how crazy would they be? But 2,000 health, plus restoring Kolek to perfect vigor. And Star Crusher is now active, and Tyrion perhaps going to be smashed by the Mountain God. Looks like he wisely pulls back before Kolek's able to drop the final hammer on him. Now the Pistoliers get a nice surround, but immediately the two Shaggoths go over, and Volkmar taking an absolute beating here from the forces of the Grudgebringers as they just drop a ton of damage. And look at them, they're just continuing to hunt here, dropping some big, big hammers. I don't think the Grim one is going to be able to get away, but what are they doing? No, they're going to let Volkmar live. Oh, what a big mistake. They must have been microing elsewhere and let these Shaggoths actually just turn and attack the closer target. Oh my god, I'm sure Houseplant right here is just sweating bullets as he's able to just barely get away. Now in the backfield, the Fey Enchantress and Gotrek and Felix causing a fair amount of problems, although Fey Enchantress here slightly overextended, taking a big lance charge there from the Empire Knights, also being blasted by the Outriders. Could this potentially be a comeback? Because right now the forces of the Dark Gods certainly in a commanding position, as the Bretonnian allies give them that much needed healing, and the Fey Enchantress still doing an excellent job, and Questing Knights I think are mostly offline, but yeah, it's really coming down to the hero composition here. I mean, they're just so dominant. And look at this. Kolek is so healthy now. So much ammunition has been expended trying to get him. And look at this. Tyrion is trying to get around and jump on top of the Fey Enchantress. But every single time, the Fey Enchantress is just so elusive. Using the Shaggoths as like a screen. The Fey Enchantress is like, you know, Tom Brady in the pocket. And these are like the linemen protecting against the linebacker of Tyrion. Nice little sports metaphor right there. But here come the Shaggies. Looks like they're going to be bouncing back. Fey Enchantress getting blasted. Is there any hope? I mean, Swarv has got Chaos Warriors on top of the Sisters. Ammunition on the Outriders is very low, and they do break the Fey Enchantress, mind you. I mean, if Tyrion were to get like a full regrowth, like a fully erect regrowth, and he goes in to finish off the Fey Enchantress, which is certainly smart. I think right now you commit and try and get the regrowth. Hard to say. Fey is pretty low, but she's not quite finished yet. You need to make sure you finish off the Fey so that any damage you actually do to Kolek from there is worth it. So she's at 234. Looks like she's going to get Pistoliered down. And the Fey Enchantress has fallen in a barrage of pistol fire. Man, crazy stuff. So now Tyrion is running. But I mean, look at what Tyrion has to deal with. Gotrek, Felix, Shaggoth. I mean, that is a lot to deal with. And if the Sisters of Avalorn could somehow be stabilized, like if the Sigmarites could like peel these Chaos Warriors off, but those Shaggoths are just all over them right now. The Empire Knights are going to be sacrificed to Sigmar. They're just being sent in basically to occupy the Shaggoths, to give the forces of the Order Tide here, of the elves and men, time to try and, you know, stabilize their forces. Looking around, Sisters getting chopped down by basic Chaos Warriors. Pretty unfortunate for them. And here comes what appears to be the helping hand. I love it. Felix Jaeger giving a helping hand to the mighty Mountain God of Chaos, only in 2v2s. An overcasted Final Transmutation, though, that's a beauty. Oh, it hits both of them. It hits Kolek and the Dragon Ogre Shaggoth. And that definitely creeps the bounce of power back a little bit. Not quite to the middle, but Tyrion is going to have to go Super Saiyan, like I said. That is literally the only way this can be won. If he gets the heal, oh man, he almost went into a 2v1 against the Shaggoths. What would be really like a big mind game from Yumais would be to actually send Tyrion in to Chaos Warriors, because they won't kill him quickly. They will do incremental damage and actually trigger his passive to go off. So if you were to send Tyrion into like these Chaos Warriors here, like away from the Shaggoths, that would be super clutch. Yeah, Volkmar's still alive, is he? Holy shit, Volkmar's still going! Oh, I thought he died. See, that's the thing, like if they had killed Volkmar earlier, they had him at like 200 HP, it would be, the game might just be over, but now Volkmar has like 2,000 HP back, and he's just ready to party. Because Volkmar can kill Felix and Gotrek, whereas, you know, like, he's not going to be good against the Shaggoths, but the Shaggoths are slowly being dealt with by the Pistoliers. And Tyrion looks like he's going to be going after Felix as well, which is a smart play. Felix is the low-hanging fruit. He's not super tanky. And does he get the shot? He does. Felix takes a big amount of damage. The Shaggoths have not responded yet. Felix getting worked on by Tyrion. Oh my god. Look at this. I mean, that makes sense. Tyrion would be able to defeat Felix very decisively in the lore as well. So Tyrion pulling back at this point. Pistolier fire shooting into the Shaggoths. Dude, what a scrappy game. These 2v2s today have been absolutely insane. And here they come, moving back and across the Shaggoths, still trying to chase the Pistoliers, but ammunition for the Houseplant is quite plentiful. How is Turin going to get that healing proc? Did he bring the Heart of Avalorn? It looks like he did, yeah. So he does have the Rebirth. But, like, for example, if Turin just gets 1-2-shotted by the Shaggoth and dies and it doesn't proc, that might just be game. He needs to find a way to proc it, like somewhere safe. And now suddenly the Sigmarites and the Elves have a nice little concave surround. And ammunition, again, not bad. Look at this. Even the mortar squads are just kiting out these Chaos Warriors here. And Kolek is getting so low. Oh my god, I thought this game was over. Volkmar the Grim has returned from his crusade. And Tyrion getting back in there. Winds of Magic also could be a factor. Umais might have enough for another final transmutation. Probably not overcasted. Kolek is wavering. He's at negative 14 leadership. Oh my god. Kolek's going to get chased off the battlefield. You need to get these Outriders. Houseplant needs to get those and chase Kolek off. Oh my god. Negative 14. And now Tyrion looking like he wants to fight the Shaggoth. He's going in for the fight. He does get hit. Does he get the Rebirth? He does get it. Tyrion gets the huge Rebirth. And he is in good shape now. Probably, capable of taking on the Shaggoth. And look at that. What a game by these players. Man. And the Sigmarite's going to continue to wear down that Shaggoth. And from there, I don't think Gotrek and Felix are going to be enough. And Volkmar is coming back. Volkmar, of course, is going to be a huge problem for these foot-based characters. They're going to be a huge problem. So the Pistoliers of Sigmar continue to surround as Tyrion and the Mage taking advantage of the low mobility in this force. I mean, obviously, they had the huge advantage in that. What a big, big turnaround, though. A little bit dangerous here, though. Tyrion and the Mage of Metal getting a little bit caught up. Maybe Tyrion will turn and fight the Shaggoth here. He does take a bit of an unnecessary blow. Oh, man, that's rough. Tyrion does get away, though. The Shaggy might be able to do something. It looks like Pistolier's thinking about charging in. These Chaos Warriors are going to be tough to break. It looks like we do have some Sisters of Avalorn here that are still shooting as well. But Volkmar and company, I mean, there's Halberds here. There's State Troopers. Like, Volkmar should be able to tear out these Chaos Warriors, no problem. I think if you just get a full surround on this army, just, going for the Death Thrust, I think that will be enough to do it. Dude, this truly is the last alliance of men and elves marching on Mount Doom. Sauron comes in, he clubs some of them hoes and, causes some problems, but eventually Kolek, aka Sauron in this case, was defeated by the Isildur here of Tyrion. Felix doing his thing, just kind of hanging out. Obviously, Swarv and Tank know they can't catch anything, so they're just going to be taking a defensive posture and moving towards the nearest, units. Trying to get rid of the Shaggoth, because if the Shaggoth is broken, ammunition still has plenty on these Pistoliers, though, but you need to make sure to use the ammunition on the Shaggoth and not on the Chaos Warriors and their silver shields. You could bait the Shaggoth forward. It looks like it is wavering. Tyrion looking like he wants to come in. Now the Chaos Warriors have overextended a little bit. You could probably send in Volkmar, but you still got to be careful. Felix is actually being shot by the Pistoliers instead of the Shaggoth. Tyrion looking like he wants to get in there. And look at this. The Mortar team is actually getting back too. Oh my god, what a meme. Oh, but Gotrek gets a huge blow on Tyrion. You got to be careful. Gotrek is unbreakable and he is ferocious. He's coming for it. So firepower from the Pistoliers getting in there. Halberds are sent in to fight. I do think they should probably go for a mass Alpha Strike instead of trickling in. Like, get all your forces here and just, like, surround them, including the Pistoliers and Outriders. And it looks like the Shaggoth is broken. And now it's going to be the time for, the Sigmarites and the Dwarves and everyone just to pile in and finish off the Chaos Warriors. There is a chance, though. There is a chance that Gotrek and Felix could be a problem. Although, I wonder what the magic is like. That would be a really useful thing for casters to be able to see, like, the current Winds of Magic for both players. Like, if there was, like, a little orb in both corners when you're a spectator, I think that would be an incredibly useful tool. But I don't know. Maybe something they'll consider adding someday. Anyways, the last of the ammunition being used on Gotrek, and now it looks like the Alpha Strike is perhaps underway. The Mortar team is almost back to their Mortar. Check this shit out. Oh my god, look at this. So he's basically just using the pistols to wear them down, and the Mortars are going to start bombarding the Chaos Warriors, which is hilarious. Volkmar could get in, uses Soulfire Bombardment. A lot of tools here. I don't see too many ways for the forces of Chaos to get back in this. And now the Mortar teams are back online, so they're going to be shooting here. So the Mortars will, of course, be obeying the attacking rule, and yeah, they got a lot of ammo. Man, these guys are just scrapping so hard for this. They're scrapping so incredibly hard. Here they come. Outriders pulling back. Sigmar's Sons pulling back as well. And the Mortars should be firing here. Looks like they're just kind of repositioning a little bit. You need to engage them, though. You probably need to engage these Chaos Warriors. Otherwise, they're going to close the distance on that Mortar too quickly. Look at this Mortar team, dude. Just getting in there. Holy shit. And yeah, now the Chaos Warriors are getting bombarded by artillery in the later stages of the game. I think you could get away with some Soulfire bombardments and things like that. Chaos Warriors getting worn down. Balance of power getting pretty tricky for them. We do have a peasant mob in the back, a wild peasant mob with 94. No, these mortar teams definitely do their cardio. They train in the forests and they run through the terrain, and yeah, they're marathoners. So Soulfire Bombardment going down. That's going to do some substantial damage to these Chaos Infantry. Probably going to see Terror Routes shortly after that. And Tyrion looks like he wanted to go in after Felix. Good response from Tank. He did see it coming and was able to get in there. But I honestly think you just stay the course. I don't think you need to be this gamey here. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it, but I think like you could just commit to the fight, Terror Route off these Chaos Warriors. These guys are naturally broken as well, so getting a Pistolier or something just to chase them off would probably be fine. Sigmar Sons, there are 13 of them. I think you get in and fight while the Sigmar Sons are still active. Send in the Sisters of Avalorn as well. They're pretty respectable in combat. Tyrion looks like he's circling, trying to be safe. And man, they probably regretted letting Volkmar live earlier. They had 100% of freebie to kill him. 100% of freebie. So going after the Chaos Warriors, Mortar Team still bombarding. The Sigmar Sons holding, and talk about true devotees of Sigmar. These guys staying in there. Felix betraying his people, as you can see with Karagul, cleaving one of them asunder. Felix is steady. Gotrek is obviously still very healthy. He's been getting healed the entire game. And those Chaos Warriors should be down for the count. Yeah, it looks like both units of Chaos Warriors are broken. So now it's just a matter of grinding these characters down. I wonder if Tank actually thinks they have a chance here. I really don't think so, because what's going to happen is you surround them, and then Tyrion and Volkmar basically just kill. You just take out the characters. You just methodically take out Felix and Gotrek and all that stuff. And I don't see much of a chance. Being very, very thorough here, though. Very, very thorough. Yeah, this day, Cardio truly did beat Chaos, because Chaos Warriors only have 28 speed, and Sigmarites usually are around 32, so... I love that the mortars are, like, shooting in on these characters here. That's so funny. Trying to shatter them. I'm surprised at how safe they're playing this. I really think they could just get in there and do it. Gotta double tap when fighting Volkmar. Yeah, that's rule number 1, absolutely. So here they come. Forces are moving in. There's going to be a Plague of Rust going down on Felix, and Gotrek is going to be surrounded by a million foes. And Felix is going to be the target. So you just go after Felix with Tyrion, with Volkmar, use the Grand Hammer of Sigmar here to buff up your entire force. A very powerful force multiplier. There it is. Shield of Faith as well, and Felix is wavering and broken. So now it's just Volkmar versus Gotrek. And Gotrek will hold for a while, but it's inevitable. He's eventually going to break to these numbers. Like, Pistoliers, like just State Troopers, they'll grind him down. He's got very low armor, and he's being healed by Felix at the moment, but Felix is broken. And Felix is actually dead. It looks like the Grim one was able to get him. So now you just pile in and fight your boy Gotrek and call it a day. GG, well played. What a crazy game, man. No biggie, just a good solid 18-minute battle. Yeah, that's it. Soulfire Bombardment going down just to send a message, but Tank probably just taking this time to chat with his opponents here as Tyrion gets in there. And man, that was that game felt like a story. It felt like there was just layers to that story, I don't think Winds of Magic is going to be terribly substantial here. Gotrek stands alone. He does, yeah. He's taking it pretty well too. He's going. All the players are saying GG. I mean, yeah, 100% army losses now. It's just a matter of Gotrek going down. So I'm going to enjoy some water and just sit still here for a minute. Ah, delicious. Delicious water indeed. How we doing, Gotrek? 700 HP. He's probably going to get his buggy regrowth here in a second. No, it actually healed him. Oh my god. Come on, Tank. What are you doing, man? You making us watch this? Volkmar. Because Volkmar's got a bonus for his infantry. BVI, so he can run those bad boys over and certainly do some damage. Gotrek has about 1200 HP, being slowly worn down by Volkmar. I mean, maybe he thinks he can win with his rebirth, but I just don't see that happening. Not with Tyrion here. Tyrion, I think, can rebirth multiple times, too. I don't think it's a one-time proc, so that'll probably proc here. If Tyrion gets hit again, it might just go off. Yeah, Gotrek's down for the count. GG, well played. Dude, that game was crazy good. Crazy, crazy good. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that one. Yeah, a couple small things, right? Like that little engagement in the beginning of killing the trebuchets in the backfield, like, it might have seemed like it didn't matter, but it did. Like that, it's those little things, right? Holy shit, look at the value. 2,400, 2,000 Pistoliers each got like 1,000 value. Crazy good. Kolek got 3,400. Faye got 15. What a game. GG, well played. Stay here, RTK. All right, so let's go ahead and check the bracket. And let's see who's advanced. We're just checking in on the players real quick. have the players do their thing, and we can go to the bracket. I think they might have had some technical difficulties in the other game. Checking the challenge page. So I'm going to update the scorecard here. We'll come to the brackets and verify the winner. So that was, I believe they won the first game. And it is going to be Team RTK advancing. That doesn't make sense. No, that's right. Oh, okay. It's just some weird shit. Okay. Excellent. All right. So just got to make a ruling for the other one. Let me look. Perfect. So just got to deal with this real quick, and I will be ready for the next match in just a moment. So just hang tight, guys. We had a minor rule break in one of the games. Nothing substantial. It's just casual. And we'll see what they do. 2v2 it's a much more casual event, so we can usually be a little bit more relaxed on everything. Are there any special rules? Yeah, the rules are a little bit different. I will read them to you guys, for you guys here in just a minute. All right. Checking it out. Looks like I think it was just an army limits thing. Give us the Warcraft 3. Yeah, I know. I need to get back to that. I thought about doing 2 streams today, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Okay, just reading this. Gotrek has a Axe of Grimnir. Yeah, he does. He finds it in the Chaos Wastes, like near like a abandoned, like long lost dwarven hold. He's like, he finds this like this cavern, and he finds this like ancient rune axe. Yeah, it's pretty damn cool actually. That's from the book Demon Slayer. Here's your score now. I'm just double checking some rule stuff because we use different business here. Okay, so 4 per player, 6 per team. Okay, makes sense. Okay. Just confirming a couple of things. I think we need to put on the Mighty. All hail the Mighty music. Oh my God, you want another Robert and Evan story? Oh, I have a lot of those actually. Yeah, I'll try and conjure one. 1 extra SEM. Just confirming, corroborating both sides of the story. Okay. In this case, cool. So we're going to jump into game 3 of this other series that's going on because they're 1-1 right now. So, I am on the way. All right, so we're going to jump into this. This series is currently underway, but nonetheless, we'll get some goodness there. Okay. Cast other game. 1 second. See you soon. All right, perfect. So jumping into their lobby. There was it was a minor rule break, but it is substantial enough because it does like have to do with high elf SEMs, which is enough to justify it. So I believe this one is let me see who's cool. Let me see what teams were here. So it was the Orny Orcs. Of course it was. Of course it was. All right. All set. Yeah, but Demon Slayer is a really good book. I think my favorite Gotrek and Felix book is probably The Defense of Prague, when Prague is attacked by a Tzeentch warlord, and they have to defend it against like this massive chaos horde. It's just super epic, and plus you also get to see like aspects of Kislev in that, which is very fun. Okay. Let's see what, there we are. Okay. Perfect. All right. So we're all set here. Players are going to do their picks and bans. Feel free to pick and ban now. Good luck, have fun. All right, so they're replaying game 3. So just going to update the nameplates as we jump into this lobby. Again, 2v2 is a pretty casual format, so we're not going to give someone like game losses for minor things. All right, there we go. So let's go ahead and reset the score. And it is going to be his team here versus I think it's the Orny Orcs, yes. No, is it? Oh, the whole time I've been reading it as the Orny Orcs, but it's actually the Honorary Orcs, I think. It's hard to tell. Okay. Seems fine to me. Just got to adjust the nameplates and we should be good to go. Hey, Cyber Pansy, thank you for the fiber. Appreciate the donation. You're keeping me going, brother. All right, here we have it. All done. Cool. So now we're just hanging tight. And we should be all set. These are the other two teams on that side of the bracket. So they are currently 1-1 in the series. So let's go ahead and set the cards to be appropriately accurate. The top side of the bracket is playing their games too. So after this, we'll have RTK versus the winner of this series. And for all of you guys who wanted Beastmen, you are now getting them. So we have a Beastmen pick coming in from a Maxim's team here on the left side. Oh, no, actually switching to Dark Elves. Sorry, we'll let the sad moves roll once again. You guys can continue to be sad Beastmen. Colonel, yeah, more or less. Yeah, I think it's ornery, as in irritable, yeah. But I thought it was like a horny joke. The whole time I've been reading their name like that. Anyways, let's go over the rules. I know you guys wanted to see them. So, I can actually copy-paste them into chat. I don't know if it'll let me do that. So, no faction can be played twice. So, in a best of 3, you can't play the same faction twice. Each team can have a total of 1 Mortis Engine between them. So, you can't have, like, Fey Enchantress plus a Mortis Engine. You'd have to choose, like, one to the other. On top of that, it's a maximum of 3 single entities per player. 6 per team in total, but there can only be 2 big SEMs on the team. So, for example, in the other game, we saw 2 Shaggoths, right? But there couldn't have been 2 Shaggoths and 2 Star Dragons. There can only be 2 giant, like, big erect monsters. There's 4 maximum artillery per player, but 6 per team. So you could have, like, one player could have 4, the other one could have 2, you get the picture. And a maximum of 15 ranged units per team, and a minimum of 400 units in each player's army. So those are the unique rules. We do use the banner rules for attacking, engaging, forests, all that sort of good stuff, and that's it. So we're actually going to be getting Druki. Yeah, so we get Druki. And yeah, they're just doing their picks and bans again. So 1-1 though in the series. The winner will be advancing to play the crew, the RTK squad. I don't think the other side is advanced yet. Yeah, they're playing right now. So the Mega Gits and Faith and Shot are playing, and the winner of that series will go to the finals. Man, so we're getting some extra games today. Is it an Ornithopter and an Angry Thopter? Oh man, I can't tell you how many annoying Magic games I've had against Ornithopter when people are playing like old school Affinity with that. Oh my god, it's like the most annoying shit ever. Just drop down like 3 Ornithopters turn 1 with Affinity for artifacts and just, oh god, it's horrible. Jabberslythe does count as a Mortis Engine. It does. Is Cetron a Chariot of the Gods considered to be erect? I wouldn't say so. Cetron a Chariot is, I wouldn't say flaccid, but also not like, he's not the most His power doesn't correlate to like how cool he is in lore, I feel, with Cetra. Hold on, my friends. Just turning off my phone so I don't get raided here. Hey, I'm doing really good, Down Under. Yeah. Down Under Blunder, I like that. That's a fun one. That's a cool name. Yeah, Cetra's... So I'm trying to think of like Cetra, where he's really strong. I mean, a lot of times people just take the basic Tomb King, you know? But yeah, Cetra can be okay. We've seen him win big events and do fine. Arkan is a little bit just better overall, though. Like, he's just got like really good items and abilities. I mean, obviously in a duel, Cetra would kill him, but, you know, we're not talking about a duel. All right, so, yeah, players are just doing their business. It looks like we have Tomb Kings and Dark Elves versus Wood Elves and something. Yeah, we haven't seen yet. So, once bans are done, 5 minutes to pick. Good luck, have fun. So letting the players know, we usually kind of have a loose 5-minute rule. It's not strictly enforced, but just kind of a guideline to say. Yeah, Ornithopter in Magic the Gathering is a 0-cost flyer, correct? Yeah, he's a super pain in the ass. It's a 0-2 for 0 mana with flying, which is super great because you can equip it with artifacts, and it also triggers affinity for artifacts if you're playing, like, you know, Legacy and Modern and all that stuff. Jay Dragon, thank you for the $25. Really appreciate that. Hey, Turin, really enjoy the content. Keep it up. Here's some love from Texas. Right on, man. You know, my wife and I actually want to go visit Texas. I don't know. For anybody who is from Texas, where would you recommend that we go? I heard a lot of people are moving to Austin. I've heard that's a kind of a cool place to check out. But again, my grandparents are from Texas, but you know, I've never really been there to check it out aside from being like, you know, 5 years old. Yeah, typically you're not going to get all 5 summons with Arkan, but you could get like 2 or 3 off pretty consistently, which is very strong. Yeah, of course, when Aerocrastic used Cetra to beat Kolek. Yeah, that was really cool. Yeah. Oh, Nick, I don't remember what it was if we're talking about Magic. Okay, I actually have to get an army blocker up because apparently, since I'm not the host of this lobby, we'll summon the dreaded Condom Wolf. He returns to us in our hour of need. All right, so we got Chaos and Wood Elves against Dark Elves and Tomb Kings. Pretty cool. We're on the Alpine Ridge, so artillery not going to be as much of a thing in terms of like direct artillery, but you could still see mortars and all sorts of tools like that. Will you cast autogen tournaments? Maybe. Yeah, there's all kinds of shit we're going to be doing. This time of the year, all the Texans are in Colorado. Why is that? Because it's the weather, you're saying? Because it's just super, super hot? Somebody in chat asking to see the bracket. Sure, we can switch on over and show you the bracket. Let's do it. So here's what we got going today. Right now, we are looking at the Maxim versus the Orny Orcs. There was a rules dispute, so they had to replay the last game. They're 1-1 right now. RTK was able to win this series. I got to fix this. It's funny because I put the scores in, yet I screwed it up, ironically. Yeah. All right, there we go. Yeah, so they won 2-1. RTK is going to be waiting for the winner of this, and that's what we'll be doing next. Currently, the Mega Gits and Faith and Shot are playing right now to see who will be advancing on to the Grand Finals to play here. So we're going to cast this game here, then we're going to cast this one right here, this best of 3, and then we'll cast finals. And that'll be today's stream in a nutshell. Should be kind of a long one, actually. Yeah, it's going to be a ferocious stream filled with, you know, excitement and action. That's what's cracking. Tomb Kings and the Dark Elves. Kind of a cool combo. This time I can actually look at the armies, make sure it's all good and as it pertains to the rules. Oh no, is it kind of a little bit of lag here? Yeah, it's really hot. You see, yeah, my wife and I are trying to escape the heat. We're actually looking to move up the coast to like Ventura County and live on the ocean there. But yeah, that's our plan. Hot summers are, I don't know. I used to like them when I was in my mid-20s, but now that I'm a little bit older, for some reason, I just don't like being in constant heat. LA is pretty rough too because there's a lot of pollution. So not only do you get heat, but you also get like bad air quality, which is like the combo is just not fun. It is not fun at all. Yeah, I'll link the bracket to you after this match, bud. Yeah, I just didn't want to minimize again. All right, so this army looks more or less fine to me. So we look through it. Let me check. I'm gonna double check on a rules question for this guy. All right, cool. So just clarifying for him. Yeah, so in LA you get like the bad air quality too on top of all that, which sucks. The town and region I grew up in is like a place called Ojai, California, a really small town, and Ventura was a beach community near it, which is a place I've always wanted to move back to. But it's been hard, you know, because there's not good work opportunities there. But hopefully the YouTube will allow me to do that. Arkin always loses to Cetra in lore, but Cetra can never finish him. That makes sense. It's like the classic archetypal, you know, mustache twirling villain. Like, you know, I'll get you next time. You know, yeah. Yeah, and also the fire season is rough too, because that really does affect the air quality. Like you can feel it, you know, some days your throat will just be like scratchy, you're like, ugh. You know? Yeah, Lady Turin does demand a colder climate. Yes, she does. I don't blame her though. I'm kind of getting in the same family. All right. Sec here. Sorry guys, just gotta check this one. Rules. Update here. Where art thou? Okay. Gotta find the dreaded Tomb Kings in here. Get your wife a forest? No, you know what, Misha actually. Lady Turin wants the beach. She's like a huge, like whenever we go to the ocean or the beach, when we were in Greece, she would spend like hours and hours in there. So yeah, don't you worry. Okay. Cool. All right. Answered his question. We're all set. Now we just need to wait for the players. I'll give him a little bit of a speed warning here. Just so we can keep the pace moving. Best weather is a solid 69 degrees out. Says Professor Pone. I love that. Yeah, try being in front of the line, being on the front line of the bushfire for a few months now. Oh, that's rough, man. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, I know. Poor Australia's been getting it pretty bad with fires as well. Yeah, so your California brothers can sympathize for sure. It's been like that my whole life, though. California's always been, you know, having problems with fires and things like that. Yeah, Misha, she loves the forest for sure, but she also really likes the ocean and the beach and stuff. So, and Ventura is always like where we're looking to move, like Ventura County. It's always very foggy and cloudy, so you don't really like deal with that much sun. All right, here we are. Dark Elves and Tomb Kings against the Wood Elves and the Warriors of Chaos. The battle is upon us. Here we go. Let us have some good times. We are on the Alpine Ridge, so traditional direct fire is not going to be quite as good on this map. It does kind of mix things up. Nonetheless, we're here. Yeah. Canada's been having fires too, huh? I lived in Canada for a couple summers in Calgary. My dad was working on a TV show up there, and so all during the summers for a couple years I would go stay there with him. I always loved Canada. It was awesome. Had nothing but great experiences there. I went on some trips like up in the north too, like to see some beautiful nature, and man, it is some lovely stuff. Lovely stuff indeed. All right, so let's get rid of the condom wolf on the screen. He has done his part to secure the dignity of the player's builds. Now we can move back here as the neighbor's chihuahua barks with rage for some random reason. And you guys remember back in the day how much I used to forget screen blockers? It was like, I feel like it was like if I didn't forget it, something was wrong. Hadries, how dare you? Oh, the betrayal. All right, so firstly I'm going to evaluate the armies. So it looks like 3, 4, 5, and 6. Yep, looks totally fine. Right on, cool. And now for the forces here, just looking at this. So the 1, 2 big boys, yep, looks totally fine in terms of rules. Excellent, excellent. So for the forces of the Druki and the Tomb Kings, a mixed forces front lines. This is going to be taking a bit of micro, but we got Corsairs mixed with Blades of the Blood Queen and the Kepra Guard. backed up by Ushapti, and it looks like there is going to be a couple Necropolis Knights here for Moskov, which is quite fun, with Tomb Scorpions as well, and the character squads. We have Ark in the Black, I would imagine. Oh yeah, this is like classic 2v2 tactics, like Marathi, like with an assassin, and the Master being on the horse is a little bit of, I would say, off meta for this like foot-based character squad, but still, you could have Marathi like escorting the Scorpions around, and that's pretty nasty for sure. But yeah, basically the Dark Elves have, you know, a very like standard army. You have a missile line, cavalry on flanks, and decent infantry quality. It's not like top-loaded in any way. But if anything, like this army here for the forces of a Maxim and Moskov here is very cavalry focused, I suppose, with Necropolis Knights being the main investment. So now we look here at the forces of the Wood Elves and the Dark Gods. We do have our Air Force. We have a Glade Lord plus a Spellweaver of Shadows. Those are going to be the 2 rare SEMs for this army. So you can have 6 in total, 2 of which can be giant angry monsters. And he does have 2 of those. Here in the back, we do have a Hell Cannon, which is very good on this map. It can draw line of sight, an excellent counter against Dark Shards. And it is going to be not the Soul of Damnation, so not going to have crazy good ammo, but still decent. And that appears to be it. So very defensive spears, bows, mixed Chaos Forces, Chaos Warriors, Dragon Ogre, Shaggoth, RORs back here. Or Dragon Ogre Shaggoths. Dragon Ogres, not Shaggoths. And a lot of Marauder Horsemen. Yeah, so pretty honestly balanced army. There's not like any really, headstrong tactic that either force has, like a rush. They're both pretty well-rounded armies, which we'll see how it goes. Zach, you just need to message me in ye old Discord, and we can do it to it. The master sucks. He can't get hits in. Yeah, we'll see about that. He can certainly get some shots in against large targets. Like if he could backstab Archeon, you know, that could be a little bit threatening. We'll have to see. We will have to see. No, Zach, you don't have to donate, man. Just next time I put a Discord link out, just jump in there and message me in there. You're good. Yeah. So a bit of a Vanguard action. It looks like here we have some Wild Riders. Oh, okay, so there is some... I was looking at the Wood Elf army. It did look a little bit bare bones, but there is a Wild Rider Vanguard here, which actually could be very clutch. Like, if Red Wedding Planner actually uses the Waystalkers here as bait, like, oh no, Anakin, I'm too weak, and the Horseman Archers, like, swarm him in melee, the Wild Riders could potentially swarm in and kill them, which would be a really fancy play. I don't know if that's going to be the case. Now, the first Hell Cannon shot has rained in, and does some substantial damage here against the Necropolis Knights, actually. We have had a little bit of a meta evolution of Hell Cannons doing surprisingly good damage against SEMs, which is really shocking. I didn't think they would, but there was a game we casted before I left for Poland where basically we had a Hell Cannon that just dumped all over the face of like a dragon, a forest dragon for Wood Elves, and I was like, what the hell is this? Crazy shit. So, yeah, now it's going after the Tomb Scorpion. Although in this case, though it can do decent work against SEMs, I would still probably shoot Blades of the Blood Queen or Dark Shards. Granted, I don't think they're quite visible yet, as they haven't come up and over the hill. Now, Overcasted Spirit Leech going down for the forces here of Maxim and Moskov, getting some nice damage. It'll probably take 3 or 4 of those to actually kill it, but if you are going to be investing in the long term, it's certainly a good way of doing it. Got to be careful with the Tomb Scorpions. A little bit of an overextension coming in from Moskov's forces will lead to some free damage as the Starfire Shafts just kind of pop off there. The Glade Lord using Pravenoth Rema, of course, and the Tomb Scorpion. Tomb Scorpion could just fall back over the hill, though, and do its thing. Now, the Chaos Infantry will be defending. Wand of Coridon from Wrath actually does a fair amount of damage to that Glade Lord right there. And now we get the Blackheart Corsair Infantry getting ready to battle Marauders, who will not be countercharging. So, the Marauders will lose this fight pretty badly. They lack armor piercing, and they're also pretty much everything that a Blackheart Corsair wants to fight. Though the Tomb Scorpion may be going to help get a quick terror route, might not last terribly long on this side of the battlefield. The other Tomb Scorpion pushes in with Corsairs as well. Corsairs seem to have pretty good engagements across the board, except against the Chaos Warriors, which there are some here, so probably would want to disengage from that. And now Marathi's going to be making her way in. Should be able to shank down this Exalted Hero with the Tomb Scorpion support. Also going to be debuffing the combat stats of all these units here, while a big Soul Stealer also comes down from Big Mama Marathi. Looking in the front line, Blades of the Blood Queen and the Kepra Guard teaming up to go after those Chaos Warriors. A slight mistake bunching them up, but it's not going to be the end of the world. And now we are going to be getting a Pendulum from the Shadowcaster of the Wood, the Red Wedding Planner. Apparently planning some, schemes here with House Frey. Walder Frey, I believe that's the dude. But is able to get some damage on the Dark Shards. Not too much, though. That was a good dodge on those Pendulums. Now, the center mass of the Chaos Army is broken by a Maxim and Moskov, as they do get through those Chaos Warriors. But sometimes I hate LA, man. Oh, God, there's just like some car, just siren. Probably just so annoying. Anyways, so Dark Shards shooting in. Now we just got to focus. This is good. It's like a test of will to see if I can cast through, not sirens, but a car alarm outside. There's like these shady folks across the street. It's probably one of them. A little bit of lag here in this fight, though, as the Tomb Scorpion continues to grind. It does give the opportunity for Tundi to turn his Lord of the End Times in there to go after the Tomb Scorpion. But still, having that center mass broken by these elite troops is a little bit problematic. The Summoners of Rage move in to intercept the Necropolis Knights, and we'll see if they can do it. The Red Wedding Planner and Tundi here do have some assets in the back, the Eternal Guard and the Dragon Ogres doing their best, but I believe that's another Soul Stealer going down? No, it looks like there's a Flaming Sword of Ruin as well as a Spirit Leech. So sorry, there's a little bit of lag this game. It's just the nature of the beast, as the dreaded car alarm has stopped. I know, this game's a little bit laggy. There's nothing you can do, though. Typically, when you have 5 people like connecting from all over the world, it's a little bit. Lord Frey is not dude. You're a dude. He is the lecherous old man. Yeah, Walder Frey was he was depicted quite well in the show. He was indeed. Every time I think of Game of Thrones, I just get sad. So, there they go. The Eternal Guard moving up to try and buffer. Again, sorry for the lag. I suppose it does yield us the opportunity to get a very in-depth look at things, but the Dark Elves as well as the Tomb Kings still having a pretty solid press. The bounce power was actually in the forces above the enemies, or of their enemies here, I would say, of the Ornery Orcs for a while, but now that they did kind of bunker bust through the middle, the Wood Elf forces as well as the Hell Cannon could be in a little bit of trouble. Here you can see the Summoners of Rage are actually terrified off by the Tomb Scorpion, which is pretty hilarious. You would think they would be immune to psychology, but the Kepra Guard and the Blades of the Blood Queen could very well push back onto this Hell Cannon, which would be very, very strong. Here we have Blackheart Corsairs fighting the Winterheart Guard, the Unbreakable Arawar for the Wood Elves. And again, Corsairs will be good, though. Even though Winterheart Guard are pretty formidable, the bonus versus infantry is very, very effective against these type of units. When there's lag on a Turin Discord stream, that's pretty funny. Laggard, yeah, I love it. Here comes a Gooning attempt, though. We haven't seen too many of these this game. We do see the Glade Lord pushing in, going after your boy Ark in the Black. Ark in the Black rears his horse as the mighty Glade Lord does get in there. And the curse does proc. It's a pretty cost-effective curse for your boy Arkin. It does hit, pretty much all these units nearby. Arkin a little bit in the danger zone, though. Red Wedding Planner does have his Waystalker up on the high ground and is able to shoot in and, get some pot shots on Arkin while he is attacked by this big, angry eagle. I have no idea how the Wood Elf character got over there. He did a full 360 around the army. Some treacherous stuff. No, the pendulum animation was not always this slow. It's a pretty quick one. So, Ark in the Black going to be falling here, which is pretty substantial. I mean, he is a powerhouse of a character and definitely a carry of sorts, but it seems that the Tomb Kings and the Druki do have a lot of chaff left. I mean, there's a lot of skeletons here. Also in the backfield, Kepra Guard are very, very healthy. I mean, there's a lot of places for them to make a stand. The Tomb Scorpion, still going as well. Probably not for long. It looks like it's crumbling in sub 500 HP. And some Coldwood Knights cracking one open all over the Hell Cannon here in the backfield. The Poet and the Pendulum. Yes, indeed. So this is a pretty even game. The Glade Lord also does get taken out. It looks like there was a little bit of Dark Shard Fire that was able to pepper into this character, but Red Wedding Planner's Glade Lord should come back, although Marathi dropping a big wand, but it does straight up Matrix that hoe, and there the Glade Lord is able to dodge that bad boy. So a little bit hard to tell what's going on. This battle's certainly got a lot going on all over the battlefield. On the far side, we do have the Summoners of Rage and the Lord of the End Times, trading very effectively against the Necropolis Knights here for Team Imaxum, as Archeon gets in there with Flaming Sword of Ruin. And the Summoners of Rage, Exalted Hero, I mean, yeah, there's a fair amount of stopping power, although it looks like the Exalted Hero might have actually been left on foot, which is a little bit problematic. It's left Archeon to his own devices here. But here he comes, the Lord of the End Times, surging forward, probably going to be able to pick off a Necropolis Knight with every single attack animation. So he does swing his mighty sword, and one of those Knights of the Ancient Empire is taken down there, and they are certainly crumbling very, very quickly. Now, back in the epicenter, the main area of the battlefield, we do have a bit of a stabilization as the Dark Elves and the Tomb Kings, not stabilization, but a bit of a push, as now the Wood Elves and the Wood Elves and Warriors of Chaos have kind of been pushed back a little bit. You can see the Glade Lord having to fall back to the edge of the map after he routes. Archers are running, and it's weird because the battle looks like it's very, very good for the Tomb Kings and the Dark Elves, but for some reason it just feels like it's closer than that as it pertains to the bounce of power. So here comes Coldwood Knights getting in there, going after the Glade Guard Starfire Shafts. Apparently these guys don't know how to couch their lances, but that's okay. I guess they're just going to let the Velociraptors do all the work. Although if you notice when cavalry couch their lances in this game, they don't do it correctly anyways. They hold it from the handle. It's not actually couched anywhere, so that would actually be pretty brutal on their limbs and joints, I would imagine, if they charged in. Raven Othrama going down to the Cold One Knights, and another cold one is being cracked open here by the Eternal Guard and the Crossfire from the Starfire Shafts. Over here, we do have the Chaos Cavalry. The Marauder Horsemen appear to be getting some pretty cost-effective skirmishing, although they are taking some Dark Shard Fire. And but yeah, they still have good ammo and could do some good harass. Maybe could you know, pick off some characters here and there if they can find anyone isolated. But this game really, really is, yeah, at least lag in Total War is slow motion instead of stuttering. It can actually be both, sadly. But yeah, in this case, it's not the worst thing in the world. It's kind of one of the reasons why I used to have a 2v2 league, but I stopped doing it because of the lag. It was just a little bit obnoxious to deal with. But today has been so far so good. You know, we've been pretty fortunate in our games. Dark Elf character squad also could be a little bit tricky to deal with. Granted, Archeon plus an Exalted Hero probably could handle Marathi. Is Archeon going to go in and fight Marathi? He does have 2,700 against her 25. She does an anime tumble and is able to get a nice little shank there. Hey, Totem! Thanks for becoming a member. Welcome to the Dukes of Haggard. We got several new members today, so thank you guys for joining. But it looks like Chaos is going to be committing to the fight. There is an Ushabti summon coming in, or maybe natural Ushabti. Oh, those are actually natural Ushabti. Okay. And Archeon's going to be pulling back, although Marathi does take a substantial amount of damage from that Exalted Hero. So honestly, I think charging an Archeon there wouldn't be bad. Is this going to be a Burning Head? If so, not going to be very good. Burning Head doesn't do much damage against like low model count units like this. So typically you would want to use Burning Head on other units, but you know, maybe just trying to break leadership, but in that case it was just not very good at all. It's all good, it happens. So let's go ahead and take inventory of what both players have. For the Forces of Chaos, who of course are on the team Ornery Orcs, I love it, or Orny Orcs, is it Ornery? Ornery Orcs? It's kind of hard to say. But nonetheless, we got the Summoners of Rage, Archeon plus the Exalted Hero. His teammate in the Wood Elves does have Glade Guard, as well as some Cavalry. And a Glade Lord up in the sky with some loose elements all over the battlefield. The Dark Elves and Tomb King staying a little bit more unified. We have 3 spear units kind of within range of one another. We have Marathi. And of course, we did see the death of Ark in the Black earlier, so there is that to be considered. Both sides are missing a little bit there. Yeah, the Burning Head was quite wild. I mean, what other targets were there for Burning Heads? Plenty. You could have used it on the Skeleton Spearman. All those different things. He might have assumed there was some infantry mixed in there, so I think that's a fair guess to have there. Archeon the Everchosen still hunting. Looks like he does drop a nice little cleave there on the Corsairs. And the bow's getting a little bit of crossfire. So the Corsairs are broken. They don't have any missile resist. They do have decent armor, but they have the Sea Dragon Cloak, which is basically just back to Ornery Jail. Yeah, I know. Yeah, we're trying. We're trying our best here, guys. We're trying our best. So still a little bit of ammunition for the Wood Elves. We have one that has a couple volleys here. These guys have 3. And they're doing good work. Kepler Guard is certainly a high-value target with the ability to heal. They are certainly a big pain in the butt. Looks like they're at negative 16 leadership as the last of them are withered down by this crossfire. And the Tomb Kings and Dark Elves have kind of devolved into a bit of a static build. They don't have much mobility, so they are at the mercy of their enemy's mobility. But I don't see the enemy army being able to kill Marathi, especially if she has a Soul Stealer, in conjunction with Spearmen. Like, Marathi standing on the Spearmen is just going to be such a nightmare to deal with. And again, I just don't see how that's going to be done. Marauder Horsemen, I guess, could be pretty nice. What could they do here, though? Marathi's going to be able to juke their shots pretty well. Looks like some Hound units are being committed here from Dundee as they do charge in and go after the Skeleton Spearmen. And, ooh, a nice Chain Lightning from the Summoners of Rage. That was a really, really good cast, actually. It does hit into the Skeleton Spearmen here, so yeah. Wicked, was Indy probably part of the WCL? Are you talking about ECL? Or, like, the Warhammer Championships? Oh, are you talking about the Warhammer Championships, Nick? Because I don't believe so, if that's what you're asking. Yeah, I don't think he did anything with that. Anyways, the Tomb King's force is still moving, but that Chain Lightning has been Big Bread City. It was able to wear down a multitude of those forces. Yeah, but killing those Skeleton Spears is going to be hard. I mean, I'm trying to think what here for the forces of the Ornery Orcs are going to be, you know, good enough to take them out. I mean, Summoners of Rage are, like, I guess stacked with Glade Guard, like, you're just using the Wood Elves as, like, chaff. There are some Chaos Marauders here in the back as well from Tundi. He could bring those in and get a formidable little surround. I don't know. We'll have to see, man. There's also Ushabti here, so there's a lot of nasty stuff. And yeah, the combined forces here of a Maxim, you know, they can't catch anything. So basically just sitting still and chilling is fine. I mean, they could just kind of slowly waddle after different things. But it looks like the Red Wedding Planner and the Ornery Orcs maybe going to be coming in here for a big fight. Cavalry, the Wild Riders with shields, do jump in there. And the official CAs. Are you talking about Everchosen? Because CA doesn't have an official league of their own. Yeah. They have, I mean, Everchosen was the closest to an official event that CA has ever had. I mean, it was an official event, but yeah. The old Everchosen. Those were some fun times. You know, that was like before the Rona. You know, it was a different time for sure. It was a different time. Yeah. I don't know if we'll have Everchosens again. Unfortunately, the gentleman who we did it with at CA doesn't work there anymore. But you know, it could still happen. It could still happen. Yeah, we'll have to see. Maybe when Game 3 comes out, we could have like a big one to celebrate. Could be cool. All right, so the Glade Guard with the Starfire Shafts moving in. Here come the Eternal Guard as well. Both sides are committing to the fight. Ammunition expenditure here for the Chaos Wood Elf Alliance running a little bit dry. Of course, they can continue. Oh my god, and now top. This is like, he heard us making fun of his burning head earlier, and then he's like, all right, I'll show you guys a burning head. So, looks like, oh, that was a pendulum, okay. So, you know, from the same team, but it wasn't a burning head. A good dodge from Moskov there, you know. If that had been a burning head, dodging it wouldn't have been as good. But yeah, again, both forces are piling in. Archaon needs to get busy too. What Archaon should be doing is harassing at the edges of the formation and attacking into the Master and like kind of getting those picks, you know, where he can. But the Master looks to be taking some damage from the Marauder Horsemen and different things like that. So there goes another shot. The Glade Lord shooting down with the Arrow of Kurnus, and it does hit the Master, getting rid of Marathi's support. And now the forces rapidly pile in as it has devolved into a Marathi blob. Bounce of power is actually favored for the forces of the Ornery Orcs, as it would appear that a Maxim's team has been worn down, and really it's just Marathi and some Skeleton Spears, which are holding well. But my estimation of the Skeleton Spears was a little bit off. I guess they had enough ammo to really be effective with that. The Ushabti are crumbling. I don't know why they're crumbling. Like, there's almost nothing attacking the Ushabti. I guess the Eternal Guard do have a relatively... No, there's no YouTube rules against, like, mentioning it. It's just, I have a feeling that they might, like, flag your videos differently if you're discussing those type of topics. So that's why I say it a little differently. All right, so Marathi, once again, lowering the combat stats of this whole crew. I mean, goddamn, look how low all these characters are for Red Wedding Planner. I mean, he's got the 2 Glade Singers up here. Archaon could be a little bit more hands-on, but now it looks like there's going to be a new Ushabti summon coming in. A baited Ushabti summon. Because, you really want to save that for the final Alpha Strike. I mean, could this be a hold? I don't know. What do you guys think in chat? Do you think it's going to be Marathi and the Tomb Kings holding here? Will she be able to endure? A lot of it comes down to Soul Stealer as well. So another Arrow of Kurnus, probably going to be going after Big Mama. Does some nice damage. Does about 200 damage to her, which is certainly... No, WW. There's no rule against it. There's no rule against it. So the Hell Cannon, yeah. So the model's still back here. It's the giant phallic object just sitting here with... I mean, come on, look at this thing, Jesus. The crew is gone, though. The Chaos Dwarves appear to have fought to the bitter end. You can see the crew kind of scattered across the earth here. And the Tomb King's blob still moving. And yeah, the Warriors of Chaos and that side, the Ornery Orcs, are still fighting. You know, they have the attacking rule being obeyed by these units. But eventually, when they do run out of ammo, they would have to pile in and fight. So now is a really smart play by the forces of the Red Wedding Planner. And or the Ornery Orcs, I should say, to pull back and waste this Ushabti summon by attacking with the Marauder Horsemen. So that's a strong play for sure. That is a strong play for sure. Archaon the Everchosen, drifting about once again. Waiting, biding his time. Although I feel like Chaos kind of bides its time. It depends if you're talking about 40k or Fantasy. Like in 40k, they definitely bide their time. You know, they've been waiting for 10,000 years to get revenge. Fantasy, maybe not so much. So yeah, the crumbling is good here too, right? Like the longer you can delay the Alpha Strike by just attacking with your Marauder Horsemen, it's great because you're just getting all this free damage from this crumbling. Yeah, look at this. They're getting worn down pretty hard here. The Ushabti summon will be going soon-ish, although catching up to Marathi on foot was a good play. You got to get... Oh, for a second I thought they were attacking Marathi because she got knocked over. I was like, wait a second. Tomb King started on the other side. The Henry's pronounces French. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Fair enough, my friend. I've just been mangling that name this entire tournament. I feel so bad. Looks like some sort of... Oh, is that going to be a Soul Blight or a Soul Stealer from Marathi? Oh, man. If Red Wedding Planner hadn't dodged that could have killed both of his characters, and that might have actually just changed the entire game. Now, it did go down on the Spell Weaver of Shadows. Holy shit, Spell Singer of Shadows. And it looks like another Burning Head attempt is going to be coming in. Or could that be a Pendulum? Oh, no, it's a nice Pendulum. That was a really good Pendulum on the move. Yeah, beautiful. And that Spell Singer is probably done for. Yep, down goes the Spell Singer. Her glowing green hair falling into the abyss. Fantasy Chaos throws their Everchosen and armies into the meat grinder as soon as they can. Yeah, that makes more sense. I mean, I guess in 40k they kind of do as well, but it's a little bit of a different paradigm. So here comes a nice shot going into Mama Marathi once again, but Marathi might actually be able to win this, ironically. It depends on how well her trade with Archaon goes. But, like, there's literally nothing left. It's just going to be, like, the world versus Marathi. I mean, if we look around, yeah, we got, like, Hounds and Summoners of Rage and a couple other assets back here. You're entertained by YouTube's captioning? Oh, I know. Sometimes I watch Grubby's stream and a couple other people I watch frequently on stream, and the captioning is just ridiculous. It's absolutely absurd. Marathi on the hunt. She's hustling. Marauder Horseman screaming in there. Going to be space jamming into the Skeleton Spears. And yeah, it's basically just Marathi versus the world. She gets punted back. I mean, I don't see her winning this. Not with Archeon. She will be lowering the combat stats. Maybe if she had like 3 more Soul Stealers at her disposal. Maybe. Just maybe. But that is such a slim option here. So it looks like the orcs are going to be advancing, which is strange to say. But Archeon, at this point, yeah, he's got Slayer of Kings. I mean, that's pretty pissed off. No biggie, just 870 weapon strength. Just nothing substantial. 912, oh, mind you, I was a little bit off. So Marathi should get karate chopped here. Like, she should be sent to the Shadow Realm, although it looks like she's going to be dropping some big magic. Soul Stealer? Does she have another one? Jesus, she's got a lot of Soul Stealers. Stay the course and fight, really, but it looks like Army Losses kicks in, and that is going to be a victory for the orcs. Yeah. Hey, yeah, no, Abaddon failing. Yeah, many times, yeah, he did. But, you know, eventually he got some business done. You know, tried his best there. So, GG, well played. That concludes the series, which is a good thing because there was a little bit of lag between those two teams. So hopefully we won't have that in our future matches. Marathi with a whopping 3,000 value. Ark in the Black getting gooned earlier was certainly a big element of that. Big element for sure. All right. GG, well played. All right, so now we will get the orcs and the other team. I need to remake the lobby really quick. We'll update that score plate while I do that. And it looks like Faith and Shot has made it to the grand finals. So now we have RTK versus these fine gentlemen. So let me just update this. Cool. So let's set up the lobby. Multiplayer battle. You guys can all see that because it doesn't matter. I'm going to set this bad boy up. Very cool. All right, my friends, so just bear with me for a minute here while I get this set up for the next game. And we'll get the 2v2 series going. So the RTK team. Let me tag him. Perfect. Okay, so the RTK team is Yumais. Versus the... Cool. All set. All right, my friends, we'll be getting started with our next best of 3. So we'll have this best of 3 and one more after it. And that will be the conclusion of our day here. Cool, just answering some questions pertaining to the event. the ornery orcs are on their way as well. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm just like mangling their name. I feel so bad. Okay. The Red Wedding Planner, we'll see if I need to add him to the friends list. All right, seems good. So switching back to the lobby. First, we need to get RTK back here. Reset the score. And update. Let's party. Let's do it. Yes, good, Anakin, good. We'll do a poll before it starts. Looks like the gentlemen are ready. So we're gonna do more. We're gonna do an aggressive one because mostly we've been doing maps that are a little bit big, but we're gonna do one to just switch up the meta a little bit here and do the Bone Zone. So I know you guys love the Bone Zone, the Pillar of Bone. I think it's is it, here it is. Yes. Royal Rumble. Look, have fun. Picks and bans. It seems like there's not any lag in this lobby. Tundi says, I'm not so sure I want to be here. The stomp is going to be real. Hey, man, give it your all, Tundi. I believe in you. You need to whip out some weird-ass strategy that nobody would expect and just surprise them, you know? Yeah. So when do people think Warhammer 3 is getting released? I think it'll be this year. I think it'll be like... Okay, so... What month is it now? Are we in August? Shit, I don't even know what day it is. No, it's about to be September. Okay, so maybe like November, December. Hadries loves the Bone Zone. Look at him. He's getting all hyped. Yeah, he knows what's up. He knows how to live. Yeah, I think like November, December. Like a Christmas wouldn't be a bad time, like the December season. You know, everyone's at home. They have money to spend. It's like certainly not a bad idea. All right. Very good. So the players are going to do their picks and bans. We are on a smaller map, so again, it will change up the meta a little bit. You think it's going to be delayed till spring 2022? I'd be pretty shocked if it was delayed. Like that long. Into, I mean, well, I guess it's possible. Yeah, I don't know. I think we'll get it this year. Unless there was like some big thing they had going on behind the scenes where they had to like rework some stuff. Yeah. How dare you, Nick? It's funny, my name is actually Nick as well, so when you said that, I thought you were talking to me. So, Red Wedding Planner is going to go Empire, banning Dowie. And we'll go. We'll do it, man. You know what might be delayed longer than we want is them adding the old factions into the game, because they, you know, it won't be coming with, you know, the Empire and Dwarves and all the older factions. So that could be something we see delayed. I think the existing factions like that it'll be launching with, like, I don't know, there's like I think it'll be Hadri's in the 2022 camp. Yeah. You think it'll be a Rome 2 repeat? Oh god, hopefully not. Yeah. It's getting there. So we do have our gentlemen in the finals right now. So if you look at the bracket here real quick, we can switch on over. You can see on the top, the Mega Gits were defeated 2-0 by Faith and Shot, who are awaiting the winner of this particular match. The Henri Orcs versus Team RTK. Both of them coming off 2-1 victories in the beginning, so both of them have played a fairly contested series. So it should be interesting to see what they whip up here for us in the next matches. Yes, good. Yeah, I just really want that new game mode, man. I want it so bad. I just want to play Nurgle and just plop my fat, disease-ridden monsters down on objectives and just win. And just mouth breathe and eat potato chips. That's what I'm looking forward to. Because that's how you play Nurgle in tabletop. You know? Which is hilarious. All right. So, High Elves being picked from Umai's. And again, it is on a small map. What will the Houseplant pick? The Houseplant has been a ferocious competitor today as well. They had a beautiful performance earlier. That first best of 3 was absolute lunacy. Absolute lunacy. Who was in Faith and Shot? You know what? I'm not actually sure who's in Faith and Shot off the top of my head, but we'll find out. Yeah. Yeah, it certainly makes sense that we haven't been seeing anything this month because CA has been doing a big push to promote the Troy game. So like they wouldn't want them to compete with one another in terms of attention and, you know, all that. So yeah, that makes sense. I think CA had a blog post where they said we're going to find out more in September. So hopefully in the next couple of weeks we'll get some information. Can we name the generic unclean one Wookiee? Yes, we can. Yeah, we can do that in his honor. You just finished the Buried Dagger from Horus Heresy. Yeah, that's the Death Guard book, isn't it? That's like Heresy times, yeah. All right. So we have a Norska pick from the Red Wedding Planner. Holy shit. We have Norska and Empire against High Elves, and I think we're about to find out the other faction here. It's Norska on a small map, though. I mean, certainly their environment. They just don't want to be playing on those big ones. Why Nurgle and not the Great Horned Rat? Wookiee would definitely be a Nurgling, yeah. That's his jam, so. That was his jam, yeah. Yeah, I think we'll get Warhammer before the end of the year, but I could be very wrong about that. I know Age of Empires 4 I think comes out in October, so I'm fully hard for that. I loved Age of Empires 2 when I was a kid, and I just kind of like drifted away from it over the years, but I'm really excited to dig my hands into like a new game, you know. Yeah, so we'll be doing like tournaments and all sorts of fun stuff for that when the time comes. All right, Chaos. So we have Chaos and High Elves against Norska and Empire on a pretty small map. These are all factions that are pretty formidable at close range. Empire probably with cavalry and like a Hellblaster volley gun type thing could be cool, but both those could also be a thing from Umai's, since they'll pretty much start in range of long-range artillery, which is strong. If there's going to be a 40k Total War game, which faction would you play? Okay, so I would definitely play Chaos. In 40k, Chaos is my jam. I don't care for Chaos Demons that much, but Mortal Followers of Chaos I've always liked playing. Like, I play Death Guard. I play Chaos Space Marines in tabletop. Some Chaos Demons are cool, but I like when they're like more mixed with the Mortal Followers. That's why I really like what CA is doing with them in Game 3 is like mixing in Mortal Followers with Demons. I think that's a much more fun flavor. But Death Guard for sure. I'm not too much of a fan of Space Marines. Like, you know, generic Space Marines, like Ultramarines, things like that. And Imperial Guard would be my jam. I would like Imperial Guard too. Like if I were to play like you know, an Imperium faction, it would be Imperial Guard or maybe Grey Knights or something. Or Death Watch. I like the Death Watch as well. I think they're pretty cool. Yeah, it's pretty insane how like active the AoE 2 community is. Yeah, they have like, but again, that's a game that's like, you probably, it's more designed for multiplayer, right? So it's going to get a bigger community. But yeah, Age of Empires 2 has got some serious steam. I hope that Age of Empires 4 can have similar steam. Imperial Guard are awesome, yeah. Like I like generic humans and like fighting horrible shit, so that's why I like Imperial Guard and the Empire and things like that. Yeah. And you know, it's funny because the reason I don't like generic Space Marines is because it's like they get all the new cool shit. Like every and like the other factions are using models from like 1999, you know, 2005, and then like Space Marines are just getting like 10 new versions of every model, and it's just like it kind of like it makes me want to play the underdog since they have all the cool toys, you know. Ironically, Space Marines aren't like super strong in tabletop right now, but they were for a long time. They were like just dominant all through the end of 8th edition. Yeah, so the players picking their armies. We'll give them another like 3 minutes or so, and then we'll go from there. It's the Guard, man, not Astra Militarum. Come on now. It's Imperial Guard, and I will die on this hill. Yeah. I really do like Necrons as well. I actually almost started playing them in 9th edition, but you know, I just like, I looked into my shelf and I saw how much plastic I already had, and I was like, no, I don't need more. I don't need more. And it's funny because when Age of Sigmar came out and introduced Stormcast Eternals, it made me dislike Space Marines even more. Like generic, like the Imperium ones, you know? Like I was just like, oh man. I was like, Ground Marines. Oh man. But don't get me wrong, I've been playing AOS and having a great time. It's a really fun game. It's a really, really fun game. Yeah, Necrons have a really bad win rate. I think they have like a 34% win rate or something. Yeah, it's pretty rough. Playing multiplayer has made campaign games versus AI so easy. Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely, man. Absolutely. I mean, campaign is like, so there's an analogy. You could like, I don't know. I'm trying to think of the best way to put this. Like, have you guys ever heard? Have you ever heard of a long distance runner, a guy who's like naturally like, you know, a long distance guy, like like switching his training up and becoming a top tier or a competitive like sprinter, you know? Like not really, but the other way you can see like top tier sprinters becoming formidable distance runners, I think a little bit more frequently. And it's kind of like that with campaign, you know? Is like the analogy I'm trying to make. The Sigmarines. Yeah, not to say sprinters are going to be like better distance runners. They won't, like, you know, obviously not, but it's a little bit easier to go that way. Even on legendary difficulty though, if you like game the system, it's just like, yeah, it just becomes like kind of a rote thing. It's still fun though. What's cool about campaign is like you know, all the different interactions between factions and like build diversity. If you want to mess around and make it harder for yourself and just have weird ass armies, you can. Like the RPG elements of like developing your characters with itemization and tech trees. It's like super cool. Campaign's awesome. I love campaign, but it does get to the point where, you know, when you master it, there's not much of a challenge. Whereas in multiplayer, there's always going to be some Dark Lord like Felcon to challenge your power and, you know, put it all in perspective, you know. You know, JL, what's very interesting, so you're saying Death Guard armies are imbalanced when Mortarian's in it. That's actually not the case anymore, because most of top Death Guard armies in the high level of tournaments do not run Mortarian. He's actually very rare now. But that's not to say if you're at lower level games or mid-level games, Mortarian is extremely dominant. But when you get to the higher level of competition in tabletop, Mortarian is not as much of an auto-include. Yeah. Oh, I agree. That's what's really fun about campaign. Like, I remember I was playing my Empire campaign and I just got like a frickin'... I was like, you know what? I want to have a 20 stack of war wagons. And I had it and it was super fun. You know, like that stuff in campaign, that's what makes it magical, you know? Yeah. Can we challenge to banner rules? I mean, it's you could definitely beat a legendary campaign by playing like with army limits. You could. You don't you don't have to doom stack. Like most Empire campaigns, for example, even on legendary, like you can have a balanced army and still win. It won't be as effective as cheese, like having 20 Ember Wizards flying around on their Griffins with 1,000,000 Winds of Magic reserve. Like, of course it's not, but you can still win. I've actually thought about doing campaigns with limits, like legendary campaign difficulty with balanced armies, or doing like challenge campaigns where you have like a Wood Elf campaign but no ranged units are allowed. Like just weird shit like that. I don't know. We'll see. We will see. Do a Doomstack tournament. That would be interesting, yeah. Like 20. You could have 20. I feel like a Doomstack of Shaggets would lose to a Doomstack of War Wagons. So you just run in circles and shoot them. Yeah. All right. Here we are, my friends. So we have the forces of RTK facing off against the Orcs. We're just going to call them that for short so I don't mangle it. But looking here at the old houseplant, he's got a Marauder front line. It looks like the Warriors of Chaos are going to be taking the helm on infantry, which makes sense. A couple of Forsaken as well. And the backfield is going to be High Elf Cavalry with a couple Rangers just to meet the minimum of 300, if I'm not mistaken. But he's got silver helms here, more helms of silver. Larry, no, an Archmage of Metal. Okay. Going to be getting a big blob punishment mechanic, which I think is quite good. But namely, it's going to be, elves with the cavalry. You can see a shit ton of, oh my god. Oh my god. Wow. Okay. So a massive Shadow Warrior Vanguard from Yumai's is being Vanguard deployed by Tundi's Marauder Horsemasters, but there's also Houseplant's Marauder Horsemen as well. Oh god, Anakin. I'm too weak. Dude, look at this shit. Oh my god. This is just like straight up sadness for these two Marauder Horsemasters for Tundi. Anyways, for the forces of the Orcs, they have Marauder Champions, a basic core Marauder Infantry. The Empire is going to be bringing Volkmar in tandem with Wulfric. The Empire does have some powder in the back as well via the silver bullets, a steam tank on the far side, and some doggos waiting to pounce on the back of some archers. But looking like it's going to be relatively grim bones here. Yes, yes. We have ye old Marauder Horsemen about to be sacrificed to the Shadow Warriors. Rest in peace, Horsemen. Your deeds will not be forgotten. They will not be forgotten. Some dark times. I know. It's pretty good, isn't it? I know. I assumed it was Larry, but Final Transmutation is very strong right now because AoE abilities are like way stronger than they should be. So to answer your question, Chuck, you can't see when your opponents are deploying. Nobody can see. And these are Vanguard deployable units, which means they can deploy. It looks like there was a slight alteration. It looks like Tundi has opted to move the Horsemasters into the trees. And it's still not great. They're still going to get massacred. So clearly he wasn't stream sniping because they're just going to get it from the Shadow Warriors and all the cavalry, but at least they're not going to be massacred instantly, and it does give Tundi the option to, move and get out of the way here. So, yeah, it's pretty great. So, heavy pursuit coming in from the RTK team, going after the Horsemasters. Good play by Tundi, though. He reacted very quickly, and he also did scatter to the winds. Now, the rest of the army, the Norskins and Sigmarites, are advancing. Great swords and condom wolves lurking in the back. Maws of Savagery with armored skin wolves, which is good. Silver helms do good damage against light armor, so having the armored skin wolves is, I think, a good option here. So one unit of Marauder Horsemen is absolutely gooned down in the corner, going to be running off the edge of the map here, as they are hunted by the Marauder Horsemen and harried. And here we do have the other Horsemasters. So far, he's minimized his losses. Might as well charge here, honestly. Just charge into the Horsemen and just go for broke. I mean, I guess you have a little bit of room to work with. You could maybe, juke down and under like this. But nonetheless, this isn't too worth focusing on. It's going to be a bit of a wash over there. So, in the front line, the Warriors of Chaos seizing the high ground. A couple loose archers here on the flanks for Yumai's, shooting into the Houndos of your boy Tundi as he does that. The Sigmarites advancing rather slowly. Volkmar the Grim, doing his thing. Demogryph Knights taking a little bit of focus fire from all the Shadow Warriors. So we do have the Penta Shadow Warrior flank here, which is pretty damn cool. Look at that. 5 Shadow Warriors collapsing on the flank. And yeah, Volkmar and Wulfric need to do some heavy lifting. They really need to bunker bust through these lines. Volkmar the Grim a little bit behind. He should be closer up to the forces of Norska. Chaos Marauders against Norscan Marauders. Norscan Marauders are better. They have an enrage mechanic. They're just objectively stronger. But here we get the first clash of Forsaken of Houseplant getting into the Marauders. And Forsaken are designed to buzzsaw through infantry. So you can see the atomic pimp slaps coming in here from these Forsaken with their big claws as they just mangle these Marauders. Just an absolute disaster. And check this out. Swordsmen trying to get in to fight, and despite their shields, they just get cut to pieces by the Shadow Warriors. Talk about some very, very nasty damage. And the Archmage of Metal from Umais is kind of circling around the back, as Norska presses in very heavily, actually able to break some Chaos Marauders. But now the Warriors of Chaos are going to move in and show Norska what armor is all about, because Norska clearly doesn't know. Silverhelm's also getting a brutal charge. So certainly an overextension coming in from these Norscan forces, as now they're going to be cut to pieces. And the Sigmarites sitting back a little bit too cautious. It seems like the strategies here are a little bit disconjointed. Like the Empire is sitting back defending a steam tank, whereas with its demis and things like that. Whereas Norska is kind of like 2v1 advancing in. Granted, now Volkmar is here, and a nice mammoth charge into the archers does do some serious casualties. And there's not a lot in the Elven army, Elven Chaos Alliance that is like super good against Wulfric. They can wear him down with like archer attrition, but overall, he's going to be a little bit of a problem. So again, here the Shadow Warriors is just still going so balls deep. Oh, look at this beautiful Plague of Rust on these Demi Lances. Now, Demi Lances are good at killing these type of units, but yeah, the Plague of Rust is beautiful. Puts them down to 60 armor, and they're just getting peppered by the Shadow Warriors here. And Marauder Horsemasters or Horsemen have come over from Houseplant. And look how goddamn quickly those Demogryph Knights get taken down. Just absolute beautiful synergy here with the Plague of Rust and the Metal Caster. Now, another Demogryph Knight Lance is here, probably going to be suffering the same fate. Looks like it will be charging into the Shadow Warriors once again, but I think it's going to be a bit of a rough engagement here. And look at this, we have a Jade Wizard up in the sky on his Pegasus hunting down the Archmage of Metal, which is hilarious, and the Archmage is actually on the run here. And back into the front line fighting, the forces of RTK, which is the High Elves and Chaos, have actually pushed back a lot of the Norscan horde, except on this side. We do have some Norscan pressure going, and some angry Condom Wolves surging into the back line. So it looks like the Condom Wolves are going to be moving in to go after the archers. And Wulfric is still causing a lot of problems in the backfield. And, you know, I think Wulfric and Volkmar are the big winners for this army, because the RTK forces, like I said, don't have anything that's great against a Mammoth and some of these different units. And we'll see what that ends up playing into here. So your boy Wulfric still just going Mammoth deep on these units. The Norscan infantry slowly getting worn down by the superior armored Chaos infantry. And holy shit, Volkmar has just gotten his ass kicked here. I did not see this. Lord of the End Times making sure to finish off Volkmar this time. And Volkmar lived earlier and it cost the game for his foes. But look at this, man. This is just not good for the Grim One. He's trying his best, his Sigmarite altar. One last prayer to Sigmar shall be issued, but the Dark Gods will laugh in the face of Sigmar today, as the Grim One will fall. He does get a beautiful banishment off as he goes, but holy shit, man. Look at that. Oh god, we're being raided by the Slanesh bots. It's happening. It's happening. So yeah, the game is developing in such a way that it's looking very, very dominant for RTK. The Demogryph Knights were massively shut down by the Shadow Warrior Plague of Rust combo on the flank. Easily going to be able to kill the Sterling's Revenge and these supporting units. The Steam Tank is going to be tied down by Silverhelms. And in the backfield, the Condom Wolves are just being obliterated. Here we have Marauder Horseman Skirmish Fire, an overcasted Final Transmutation, and Wulfric also does get caught in that. So a lot of nasty shit for sure. Thank you so much, Andy, for helping to slay the Slanesh bots. You're a true ace, brother. But man, what a brutal display with Archaon. Man, he really gave Volkmar the business. He must have had Slayer of Kings active or something. Yeah, he did have Slayer of Kings and a couple other things. So army losses will be kicking in soon. It looks like RTK will be claiming victory in this first match. The Shadow Warrior Vanguard coming into play and doing some massive work. And on top of that, the overextension of the Norscan army. It just seemed like the build was not terribly synergistic. Like the Steam Tank didn't really help like that much. That's 2,000 gold that can be used in other. I think like you cut the Steam Tank, you get like a bunch of like Knights of the Blazing Sun and Empire Knights, and then you push with Norska and have like this really aggressive like tight push with like Volkmar buffing, Lore of Life healing the Mammoth. Like there's a lot of cool shit you could do Empire Norska, but overall I think that the RTK clan, their team had a little bit of a stronger synergy. So here comes Wulfric trying to, you know, be the Lord of the End Times here. Burning Head coming down, quite nice. Condom Wolves get an okay little surround. We'll see if they can do anything. You know, the Mammoth is at 3,700 HP, nothing big here. There you go. Man, Wulfric tried his heart out. So that'll be game one going to RTK most likely here in a second. We'll be experiencing army losses, and we will be going to the next match. The winner of the series, of course, will be advancing on to the grand finals, where we do have Steam gift cards available, or direct payment on PayPal if they prefer, to the winners of today's tournament. Yes, yes. Hey, Red Spy, thank you for finding the channel. You're loving the tournaments? Hey, yeah, it's been great. Archaon is, you know, he knows Game 3 is coming. He knows he has to, you know, do something about it. Imagine a Mammoth with plus 60 armor. Yeah, imagine if the Warriors of Chaos got to armor the Mammoth instead of Norska. How scary it would be. Holy shit. Yeah, and overall, you know, just better synergy with these two armies. Like, they both fulfill their roles very efficiently, whereas these armies were a little bit... Like, the Elite Empire, like, was more defensive with the Steam Tank and the Demis, whereas, like, Norska kind of advanced on its own and was, like, a little bit isolated. So that was the fault at the end of the day, I would say. So RTK does go up 1-0. Now I'll be jumping into the next match, which we'll do a more standard map. So we'll do Galbaraz. Map set. Good luck, have fun. GG, well played. Hey, and Totem, thanks again for becoming a member. Dude, Tiago, we're going to be having streams all week, man. I'll be having another one tomorrow. Not sure. We'll maybe do King of the Hill or maybe a Warcraft stream tomorrow or something. We'll see. Cody, you could do that with Lord Metal. What's your question? A little bit of glittering robe action on a Mammoth. Yeah, but it's very temporary. And plus then you're having to allocate your Winds of Magic to that. And it's like, if they're not attacking the Mammoth, it's not even worth it. So yeah, it's a cute idea, but in reality, it's just not worth it. Yeah, it's nice to mix in some 2v2s every now and then. I mean, 2v2s aren't as popular on the channel. You know, like the streams don't do as well and typically isn't as popular, but I still think it's really fun to mix it in. Gotta have some fun every now and then. So we got Bretonia being picked here from the dreaded Houseplant. Some random armies, King of the Hill. Yeah, those are fun too. Tomorrow I might just do a ladder stream, honestly. I kind of feel like playing myself. So we'll do that or maybe a Warcraft 3, I'm not sure. Chaos is pretty well represented in 2v2s. They seem to be very good. We haven't seen Sigvald or Warp Chicken today. I would expect them. Yeah, Geese Howard, I hear you. I hear you. We'll have a big faction war this weekend on most likely on Sunday, I think, is when we're looking at doing it. I got to confirm with the players. There's a couple last-minute changes. But looks like it'll be this Sunday probably for faction war. And then I'm going to be scheduling the ECL finals shortly after that. So we'll be back to like some standard tournaments. Need a mod to make random armies better. Yeah, the problem is the random armies, like the autogen armies, aren't actually autogen. They're just like pre-saved armies that CA loaded in. So like sometimes you just get the same armies and it's kind of silly. Magic stream, yeah. Maybe I'll do 2 streams in a day. The Magic stream, my hands are getting a lot better. You know, I'm slowly recovering from these surgeries I had on my hands. So, you know, we're eventually getting to the point where I can do 2 streams in a day. Sure hope so. Yes. Yeah, if you guys enjoy, do smash the like button. It helps out quite a bit. We're going strong. Dwarfs ban Tomb Kings. Okay. The Dowie are here. The Mountain King is here. We got Dwarves, Bretonia. Clearly a pretty nasty combo. Red Wedding Planner says, well, that was gross. Oh, it's all good, man. We got Vampire Counts. Okay, so we got Dwarves, Bretonia versus Vampire Counts. And, you know what I'd like to see from Tundi would be like... It'd be kind of cool to see like a double Vampire Count. Just like both of them spam Graveguard Great Weapons. Just go like ape shit with that. Like that could potentially catch them off guard. Yeah, injuries are definitely not fun, York. Yeah, definitely not, my friend. Nick, maybe. I'm not sure. It's a good question. Which is a good question indeed. I'm going to be painting some Sigmarites today. I painted a handgunner when I got back from Poland last night. My Empire army is growing. The ranks are swelling. Am I interested in the Spider-Man movie? Yeah, I'll watch it. You know, it's mindless fun. Like, all the MCU stuff is usually fun to watch. I'm not, like, a huge fan of, like, where the MCU is going. Because, you know, I kind of have the old haggard boomer approach where I'm just like, oh, all my favorite ones are gone now. It's like, you know, Captain America was, like, my favorite. And then you had Iron Man, who was awesome. And, like, you know, now that, like, all the guys I grew up with are leaving, I'm, like, slightly less interested. But I still enjoy them, but you know, not like as hyped as like when Civil War came out or like Winter Soldier, like all those were so good. Yeah, so good. How is Polish beer? I didn't have any beer in Poland. What I did have when I was in the Old Town is we had mead. So oh my god, I love mead. Like when it's cold, because even though it's summer, it was like raining and cold in Poland. We had you know honeyed mead in the Old Town, so we went into this like underground tavern and we had mead, and Anna Lady Turin and I were playing chess and having mead, and just like, oh, it was such a nice experience. Yeah, that's pretty fun. Thoughts on making multi and DLCs free for multi? Not yeah, I don't know, I don't think they would do that, but it'd be nice. But yeah, unfortunately Chaotic Blizzard, I don't think we'd see that happen. Yeah. Hey Wayne, you're very welcome. I'll be doing some giveaways soon too. Sometime in the next couple weeks. I figured that we're going to start adding giveaways into to the bigger events like Faction Wars and ECLs and things like that. So we'll be adding in some DLC giveaways to those. Yeah, so it should be good. Endgame was awesome. I enjoyed the hell out of Endgame. Yeah, this one has multiverse stuff. Yeah, that could be really neat for sure. I really do like Doctor Strange too. Doctor Strange is a character I like. I like Benedict Cumberbatch as him. That's a lot of fun. It'll be interesting to see how they implement the X-Men too into the MCU. How they're going to do that. I know, Chaotic Blizzard. It would be nice. But then all this multiplayer folks would just never buy DLCs. Yeah. I love mead. Man, it's so good. They add these like spices to it, and it's just like, yeah. That is the good stuff. Turin, would you ever stream a tabletop game of Sigmar? Yeah, I would. And I someday I will. I don't know when, but it will come. Once the Rona calms down. I actually have a friend I made over in Burbank, a really, really nice guy. And he has like a gaming room with like cameras set up and everything. He's already planned on like doing that. So I might just like work with him to like get some content out for you guys for tabletop. Yeah, Doctor Strange also has hand issues. That's correct. Let's see. Who else? Oh, man. So I was, while I was on the plane flight, I watched on the plane flight there and back, I watched Band of Brothers again. I've already seen it. Like, this is my third time. But I watched it. And it's crazy, all the young actors who are in that. Like, Tom Hardy is in Band of Brothers. And he must be in his early 20s. And he's, like, super skinny. He's, like, rail thin. Like, he looks like he's, like, you know, maybe like $130, $140. Well, I mean, that's not rail thin, but he's very skinny. And like, also the actor who plays Xavier in the new X-Men movies is in that. Like, there's just so many random actors in the Band of Brothers movie. Yeah, Tom Hardy was like really skinny in that movie. I mean, that's probably how he was before he, you know, started doing action movies and probably taking performance enhancers, some human growth hormone. Yeah. Crazy shit. Yeah, Guardians of the Galaxy, I enjoyed that. Yeah, it was fun. I enjoyed that. And I know the new Thor movie should be good. Michael Fassbender's in it too. Yeah, he's in it. He is. Yeah, he's in the last couple episodes. Like, all those guys are in it. Like, all those actors. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy shit. All right, so, yeah, we got greenskins here with the vampires. It's like the bad guys-ish versus good guys here. Should be easy to keep track of things. Yeah. Oh my god, I love it. Yeah, when you see like Dwayne Johnson or like John Cena, you know, on TV shows, like these stupid like late night talk shows, and you know, you'll just have them be like, "Yeah, man, John, you're looking real big, man. So what's the secret? Like, how do you get those bulging biceps with the veins coming out of every direction?" They're like, "Oh yeah, you know, chicken, broccoli, rice, and you know, a good diet with solid workout regimen." You're like, "Yeah, dude, of course." Like, oh my god, it's so sleazy, you know, so sleazy. So then you get all these like young kids, you know, coming up like thinking they can like attain those same goals by just like actually following that regimen, you know, whereas like these guys are on human growth hormone, they're on steroids, they're on God knows what else, probably testosterone, you know, TRT, who knows. And it's just like, it's just so slimy. You see that with like fitness influencers too, like on YouTube and all these different platforms. It's just such a sleazy world. Like they sell all these like proteins and like saying it's going to give them these like, you know, results and this vascularity. And it's just, it's a pet peeve of mine. I hate that shit. I hate that shit so much. It pisses me off. It's just like, yeah, like, man, it's so troll. Anyways, that's a rant for another day. Some people believe the steroids are in the chicken. Yeah. Well, that was the thing with like, yeah. I remember that in the 2000s. There's a couple who are, I'm trying to think of like celebrities who are like open about it. I don't think any of them are. Like when you see the transformations they make, you know, like for these movies, like even guys like Chris Pratt, you see them on like Parks and Rec and like, and then, you know, Guardian. He's one that might be natural. It's hard to tell because he's not like freakish looking. Yeah. It's so terrible, though. Yeah, crazy shit. Mac from Always Sunny in Philadelphia was the only person open about it. Yeah, he got super jacked for sure. Yeah. To be honest, steroids just built... Yeah, well, the protein's only going to get you so far. Trust me, I've been through it all. When I was 18, 19, I got like super into fitness. I got really into weightlifting. And I was taking like protein, a bunch of different proteins. I was taking creatine. I was hitting the gym like 5 days a week, doing a ton of cardio. You know, I was like 170 pounds, could bench 300 pounds. Like this was all before my wrist problems. And like, you just hit this plateau. There was like guys in my gym who I worked out with who were, you know, taking steroids and other things. And I just couldn't, I hit a plateau, a wall, and they just like kept going, you know. Didn't matter how good my diet was and how much chicken and broccoli I ate. All right, so now back to Warhammer. The rant is over. I know you guys enjoy a good rant every now and then. For the Forces of Bretonnia, we're going to be seeing Fey Enchantress and Double Paladin. And now we got what? Grail Guardians, Grail Knights. Yeah, it looks like a combination of elite cavalry. So Grail Knights are not terrible at the Vampire Count blob, and also against Greenskins. I mean, as long as they stay away from Black Orcs, they should be okay. And for the Dowie army, we do have double cannons backed with Longbeard great weapons, Thoric, Master Engineer, and Gotrek. So pretty nice little army for sure. Pretty nice army indeed. And now for the forces of the Orcs. The Ornery Orcs, or the Ornery Orcs. We do have Graveguard great weapons and Black Orcs. I love this, because cavalry are going to be weak against all the great weapons, and so will the dwarves. So having this massive herd of armor-piercing great weapon infantry is awesome. Stone Trolls in the back, pretty formidable choice. Good against cavalry, good against missiles. Can, you know, certainly pound down some troops. Von Karstein, Vampire Lord, and Bats for disruption in tandem with Blood Knights. Blood Knights here, okay. That's decent. Might be one of the weak links, honestly, based on the army style. I think a couple black coaches might be better. But again, actually, they couldn't do that. Not with the SEM rules. Yeah, they would be a little bit too tight. So overall, yeah, Blood Knights can trade okay with Grail Knights and things like that. So the Ramblings, yeah, the Ramblings are fun. Game of Thrones, fitness industry, that's all that stuff. So yeah. So I'm trying to think what else will get me ranting. Yeah, those are the big ones. Game of Thrones, Star Wars, fitness industry, all that kind of crap. We will see. We will see indeed. So the battle is underway. The winner of this best of three will be advancing on to the grand finals to fight for a cash prize. If RTK wins this game, they will advance. If the Orcs are able to pull back a W, they'll be tying things up. We have the dreaded Grimgor Ironhide marching in quite triumphantly. Grimgor against Bretonnia, honestly not bad. And against Dwarves, I mean, yeah, he can lay a righteous whipping down on Thoric. It was kind of cool. I like this. I like this indeed. Oh yeah, no, I mean, so just the last point in terms of like fitness industry, there's a lot of things like, yeah, like genetics is a big part of it too. Like people will reach massive limitations based on their genetics. Like, you know, I had a friend who could just like barely work out his arms and he would just get these massive biceps. And then I had another friend who worked out super hard and he just could never get to the same size or look. And that's just a genetic thing. Same with like calves and, you know, and all that stuff. So yeah, pretty wild. Pretty wild indeed. I've been out of the weightlifting world for, you know, a good 10 years now since my stupid hand problems, but it is what it is. So on the flank, we have a little bit of light harass coming in from the Orcs, attacking the poor peasant mobs. These peasants are going to be taking arrows in the face so that the other peasants in the back can return fire. And am I seeing some magic? The Rune of Speed is active. Look at that. Gotrek gets a little speed buff. Suddenly, Gotrek is rocking 61 speed. He's like a cavalry unit, which is pretty hilarious. Look how fast these Slayers are. 58 speed. Oh my god, that's so funny. I love the speed. So apparently units in this game can only go 30% faster than their starting speed. And then from there, it just doesn't do anything. So yeah, like if you add the 30% modifier, you can see. But yeah, the Dwarves and Bretonians taking a very defensive approach. Obviously, the armored Great Weapon Corps moving in, which is certainly what they want to be doing. Graveguard Great Weapons should be okay against Longbeard Great Weapons. I think they actually win in a vacuum due to the bonus versus infantry. But that's not to say, you know, Thoric with the Rune of Doom, other supporting elements. There's a lot of crazy stuff in here. So Graveguard Great Weapons do get their charge broken by Yumai's Gotrek, which is very smart. And now Thoric is in here as well. He's slapping that rune like it's like it. I guess what is the expression? Like it owes him money there, but nonetheless he is getting some work in. Graveguard get hit with a flash bomb and a very, very nice engagement for the Dowie. A multitude of buffs here and debuffs for the enemies with the flash bomb. A fiery ring of Thori going down as well. Now, a bit of a mistake coming in from the forces of the Orcs. they're bunching up their units. They have infantry superiority, so what they should be doing is engaging one at a time, and basically then getting their troops and working through the openings in the seams. Because in this case, it allows one dwarven unit to occupy like 3,000 gold worth of stuff. Now, the Grail Knights charging into the back, not going to do crazy shock damage, but it will lead to crumbling and could potentially break the leadership of the Greenskin Trolls. Balance of power is certainly favored for the Dwarven and Bretonnian alliance. We do have some backline harass as Savage Orcs will start massacring these Spearmen and Fellbats, causing some good work, while the Vampire Lord up in the sky is able to drop zombie summons on top of the cannons here. So there's certainly a little bit of back and forth here, but overall, the bunching up of the units of the Greenskins and the Vampires, I think, could potentially cost them quite a bit. Now, here we do get the front line breaking. We have Thorek running for the hills, actually being beaten down by Grimgor, who's saying, "You're next," as he moves in. Thorek at like half health. This could be the comeback, the dreaded Grimgor overhand chop. I mean, Grimgor is literally like the same size as that anvil. And Thorek really needs to get away. Now, for Tundi, he needs to make sure to keep clicking Grimgor on top of Thorek to try and get that kill. In the backfield, we have a big cap engagement. Okay, this is actually going very well for the Orcs. Here, they get the Black Orcs and Blood Knights to swarm on Grail Guardians with vampiric support. However, the Fey Enchantress is also here as well. So the Fey Enchantress Mortis Engine, going to be super devastating against Black Orcs and Blood Knights and all these different units. But will the Von Karstein Vampire Lord be able to kind of dig them out? And will the Bretonnian Cavalry hold long enough for the Mortis Engine to win this fight? That really is the big question. Oh, and a brutal Chalice of Potions nukes the Black Orcs, taking about 12 models down, while the Peasant Bowman Fire kills the Vargulf. At this point, this looked like a nice little engagement here, but I did not see the Fey Enchantress in my initial assessment. I think the Fey Enchantress is going to win this fight, and the Undead will kind of crumble back here. Whereas your boy Grimgor, though he has done very well for himself, is going to be kind of karate chopped and kind of just held in place by all these Longbeards, who do have pretty good mass. Although many of the Longbeards will pay the iron price and will be sent back. So here we go, is active. Black Orcs still surging through. The Black Orcs have performed pretty well this game. If they had not bunched up and gotten more of a concave engagement, attacked from a couple different angles, I think it could have been a very different story. You got to give big props to the Orc team, to Tundi, as well as the Red Wedding Planner. I actually think their build was good. I think it had a lot of functional play, but in the end, the execution was a little bit off in a couple areas. Maybe cutting the Blood Knights, it's hard to say, because you do want to contest cavalry sometimes against Bretonnia, but based on all the Great Weapon Infantry, maybe like a tighter build just pushing up, or just use the Blood Knights a little bit more defensively, but there you have it. That's going to be army losses. Fey Enchantress and her Goon Squad obviously dominate the cavalry engagement. And over here we do have the Dwarves able to just crump most of the elite troops with Thorek's support backed up by all of this firepower here. And Grimgor, he tried his little heart out, or his massive heart, which I'm sure is huge. It's like probably the size of a human head. But nonetheless, they do withdraw, knowing the game is over. GG, well played to those fine champions there. It's a fun series, 2-0, but nonetheless, we got to see some cool builds. We saw Shadow Warriors in Game 1. Game 2, we saw the Dwarven Bretonnian Alliance moving in and doing some work. Nice friendly fire. Oh, yeah, for sure. For sure. I think that's it. It's got to be army losses soon, yeah. Tundi is staying the course. He's fighting valiantly with Grimgor Ironhide here as the Knights of Bretonnia swarm in from all sides. Lance is couched. And they're going to be sipping from that Grail juice tonight, partying like it's, I don't know, what year does Bretonnia exist in the Warhammer calendar? Whatever that is. You guys get the picture. Yes, yes. GG, well played. Let's take a look here. So, for the Houseplant, obviously Fey Paladin, proven theory. And, the buffs of the Dwarfs, the Rune of Speed, the Longbeards buffering with, all the Peasant Bowmen supporting fire. Beautiful stuff. But really, I did like the army of Tundi and Red Wedding Planner. I just think maybe keeping it a little bit tighter and making sure units aren't blobbing. That was the big factor. It played into the strength of the Mortis Engine. It let the Dwarves blasting charge you. It was just a lot of stuff like that ended up costing them in the end. So now we have the Grand Finals. Let us go ahead and jump on over and do it to it. So RTK will advance with a 2-0 victory. And they will be facing the Faith and Shot here in the Grand Finals. Let's do it. Thank you guys for sticking around. I know it's a different format. Gee, well played. Yes, Houseplant. Totally fine. So stay here. Well played, Tundi. Hope to see you next time, brother. You did well. You faced some very seasoned opponents, so hold your head up high. Hey, Tundi, very well played. Looking forward to seeing you back next time. So now we need to get the other team. Okay, team. The finals are here. They are upon us. Or Faith and Shot. Yes. It's not Pike and Shot. It's Faith and Shot. Yeah, it was a fun one, man. You had some good games. You had some good games today. We'll be back with, I don't know what we'll do. Yeah, dwarves are really good in 2v2 because they're very, like, you know, like I guess one-dimensional faction, but when you like address their things they're lacking, they just become so strong. Yeah. Who would win, Aragorn or Jaime Lannister? Well, I like Aragorn a lot more, so I'm gonna go with Aragorn. Yeah. Aragorn is like, you know, he's a Dunedain, and he's like, what? He's like 90 years old and has like seen just so much conflict. Probably more proficient with the bow as well, if we're talking. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Gotrek would win. So we got the Plague Penguin. All right. I don't know if I've seen these guys. Plague Penguin and Dova. We'll call him Dovakin. Yes, that should be good. All right. So Faith and Shot. So reciting the score. Here we go. Let's adjust the nameplates here, and I think we're good. Good luck, have fun. So we will be on our first map, which is going to be a real close quarters fight. A wild glacial lake for game 1. Best of 3. Good luck, have fun. All right, so we're going to do some maps that are like a little bit uncommon. So we want to add some spice. You know, we could just do the generic maps over and over, but since this is a casual tournament, yeah. Jaime with both hands is pretty unmatched. Yeah, in the Game of Thrones universe, yes, but you have to understand he's fighting a Dunedain, and Aragorn is like, you know, I think he could handle him. Although I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say. Yeah, Jaime is pretty formidable, but like I think like Jaime isn't even the best of like the you know, Game of Thrones of Westeros, right? Like, I would love to see Jaime Lannister fighting, you know, Gregor Clegane in an open field when Gregor is fully armored with like his meat cleaver of a sword, you know. It's hard to say though. Maybe. Yeah, if we're talking like young Jaime, like when he's like, you know, when he is the Kingslayer. Yeah. I don't know. It's kind of unfair though too, because I'm very biased. Like, I love Lord of the Rings, so I'm going to be a little bit more on that side. Yeah. 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 Aragorn is a Dunedain, descendant of the Númenóreans, yeah, which is like, we're true superhumans, yeah. So the Glacial Lake is the map. And now we just party. The winner of this will be getting the cash prize for today. You know, my favorite, yeah. Jaime Lannister versus Conor McGregor. Conor would try and kick him and his leg would break, and then that would be it. I mean, look, if we're talking a fist fight, like Conor McGregor would probably kick the shit out of Jaime Lannister, but if it's a sword fight, I don't think Conor's going to have much of a chance there. Yeah, Aragorn is superhuman. I mean, to an extent, yeah, like he is, but like it depends on the depiction. When you're reading the Lord of the Rings books versus the movies, it's like a little different. Like I would say in the movies, Aragorn is more grounded in his combat than the books. Like he doesn't in the movies, he doesn't feel like that superhuman. I mean, he feels like pretty damn powerful. Like he'll own most orcs and Uruk-hai and things like that. But yeah, I feel like he's more grounded in the movies than the books. Although I haven't read the book since like 2002 or 3. So. It's been a while since I could read that damn book. Yeah, it's been a long time. Yeah, Aragorn is awesome, man. I really hope they do a good job with the Lord of the Rings TV show. I'm like, I genuinely stress sometimes about it. I'm like, please, that's like one of our few franchises that hasn't been named by modern film and TV. Please. Grabbing some water. You know, I just hope they don't try and remake the Lord of the Rings movies in like 10 years. But it could very well happen. Favorite Lord of the Rings character? Oh, man. Yeah. Let's see. Favorite Lord of the Rings character? I mean, I don't know. I would say when I was younger, I really liked like if we're talking movies, I really liked Gimli a lot. Like he made me laugh a lot when I was a young teenager, adult. Like, but like Aragorn is pretty hard to beat. But Gandalf too. Ian McKellen's portrayal of Gandalf is just like so goddamn good. Yeah, I don't know. It might have to be Gandalf or Aragorn. Gimli when I was younger, but there's like less depth to him, So I probably Gandalf or Ian McKellen's performance as Gandalf is just masterful. Like the speeches he gives. Like, do you guys remember when Gondor is besieged and like Gandalf is sitting up there and he's giving the speech about like accepting death and stuff like that. Like moments like that, or when Gandalf rides out to rescue the Gondorian cavalry who are retreating from like the pursuing Nazgul, and like it has that like epic soundtrack and he like shines it off with the light. Or when like he's confronting Theoden, or when he's confronting Denethor, it's like, I don't know. Gandalf might have to be it for me. I'm not sure. Yeah, Boromir is a great character. I really like Boromir a lot. They're making an American remake of the Train to Busan zombie movie. Oh, okay. I liked that movie. I've seen the Korean version, obviously. Yeah, Carl Urban is great in Lord of the Rings too. Absolutely. Boromir versus Ned Stark. That's a hard one. That's probably more of an even fight, honestly. Yeah. They're both played by the Bean, so if Boromir versus Ned Stark. Well, they're both played by Sean Bean, so chances are they would like fatally wound each other at the same time. They would just both die. It'd be like in MMA when like one guy throws a left and the other guy throws a right, and they knock each other out at the same time. It would just be like that shit, I love the Hobbits too. Like Samwise Gamgee might be another favorite character of mine. Like the Hobbit lifestyle is like what I want. I have like the soul of a Hobbit. Like I don't like traveling. I like staying home. Yeah. Yeah, Gimli is definitely different in the books. Yeah, he's more comic relief in the movies. Yeah, for sure. Have you seen Brain Dead by Peter Jackson? Yes, I have. Uh-huh. That shit is wild. To think he went from doing that to Lord of the Rings. Oh my god. So, looks like we have Dark Elves and Chaos versus Empire and Greenskins. Very, very interesting alliance between these two factions. Hopefully you guys don't mind just shooting the shit here. Just talking about movies and stuff. I could go into the nuances of this matchup, but we'll do that once we load in. Yeah, Geralt versus Aragorn. Yeah, I would agree with you, Andy. I think Geralt would probably... Yeah, Geralt would probably have a bit of an advantage there. Yeah, The Witcher is pretty cool. When I was in Poland with my wife just now, we were in the forests and we were going looking for mushrooms. Felt like I was in the Witcher universe. Dude, I know Sam is pretty OP with the plot armor, yeah. Remember when he goes up the stairs and like takes out those two orcs with like a frying pan? Yeah, Sam Gamgee's great. Yeah. Smeagol versus Arya Stark. Smeagol would probably like get the upper hand on her, and then she would just like do some stupid like dagger back, like drop the dagger, catch it with her in between her toes, and stab Gollum. Yeah, God, Arya Stark. The way that they like killed the Night King was just so terrible. God, that whole sequence was just such a piece of shit. Dude, no, I'm not getting into this right now. Not happening. God, it makes me so mad. I guess I haven't had that rant in like a year. It's been a while. I think Smeagol would kick the shit out of Joffrey. It would just be no contest. Smeagol is like, he's got that like scrappy like, skinny guy thing going on. So, I'm sure a lot of you guys like growing up, you'd had some friends you would kind of, wrestle and fight with them and, that kind of shit. Like, there's always that one friend who isn't as big as other guys, isn't as strong, but, he's just like bony and skinny and like scrappy as shit, Like his elbows will cut you and catch you, and it's just like he doesn't get tired, he just keeps going. Like that's like Gollum. And like Joffrey would not be able to handle that. Yeah, Joffrey would get his ass kicked by Gollum 100%. He's like Nate Diaz. Yeah, he just doesn't get tired. Just cardio all day. Dude, you know, I think I would like to do a YouTube video just like out of character, like about stupid fights from like these universes, you know? Yeah. Smeagol versus Nate Diaz. I think Nate Diaz would take out Smeagol for sure. Cause like Nate is like just bigger and like pretty much like the same style. Only thing is Gollum is like willing to bite and scratch and shit. So that's like, you gotta watch out for that. Gollum's like a Komodo dragon. I feel like if he like bit you or scratched you, you would get like an infected wound and like you would be in big trouble. You know? All right, Turin, here's the challenge for you. Chaos Invasion versus Middle-earth. All of Middle-earth combined. And Chaos Invasion is the size of what it would be in Middle-earth. I don't know. It's hard to tell. Like, are you saying Middle-earth unified? Because that's always the downfall of the good guys, is they don't unify. Like, they have the ability to win, but they just don't fight together. Like, until it's, like, the very end or it's too late. Like, I don't know. I think Middle-earth would be fine. It depends on what age of Middle-earth you're talking about, too. If you're talking about, like, the age... like of old, when like Balrogs were fighting in armies and shit, like then it's different. But if we're talking like modern, like third age, like then it's like more likely that the Chaos Invasion would be bad because they're not as powerful. Yeah. Anyways, all right, guys, back to the 2v2 match. We've had some fun. Let's take a look. So we got Jay Phoenix here with Houseplant, a little bit of a RTK substitution at the end, which is totally fine. And it looks like it's going to be Chaos Infantry backed up by Dark Shards, which is cool. It's very much like classic quality infantry with Dark Shards, because Dark Elf Infantry kind of aren't the best in terms of cost effectiveness, so having the Dark Shards backed up here is good. And the Dark Elves obviously have cavalry and some mobility handled. So yeah, basically Chaos just moving in. Double Manticore and Marathi up in the sky, and we got the Chicken teamed up with double Exalted Heroes. Turin versus Smeagol. I could kick the shit out of Smeagol. Oh yeah, 100%. I would I would I would kick the hell out of Smeagol, I think. For sure, you know? Yeah, because like my hands are messed up. I can have like full strength for a short period of time. It just hurts afterwards. So I could definitely take on Smeagol, I think, as I'm sure most of you could. All right. So looking at the forces here of the Faith and Shot, we have a lot of state troopers. You know, I was expecting more greenskin infantry with like a Hellblaster volley gun type situation, but we have the Hammer of Gork, a Night Goblin War Boss with Orc Shaman as well, and up in the sky we have Karl Franz with a Jade Wizard. So, and a ton of cavalry actually. Wow, Empire Knights, Knights of the Blazing Sun with some pigs as well. So pretty mixed forces army. It kind of looks like the Greenskins are handling the eastern flank here, and the Empire is handling the western flank. Yeah, absolutely. Oh yeah, I would put Smeagol in an armbar so hard, just the rear naked choke. just. Oh man, how many toddlers do you think you could take? That I would have to think about that, and you have to give me like situations, because if it's open field too, it's different. Like if you're in a cage and you're in a confined space, fighting a horde is harder. A horde of like vastly inferior enemies, right? Like they can swarm and trap you, but in like open field, you could like, if you're bigger and faster than them, you could like hit and run. You could use like some Mongol tactics. Yeah. So. It's just something to think about. Dude, it's so funny that we have broken into this conversation, because my friends and I, growing up in high school and college, we would literally sit around and drink coffee or even like have a beer or two and like theory craft who would win in fights between celebrities, characters in movies. Like this was like a running thing my entire life. I actually thought about starting a YouTube channel just for that. Like straight up. Maybe I will. I don't know. Would you guys watch that shit if like every video was just like a fictional fight between like two characters from two separate universes? Like stupid shit. Yeah. Cycle charge the toddlers. Oh my god. Go BJJ on Smeagol. Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah. The mullet versus Gollum. Dude, I would kick the shit out of Gollum. Oh man, so funny, dude. I love this stuff so much. Oh, this whole discussion just brought so much joy. Like my mood has just been elevated. Yeah. Yeah. How many hobbits is another question. I mean, as far as hobbits go, it probably wouldn't be as many as you think. You know? All right, so here we are. Enough ranting about just abstract nonsense. It is time. Let us do battle. So the Chaos Marauders moving forward. obviously, to meet. The Dark Shards are 100% going to be wasting the Black Orcs, although we do have some crossbowmen coming in from this force. From the Faith and Shot, they have several crossbowmen, which actually trade very efficiently against Unshielded Dark Shards, due to the fact that they can get 2 or 3 volleys off before the Dark Shards can even respond. So that's a pretty interesting inclusion here by the Plague Penguin. I don't know if I've seen these guys before, unless they're playing under different names. But Vindictive Glare going down here for the forces of the Faith and Shot, blasting here into the Feral Manticore, which is a very good choice. If you could force this Manticore to rampage, oh, Jay Phoenix better watch out. That Manticore does not want to be rampaging here. Silver bullets are going to start shooting, Manticore is going to shoot, and Franz is going to be coming in with a big hammer. Oh, look at that. Yeah, the Manticore immediately rampages into Swordsman, which is pretty much fresh fish, but it could be bait, because now Franz goes in, and like all the Dark Shards are just cackling, you know, rubbing their bellies there as they will potentially unleash a lot of volleys into the Emperor. But a very, very good response here by the Plague Penguin. I'm incredibly impressed with their opening. He pulls back and is able to get away, and the Manticore is just broken. So far, decent value for sure. Now, on the other side of the battlefields, we have Pigtonia. The pigs and some Night Goblins are fighting against Scourge Runners and Dark Riders, so a bit of a wash over here, just some light skirmishing. But the Chaos Warrior Infantry and Marauders should have some pretty efficient trades against Orc Boys and Goblins and Chaff. But Franz is back up in the sky, and now he's going to be whipping out his big old Galmaraz and dropping some series of beats here on this Manticore, beats by Manticore. Silver bullets shooting up into Marathi, good target for sure. Marathi is quite elusive against bowfire, but against the Franz, she better watch out. That Galmaraz will help quite a bit. In the back, we do get Jay Phoenix landing with the Crows of Cain, but the Orc Boar Boys are moving in and swarming. They are not the anti-large variant, but just sheer weight of numbers should be able to save this artillery piece in the back. And the Dark Riders, their whole vanguard over here has gone quite badly for them. They're not really doing a whole lot or contributing to the battle. But in the center, ooh, nice gooning here by Houseplant. It looks like your boy Wurzag might have overextended, or excuse me, the Night Goblin Warboss. Look at the Rune Fang get back here, Scroll of Shielding, every buff possible. Oh my god, look at that. Marathi just got taken apart. She done been halved. So Franz and the little Night Goblin that could, able to get in there, but the Night Goblin is not in the best shape either, so better be careful. But nonetheless, it looks like the Greenskins and the Empire forming their last unholy alliance here seeming to be doing pretty well. I mean, holding this flank here, and obviously the powder play has been good. The Manticores have been shut down by the Knights of the Blazing Sun and the Empire Knights. In the blob fight here, you know, Sartorial's, he's got the final transmutation, so that could be a big factor as it pertains to the blob fights. But Franz is healthy, and Franz is more than capable of like picking out these characters and different things like that. So you will see. In the backfield, Hammer of Gorks online, crossbows still functional, Rusty Arrows also still doing their thing. Knights of the Blazing Sun and the Empire Cavalry have been in a very messy engagement over here versus the Mirror Guard. And it looks like the Warriors of Chaos probably will be collapsing in on this flank, but they really need to make a point to do that very, very quickly. Some Empire Knights have also gotten into Dark Shards, and it looks like they're going to be routed here by the Witch Elves. There's some Fanatics there for a second. That was kind of a weird thing right there. But yeah, that little squig, he definitely did some work. Brainbuster on top of the Dark Riders, pretty good. Might be able to save the Orc Shaman. Pretty unfortunate here for the forces of Faith and Shot, as they are now being attacked for the characters here, a little bit isolated in enemy lines. Dark Shards, though, yeah, I mean, look at this. There's not anything protecting these Dark Shards. These Black Orcs able to just crump the Chaos Warriors, and now these Orc Boys, as soon as they notice this, these Orc Boys could really, really cause a lot of damage. Honestly, I feel like the Sigmarites in Faith and Shot are in a little bit of a stronger position. The Scourge Runners very, very late to the battle, now going to be surging in. What kind of work will they get done? Let's see. So here they come, screaming in there. Marathi is out, so the Dark Elves have a lot of magic that will not be used in this battle. Certainly quite unfortunate. Scourge Runner Chariots moving into the Jade Wizard, trying to get some gooning where they can. Silver Bullets most likely will turn. I don't know what they're obstructed by. But this is like some very good classic Empire play, like using the cavalry to just keep hammering the backline threats to buy more and more time with good cycle charging. Mirror Guard, though, are a pain in the butt. They're going to be very, very tough to kill. So back in this frontline fighting, it looks like Franz is rampaging. This is big. RTK could come back here. Franz needs to escape right now. He's going after the Warp Chicken. He does knock the chicken over. And the Knights of the Blazing Sun also pile in to protect the Emperor. And it looks like he will be just barely escaping right now. Earthblood does go down. That'll put him up over 1,000 again. Looks like Franz will survive. Very important he's alive for the late game to character snipe and also provide his force multiplying buffs. So we'll see. In the backfield, Greenskins and Empire starting to get a little bit compromised. Some Mirror Guard pushing through. Some of the crossbowmen have been forced back, and Chaos Infantry have set their sights on the Silver Bullets, who are still firing and doing a very good job, actually. Silver Bullets just took apart that Scourge Runner Chariot. Probably will switch on to the other one right now. Chaos and the Druki have also won this frontline fight to an extent. Some Orc Boys still grinding against the Weird Spawn here. But overall, I mean, I'm seeing a lot of Empire flags and Greenskin flags here. We got the Black Orcs and the Heavy Cavalry. Knights of the Blazing Sun seem to be having a very, very formidable fight here. moving in to hammer these Chaos Infantry who are getting very beleaguered with the cycle charging. And Cavalry certainly not useless. Even though they might have some tough engagements, they still hit very hard and are able to run over these Chaos Warriors and these various units here, while the Silver Bullets retreat through these shadows here. So they're going to be kind of making their way downtown. Warp Chicken still fighting the good fight, able to break the big boss, and but I mean, look, there's still like Black Orcs here. This really is starting to look like it's going to be the Emperor and his squig allies, his mercenaries, who will be able to fight off the Druchii and the Warriors of Chaos. I mean, taking inventory of RTK's team, we got some Mirror Guard back here. One Manticore has come back from the edge of the map, but with proper micro, these crossbowmen should be able to take that out before it becomes a functional problem. And yeah, a lot of State Troopers, crossbowmen, I mean, handgunners have used pretty much all of their ammunition. Warp Chicken, still on the field, only 400 HP though. The two Exalted Heroes are a thing, but with proper cycle charging from Karl Franz, when they're surrounded by other assets, they're not going to be doing a whole lot. So here comes the Manticore, 900 HP. Franz, the Prince and Emperor, is going to be running in. Oh, come on, Karl. Don't let your boys go. Get in there. Yeah, so Stand Your Ground is active. 419 HP. Franz lays an absolute whooping here on the Manticore. And down goes the Manticore. He wields Galmaraz, lifts it in the air triumphantly, and that is going to be a potential smash in there. So now the Warp Chicken is pretty much the last bastion in the Exalted Heroes. The Greenskin Goblins rallying. The Empire missile piece is still shooting. And Knights of the Blazing Sun. Oh, looks like they're going to get the Chicken down. Chicken only has 27 HP. Yeah, there he goes. Off to the KFC heavens he goes. And Franz in the distance does have about 700 HP, but RTK does withdraw. And game one is going to be going to Faith and Shot. What an excellent execution. Both builds were certainly fun, but that Manticore start, the hero play, gooning Marathi with this Tormentor sword when she was on the ground. I mean, some really smooth plays by those guys. And it's strange. Yeah, maybe they play in a lot of 2v2 tournaments, but they clearly seem they know what they're doing. Yeah, Marathi dying early was big. That was a big problem. If she had been alive in the late game, could have been really different with some Soul Stealers. But overall, yeah, really cool performance. Franz with 1500. Whoopin'. I know, it's really fun to say it like that. All right. So for the next map, we will do one of the Karak maps. We'll do Karak Asgal. There we go. All right. So Faith and Shot goes up 1-0 in this best of 3 series between these two awesome teams who have fought through quite a bit of competition today. I'm thinking if I do bigger 2v2 tournaments in the future, I might just make them best of 1 until you get to the finals. Because even today, we only had 8 teams, 16 players, and it still took a long time. So I think that's a good lesson to be learned from today. Yeah. Faith and Shot has a fitting name. Yeah, that game they did. We'll see. We will see. So picks and bans coming in. Dreaded Plague Penguin is here. See my friends list? I wonder. Someone I know. It's a really good execution, man. I'm very impressed. That Franz play was just money too. Yeah, there's some lads from the Discord. Yeah, right on. Great shit. All right. So once we do finish this event today, I believe a Rubber Duck of War is doing a stream. So I'll make sure to give you guys a link over to that. We should go say hi and hang out. Ben Stiller and Owen Wilson. Oh, are you saying who would win in a fight? Ooh. Oh no, you're just saying the Faith and Shot. Yeah, they would be a buddy cop show. Are we getting back to that? Are we getting back to just like the absurd battles? All right, let me think of another one that's really good. Ooh, that's a good one too. Hold on, I'm trying to think of some like very absurd situations. Oh, and we can do polls for this now too. All right, I'm gonna do a poll. Dude, this is so fun. Man, we could do some crazy shit now, huh? We could do some crazy stuff. This is pretty good. Oh, this is great. How the hell do you spell that guy's name? Hold on, I have one coming right now. Okay. I got one for you. So the poll is up. Who do you guys think would win? I'm not going to sway your answers here for a minute, but I will give you my opinion after all is said and done. So who would win? The Hell's Kitchen, the Lord of Hell's Kitchen, or the King of Flavortown? Holy shit, this is a massacre. Yeah, Gordon Ramsay is destroying Guy. Sashimi Nissan, I played today and I was exhausted by the time we got knocked. Oh, dude, don't worry about it, man. Don't worry about it. Yeah, we'll do it shorter next time. I mean, the Lord of Flavortown is certainly coming back a little bit. Some of you guys are voting for him in the fourth quarter. I have a feeling though that's just because I said Flavortown. Yeah. The thing is like Guy Fieri, he cooks really unhealthy food, and Gordon probably is like much more fit because he eats better. Guy is he's like the chef who the Flavortown guy, and he has like the bleached like hair, the tips, and he always is wearing like some haggard like dad shirt with like car flames on it and stuff. All right, so we're gonna close the poll, and I'm gonna give you my opinion, and you guys let me know if you disagree. So personally, I think that Gordon Ramsay would kick the shit out of Guy, because I watched this segment where Gordon Ramsay trains with like some military guys. Like he goes to cook for them, but then he also does like some basic training with them. And he's like, mind you, in his early 60s or late 50s, and he's like running well. He's like doing the obstacles well. Gordon Ramsay seems like he's got a bit of an athletic side to him. Like he actually seems kind of legit. Whereas Guy, I think would just be fat and out of shape and like wouldn't be able to go for more than like 30 seconds in a brawl, you know? Yeah. That's just my opinion though. The Flavortown is too strong. No. I think, and Gordon also has that mean streak, and like meanness is an aspect of fighting for sure. I think Gordon would take him apart. Yeah. Flavortown is in bland mayonnaise garbage town. Yeah. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. But Gordon, I think legit would take him out. Yeah. Like, he's got better cardio. He looks more fit. You know, Gordon is a black belt in some martial arts. Yeah, see, that makes sense. He runs marathons. Yeah, Ironman's. Okay. That completely explains it. He would destroy Guy. He would destroy Guy. Gordon Ramsay used to play competitive football. Yeah, see, it's all coming clear now. Okay, so we've had that discussion. I think most of us agree. I think most of you guys who voted for Guy, it's just because of Flavortown and you just thought it was funny. 1% abstained from the vote. All right, let's see. Let me think of another one. Oh, man. Yeah, unless he can pull a Homer Simpson, that's right. But like the thing is, one of the first things you learn when you either spar in boxing or roll in jiu-jitsu, I've done both of those. One of the first things is how important cardio is. Like if you don't have cardio, you're just going to get destroyed. Like and I don't think he would have cardio. Like you can't Homer Simpson, like it's, you know, I don't think so. Hey, Captain Port, thank you so much for the $50 donation. Hot damn. Thank you. 3 tournaments simultaneously. So I'm running a 2v2. I think Rubber Duck's running one. And who else is running tournaments right now? There's another one too. Yeah. Looks like we have double Beastmen, by the way. So double Beastmen against the Dwarves and Vampire counts. A very interesting one. Okay. Let me get us going with another one here. We gotta have some fun. All right, so that's kind of fun. I'll put a note here for you guys. This is going to be an interesting one too. I love how I just show up and we're discussing who would win between these guys. So now we have Dobby from Harry Potter, the elf, Harry Pottery elf. it corrected my thing, or Gollum. That's tough. Now, guys, remember while you're voting, Dobby actually knows magic. Like Dobby can like teleport people. He knows some magic. So you have to remember it does, but Gollum is 100% more ferocious and like has a killer instinct. Like if Dobby had the ring, like Gollum would just really, really give him a run for his money. Gollum has an unstoppable mentality, Joe Rogan. Yeah. Dobby has magic, dude. But Golem's Scrapper. This is not an easy one. Like, I honestly don't know how I feel about this one either. Like, this would take like a podcast worth of discussion. Dude, I'm starting a YouTube channel where we just like, I'm going to get Italian Spartacus and we're going to sit down and have these discussions. And it's just going to be great. Yeah, crazy shit. All right, so we have Chaos and Beastmen versus Vampires and Dwarves. Okay, so the players are getting ready. We'll keep discussing these stupid subjects. Yeah, I think Golem because he's not in Harry Potter. Yeah, well, Dobby dies because he's like saving his friends, so he uses his magic to save his friends, and then he gets like shot through the chest with like some magic or some shit I can't remember. So it's a little different. I love Siren. He's like, Golem would absolutely dismantle Dobby. I just love the analytical, like. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. People underestimate Dobby's resolve. Yeah, Dobby is for sure. He's not a punk. He's definitely not a punk. Okay, we're gonna end the poll. So let's check it out. Let's see what you guys said. The poll is coming here. It should appear here in a second. It was a knife, you just checked? Okay. So 58% of you guys who voted said Golem would win. Dobby only got 41%. This is definitely a more controversial one because I feel like Dobby wouldn't want to go for the kill. He would be like a little too timid and passive, which would give Golem multiple opportunities to kill him. However, Dobby also is a powerful magic user, right? So Golem like would really struggle against the magic. I mean, he is nimble. I don't know if like Dobby's magic would be like heat seeking because Golem like really when he's like jumping around off rocks and shit, it's a big problem, right? Like the hobbits have trouble keeping track of him. He's just scrappy. So I don't know. Probably got to go with Dobby just because of the magic, but I think that's not a coin flip. But I would say, in my opinion, it's more of like a 60-40 for Dobby. It depends on like how merciful he was feeling. Like if he had mercy, if Dobby was like tricked, because Golem would manipulate too. You have to remember this. Like Golem would be like, "Oh, please don't kill me. I'm helpless. I'm just like you. I've been abused, you know." And then like Dobby would be like, "Oh yeah, I understand what you've been through," and then Golem would just go for the throat, you know, like rip his throat out or something. So like, you got to take that into account. Like Golem could play possum. Yeah, Golem wouldn't hesitate. So like, it's trickier. I think it's more of a coin flip, like a 60-40 or a 55-45. Dobby has the slight edge, but Golem is not out of that fight by any stretch of the imagination. Yeah. It really depends. Golem would feign innocence and wait for Dobby to drop his guard. Yeah, and it depends on the conditions we lay, because if it's like a cage fight or like they know that they have to take the other one out, yeah. Just hits him over the head with a rock. Oh, God. This is great. Like all of the opinions we're getting in chat are very, very good. That's a hard one, guys. That's a very, very hard one. All right, I'll give the players a little time. Is this going to become a thing on every stream where we do this now? I think so. Smeagol and Dobby would be friends? Maybe. Yeah, I mean, in a vacuum, Dobby definitely has the advantage. But if we're talking about them actually like encountering each other, yeah, it's a whole different beast. Because like Golem could like earn his trust, and when Dobby was sleeping, just. But then that defeats the whole purpose of like a cage fight like type situation, which is what we're talking about now. Yeah. Okay. That's interesting. Yeah, some crazy shit out there, man. Okay, let's think of some other matchups here. Hey, Captain Porter, thanks again for that huge donation earlier, man. Really appreciate that. Players picking their armies here. We'll do one more poll before we start. All right, let's think of another one. I have a really good one for you guys right now. Oh, okay. Is there only one L in his name? who would be a good one for this? All right. This isn't my best work, this one. This is my best one. So here we have Steven Seagal, overweight Steven Seagal versus Joe Rogan. Oh, this is a contested one, man. It's pretty damn close. I already have my answer, but I'm curious what you guys are going to say, and I'm curious about some of the justifications. It's funny because people say no contest, but then they're like, it's such a close vote, you know? Okay, I'm withholding my opinion. I see some comments I disagree with very heavily. I see some that I agree with. Okay. You know what? Who cares? We don't need to stress the players out. We're having fun here together. Yeah. You don't know who Steven Seagal is, Berlin? Shit. Yeah. Seagal was not always overweight. If you look at his very early movies, he was actually quite slim. But only for his early movies. He got heavy pretty quick, like into the 90s. He started to put on a bit. All right, we're ending the poll. Now, I'm going to give you guys my opinion. You let me know if you agree or disagree. But I personally think that Joe Rogan would absolutely annihilate Steven Seagal at any point in his life. So Joe Rogan is a BJJ black belt. A legit one, by the way. Joe Rogan also has combat experience. Like he was like a competitive, like I believe it was like in kickboxing or taekwondo. He actually had some fights like in his younger years. He's incredibly fit. And I think Joe Rogan would annihilate Steven Seagal. Now, in my experiences, having seen some Aikido and demonstrations and, you know, watching people trying to apply Aikido to MMA, I actually think Aikido is not a good sport or martial art for practical fighting. I think it's more of like a show or more of like for a sport type thing or, you know, demonstration purposes. But Rogan would absolutely annihilate Steven Seagal. Like 1,000,000%. This would be like Steven would have no chance. Like Joe Rogan would shoot a double leg takedown. Steven Seagal would twirl his hands in some stupid bullshit. Joe Rogan would do whatever he wanted at that point. He would rear naked choke, arm bar, you know, knee bar, whatever the hell you want, you know. Yeah. So that's my opinion. Like that's 100% my opinion. Yeah, and Joe Rogan for sure. His kicks are pretty legit. Plus, he's very like in that MMA world. Yeah. Yeah. Wait, we're supposed to do these polls seriously? Yeah, well, sort of. I mean, you know, who you think would win? I was curious, though. Joe Rogan still had more votes, but it was... Steven Seagal was getting more love. Yeah. Don't forget... I watched this movie with Steven Seagal recently where he was, like, playing a Special Forces sniper. And, like, every single scene that Seagal was in, he's, like, sitting in a chair or, like, leaning against something. Like, he's never moving. He's just like such a chungus. Yeah. Yeah, Seagal might have a lot of mass, but like he has no cardio. He would just get tired instantly. Yeah. I mean, if you ever watch like old Pride, like MMA days, and like watch these like 160-pound Japanese fighters taking on these like giant sumo wrestlers and shit, it would just be like that, you know? Yeah. All right, guys. So hopefully you enjoyed that. I mean, I don't know if that's something we enjoy here, but I think it's cool. Ranting about stupid shit. Taking a look here at the forces of Faith and Shot, currently up 1-0 in the series. Going to be coming in with Sigvald, a metal caster, as well as an exalted hero. We got Torox the Brass Bull, baby, backed up by the Vorber... What the hell is this thing? The Vorber Gland Broodmother. You never see that. But this is the Jabberslythe ROR with Armor Sundering and Mortis Engine. And we got a Wildcaster with Devolve, as well as Traderkin, and just an unholy horde of Chaos. Yeah, should be good. And now if we look here at the forces of RTK, down but certainly not out, we have an unholy Air Force. We have the Pentagyro backed up by Bats, backed up by the Von Karstein Lord. So the air is going to 100% be in their favor. And the Vampires are basically just defending this Mortis Engine here, and layers of Dwarven Chaff are buying time for the Gyrocopters to win the game. Yeah. So there you have it. It is time. Let's see how this goes. And we will do it to it. You know that Hiroyuki Tagawa moved to Russia? Oh, I didn't know that. Interesting. Is that actually true? Yeah, I actually gave Hiroyuki Tagawa a ride to the train station in Los Angeles once. He was at the doctor's office with me. And I was standing by my car, and he just comes up to me and is like, hey, can I pay you to give me a ride to the train station? I was like, holy shit, it's the Mortal Kombat guy. So I just was like, okay. So he gave me like $20, and I drove him to the LA train station. It was the most surreal shit ever. Like, the Shang Tsung was in my car. The Mortal Kombat guy. I every ounce of my fiber was like, I wanted to ask him to like say the line, like, your soul is mine, but I thought that'd be kind of rude, so I didn't, but yeah, we'll see. All right. So the dreaded Air Force is here, and what's really nasty about this is even if the Beastmen had brought a couple Harpies, the Fellbats and the Vampire Lord would be able to dismantle them, so yeah. Yeah, I told that story a while back. Yeah, crazy shit. The Your Soul is Mine guy. He was really nice. He was cool. He was chatting with me and was very friendly and stuff. That is that. I've always wanted to meet Chuck Norris or Steven Seagal or Van Damme. I used to love like watching those guys. They'd be fun to meet. If you said your soul is mine, I'm toast, I know. So the forces of the Beastmen and Chaos advancing on the Vampire Dwarf defensive blob, and Gaze of Nagash going down and nails that. Oh my god, that Brave Shaman of the Wild. Excuse me. Getting absolutely karate chopped here. Cody Barrett, I've got one. Mr. Rogers versus Christopher Lee. Okay, we'll do that after we'll do that after. I already have my answer. Yeah, I already have my answer, but. So far the gyrocopters are being partially kept at bay. We do have the Centaur throwing axes plus triple Marauder Horseman throwing axe. So there's a ton of anti-air, and Centaurs with throwing axes are a very good answer against gyrocopters. I'm curious if the Fellbats will land and try and defend and like maybe, you know, go in and try and do what they can. Yeah, we'll see. On this side of the battlefield, the Jabberslythe and the Tuskor Chariots and the Bray Shaman preparing to pile in, while Torox the Brass Bull going to be going bulls deep right here, jumping through some zombies through a hail of fire and blasting charges. Pretty cool for sure. Nice little cinematic shot while we watch here. Nice firepower coming in from the Althar's Raiders, though. They are able to get some good work in, but the Brass Body has been used by the Plague Penguin. A very, very good usage of that. If not used, Torox would be much lower. But now Blood Knights are surging in, and the Blood Knights do get a nice little charge. Pulling back to the Bestigors is certainly a strong play. Maybe allowing the Mortis Engine to turn around and get some drain there. As far as the forces of the Faith and Shot, they do have a couple idle units. A huge mistake here in the back by them, and they played so tight last game, but this game, couple of mistakes here. Sigvald and the casters are very out of position. They should have been engaging with the rest of the army. Torox is getting absolutely nuked by the Gyrocopter squad, though. Man, and they found a nice position because the Centaurs can't get close enough here with the defensive formation to really get the throwing axes on the Gyrocopters. But Torox is very durable. His high armor value is pretty good leadership by Beastman standards. He is able to hold the line. He is able to hold the line. So Flash Bomb is active, and here comes the Brass Bull once again. He's looking like he wants to move in. The Jabberslythe ROR seems to be doing good, getting some Mortis Engine on these units and leaping around, but it really, really needs to get on top of the Althar's Raiders. But gotta watch out too, because the Blood Knights are nearby, although Blood Knights are somewhat low, so maybe not going to be as much of a factor. Sigvald moving in. Torox is pushed back right now, and the balance power does go into the favor of the Vampire Dwarf Unholy Alliance here in this box. Sigvald late to the party, you know. Could have been in here causing some problems, but he'll get there eventually. Now, it looks like a Traderkin's going to be going down. It will hit everything in the vicinity. Oh, man. Overcasted Final Transmutation. A really nice one, though. It does hit the Slayers, the Graveguard, Althar's Raiders. Some minors are a little bit of a consolation prize. But still a close battle. Despite the damage that Torox has taken early, there still are some formidable forces. Tuskor Chariots are taken out by Blood Knights, teamed up here with the Von Karstein Vampire Lord. And, yeah, the Vampires still have their Mortis Engine in the back, though. They've been very conservative with this piece. Probably trying to stay away from the Marauder Horsemen and the Centaur Throwing Axes. The Gyrocopter Air Force is still in good shape. I mean, I think 3 of the 5 are still very combat effective. 2 of them here are probably going to be going down. Nice play here by the Plague Penguin. He is able to get the Centaurs right under them and actually breaks one. The other one is steady and getting shaken, a little bit beat up there, but we'll see if it can stabilize itself over the course of this game. Torox rallies. Torox does have 500 HP. The Bray Shaman of the Wild is back, and a Gaze of Nagash going down, and it does blast the caster a little bit. But the Centaurs, the throwing axes, actually end up taking some of that damage. So here the Mortis Engine has moved up and is going to be dropping a nice drain here on the Bestigors. But the Marauder Horsemen, all of whom are throwing axes, it looks like. Yeah, I think they're mostly throwing axes. Not going to be quite as effective against the Mortis Engine, but they do force it back and allow the Jabberslythe to continue fighting relatively unimpeded without too much pressure here. The Jabberslythe is a big factor too. The army of the vampires and dwarves don't have a ton of missiles outside of the Master Engineer and the Altar's Raider. So if those were to be taken out, that Jabberslythe actually could potentially be a game-winning beast, right? And the Centaurs of Throwing Axe is trying to get on the gyros, but these Blood Knights are really pressing pretty well. Torox the Brass Bull is broken. He's got 500 HP, being chased down by a single gyrocopter across the battlefield, which is incredibly cost-effective. So here we are back into the epicenter of combat as a fiery ring of Thori goes down, and a second one from the second Master Engineer. And Thoric Ironbrow fighting against Sigvald, as well as the Exalted Hero. The Mortis Engine for the Beastmen doing great work right now. It's hitting a lot of the army. Slayers are actually immune to the Beastmen Mortis Engine because it only hits units below 50% leadership. Therefore, things like Dragonback Slayers actually cannot be affected by that. But nonetheless, Sigvald and the Exalted Hero seem to be doing okay. The double Gyrocopter Brimstone gun here for the RTK team. It's getting some beautiful shots into the Vorber Gland Broodmother, which is now attacked by the Von Karstein Vampire Lord. The Mighty Zombie Dragon should be able to do the trick here. We'll see if they can get through and really drag it down here. 14 HP, the big disgusting beast of the old world will be leaping back to its cave somewhere to be taken out by Chameleon Skinks, I'm sure. So there you go, little buddy. And RTK is securing even more of a lead as the Dwarves and the Vampires hold. The Gyrocopters have been very effective. Torox took a huge beating early on, and, you know, ultimately, Torox didn't do much. Sigvald got in a little bit late to the party, too. Could we see some sort of a surprise comeback? Let's take inventory. So Beastmen do have some Centaurs running low on ammunition, and Chaos does have some great weapon infantry, which of course are still quite formidable. But the Mortis Engine, man, that thing is going to be a pain. If they run out of ammo before they can kill this Mortis Engine, that is 100% going to be game. Here you can see Thoric Ironbrow kind of getting spanked by Sigvald, though. The Prodigal Prince maybe could be a factor for a comeback here. I mean, Thoric kind of getting whooped on here is quite big. Man, he really got destroyed by Sigvald. I guess he's on foot, so he's not going to be quite as resilient as he is on his big anvil, where he has like 1,000 more HP. Mortis Engine moving in. Mortis Engine needs to be killed. If the team Faith and Shot wants any chance of coming back here in this game, they're going to be having to kill that Mortis Engine somehow, which is going to be incredibly hard. Sigvald maybe can just waddle after it and try and screen it out at the very least. Centaurs of Throwing Axes getting a nice volley there, taking out a couple Gyrocopters. And the Brass Bull is actually back with 200 HP. And then he shatters. As soon as I give him any attention, he just shatters. And, you know, that is that. Sigvald, though, he's so hot right now. He's going after the Necromancer of J Phoenix. It looks like the heroic killing blow is active. And the Necromancer here should be paying the Troll Toll. Centaurs of Throwing Axes, good positioning here by Plague Penguin. He's able to get some nice shots into J Phoenix's Claw of Nagash. But looks like Jay able to get the claw away and circle away from the formation. Very, very nice play there as well. And the Houseplant doing good work with his Gyrocopter. Good target priority. But, man, Sigvald might be a little bit out of his league here as the Von Karstein Vampire Lord with the Rune of Breaking. Oh, check that shit out. Rune of Breaking going on the Von Karstein Lord, giving it armor sundering and extra damage as it goes in on Sigvald and does some very, very nasty work. I think there was a glimmer of hope for a potential comeback, but with the Mortis Engine being so healthy and Sigvald being very susceptible to cycle charging from the Von Karstein Lord is not going to be long for this world. And Sigvald gets absolutely 1-2 shotted there by the big dragon. Brutal, brutal stuff. And there you have it. Prince Sigvald going to be running for the hills. We got 346 HP, and now it's only a matter of time. You can see that beautiful, beautiful Mortis Engine just hitting the entire remnant of this Chaos Force. And a couple Centaurs trying. Master Engineers here as well. And that will be the game for RTK. So we got a rubber match on our hands. One more game after this to rule them all. And we will go from there. Thank you guys all for joining again. It's been a fun set of games today. Very, very different format. Sigvald did well, but that Von Karstein Vampire Lord took no mercy. The initial engagement, pretty bad for the forces of Faith and Shot, but they did a good job recuperating after that, but I think it was a little bit too late. Your boy Torox only getting 41 value is pretty unacceptable for sure. So, all right. Let's do it to it. Update the scorecards here. Voice is getting a little tired. Yes, Sigvald tried so hard and got so far, but in the end it sort of mattered, but not quite. Map set. To the desert. Good luck, have fun. So now we are in game 3. We're doing it. Okay. So, yeah, Cody, I thank you for your donation, but I think we already know that Christopher Lee would destroy Mr. Rogers. Christopher Lee was in the military and, you know, yeah, and had combat training and combat experience. Like, yeah. So I think we'll probably skip that poll for now. At least we got to discuss it based on your donation. That was good. Okay. I got to think of another one right now. All right. Bretonia, again, for the houseplant. That's been their go-to pick for most of this tournament. On a grudge scale, how bad is it allying with vampires? I feel like there are worse things. It's pretty grudge-centric, Ivan, but like I feel like allying with like Skaven or Greenskins would be far worse. Like I could see an alliance of necessity between dwarves for like a single battle, you know. But Cody, let's see. What's another good one we could do here? Let me think of a good battle. Uh-huh. I gotta make sure it's someone that you guys know too, because I know of a lot of obscure characters we could potentially do. A tiger versus a polar bear. Yeah. Mr. Rogers was a psychotic killer in secret. Who knows, man? We will never know. I'm thinking of some fun ones. Yeah, because if I do like an MMA fighter, you guys aren't. A lot of you might not know who that was. Needs to be someone like more mainstream. Okay, we could do some fictional characters. We've been doing mostly like. Well, I guess we did Dobby and Gollum. What is one that I would genuinely be perplexed by? That would be pretty decent. Okay, that's not bad. Oh man, I have a good one. I have a really good one. This is a good one, guys. Yeah, this is a good one. So, Mjolnir's Thunder, yeah, most people use debug camera. I don't personally because I think it makes for a worse spectator experience, which is the focus of my channel. But from competitive play, I think, yeah, I think that the debug is quite useful. Here comes that boy, Olinus Pius versus Horus, correct? Oh, I don't know who those are. Horus, like the War Master from... Oh, this is a pretty contested one. Dude, this is a good one. Come on. I have my opinion, but... Yeah. See, now this is getting better. This one should be like this even, this close. Because I think this is a really tough one. Tundi, if you just Google it, you'll find out like instantly. No, I'm talking hand-to-hand combat with these two. Yeah, because like giving them their weapons is kind of silly, you know. Turin, are you still a potato or a sausage? I'm a little leaner, so probably a sausage right now. I've lost quite a bit of weight. Yeah. Yeah. But Griven, Worf is the same way. When Worf gets captured in Deep Space Nine, he gets like imprisoned by the Dominion, and they like force him to fight gladiator fights to the death, basically, and he's like a beast. So like it depends on which Worf you're looking at too. If you're looking at Worf from like you know early TNG, like he's pretty haggard, but like if you look at him in DS9 and other shows, he's definitely much tougher. So yeah, dude, this is a super hard one. Oh, Teal'c has the Goa'uld symbiote. It's part of him. Yeah, of course he has that. This is a really, really hard one, honestly. I can't even decide myself. Worf, yeah, Worf is a Klingon martial artist, but Teal'c is very formidable in hand-to-hand combat as well. There's scenes in SG-1 where Teal'c is like attacked by like maybe 5, 6, 7 Jaffa, and he like fights his way through them. Like he's very formidable in hand-to-hand combat. Like Teal'c was the in SG-1 was the first. Teal'c is the first prime of Apophis, which means he's like the strongest of all the Jaffa, basically, and the most like you know. So Teal'c is a real beast. Yeah, and so is Worf. I'll let this one run for a little bit longer. Yeah, Worf gets stronger in the later shows. I would say in Deep Space Nine, he's more formidable. Like in TNG, he just like, you know, it's kind of corny, but yeah. Yeah, Teal'c is pretty awesome. I love, we got Avaris in chat. He's just like so lame and nerd. Nerds! All right. I think we're good. I'm gonna close this one in like 20 seconds. it's scary how accurate closed captioning is right now. Yeah, it does pretty good. I speak... When I speak faster during commentary, it's not as good. We can do draws too. I mean, you know, I think if it's within like 1 or 2%, I think it's like more of a draw category. So yeah, you guys in the end voted Teal'c 50%, Worf 49. So that more or less is a tie. Like it was a couple votes from a tie. Yes, but you have to remember Teal'c is the voice actor for Kratos in God of War. That alone carries some serious weight. Personally, I feel like it's pretty close. I think if you take Worf from early TNG, like I think Teal'c would kick his butt. Like it'd be a good fight, but like Teal'c would have the advantage. But if you're taking Worf like from like the Dominion saga of like Deep Space Nine, I think you have like a dead even fight, man. Like they're both so similar. They have like that warrior monk like attitude. That's true. Teal'c also does get healing from his symbiote. It's a little bit like slower, but yeah, Teal'c does have regeneration factor as well. So like some of the blows that he might take, he might recover from like a dazing blow quicker than like Worf might. But again, Worf is like, you know, Klingons are very strong, right? They're stronger than humans. So Worf might have a slight strength advantage too. But again, the Jaffa are very strong, and they have the symbiote, which also augments their physiology. So I would call that one a call, man. Yeah. Yeah, maybe I biased the results a little bit way. But a lot of people don't like know as much about those characters, so I was trying to give them some you know, kind of. I think that would be a good brawl. Like I think that would be a great brawl. Yeah. That one's too hard to call. That's like a tie, I would say. Well, Teal'c couldn't beat anyone without a symbiote, because if the Jaffa don't have their symbiotes in Stargate SG-1, they die. Because it's their immune system. They were created, like, they were basically made to be that way by the Goa'uld. So he would if Teal'c loses his symbiote, his immune system dies and he dies. So like it's like, you know, he gets weak, and yeah. Some say they're still battling to this day. It's a close fight. It's really close. Yeah, I think that would just be a tie. Because yeah, if you've seen Deep Space Nine, Worf is pretty formidable in there. Like when he fights the Dominion and he's in like the gladiator pits, he literally like takes on all these like gnarly warriors. But Teal'c does the same thing, so it's like, I think it's too hard to say. Oh, my computer's okay. I'm getting a new one soon. I'm waiting to see like hope maybe get some deals around the holidays. We'll see. Yeah, my computer's fine for what it is now. Dimitri, thank you so much, Papa Turn. Back at it on Sunday. Hell yeah, man. Dimitri, thank you for the 20. Appreciate that. Yeah. Really do appreciate that. Wait, I'll check it out. Yeah, message me on Discord that name so I don't forget. I know those are hard ones to discuss. This is good because 2v2s, like, they take a long time to pick their armies because I'm not being super strict about it. Have they? Oh, do they switch? Oh, they switched. Look, we have dwarves and vampires again on a team, but now Jay Phoenix is on Skaven and Houseplant's on Bretonia. Huh. That's fun. I haven't gotten to Stargate Atlantis yet. No, I'm binging SG-1 right now. I'm on season 6 of SG-1, so I think I have like 3 or 4 more seasons. Yeah. Oh man, Mada, you gotta watch DS9. DS9 is my favorite Star Trek. I love it. Oh, DS9 is so goddamn good. Like Quark and you know, all those characters are just so fun. And like DS9 is like, it's not about exploration. It's more so about like galactic politics and you know, warfare, and you know, and also the more micro focus on like the environment of the space station. It's really good. I love Deep Space Nine. You definitely should watch TNG before you watch it, but once you finish TNG, I would recommend DS9 as the next show. They kind of overlap. So I know I'm excited for Atlantis too. I'm gonna miss the crew though from SG-1. I really like the actors and yeah. The new Dune movie looks interesting. Yeah, they have some pretty solid actors in that. You know, Dune actually had a really good RTS game back in the day. I forget what it was called. Like, maybe it was just Dune, but there was a Dune RTS game where you could summon the sandworms and stuff, and it was really, really fun. I can't remember that. Maybe we'll do like a stream where we play like some vintage RTS games. That one was really good. Yeah. HH, that's funny, yeah. Well, who knows? Yeah, I don't know anything about Babylon 5. I've never seen it, so it's on my list. It's on my list. So Jay Phoenix and Houseplant are ready. For anybody watching the stream back after the fact, I'll make sure to put timestamps for when the game starts, so you guys can skip all this this ranting. Dune was the RTS game, yeah. Sounds good, way. I'll check it out. Yeah, Colonel O'Neill's a lot of fun. Arnold from Predator and Stallone from Rambo. That's tough. That's tough. I mean, Arnold has the size advantage for sure, but yeah. I'm excited for Babylon 5. One of my favorite sci-fi shows of all time, though, is Battlestar Galactica. I love that shit. Hey, Satsuma, how's it going? Were you playing in the other tournaments going on today? Yeah, you got your RTK team here in the finals. It's a 1-1 series. I love Battlestar Galactica. That show hit hard, man. Like Admiral Adama and like, oh, so good. So good. That actor is so good. Yeah, Battlestar Galactica. I literally like binged that show in like I think like a week. I watched like everything. Maybe even less. It was when I was on summer break from college one year. The Glorious Rubber Match, yeah. Yeah, Battlestar Galactica is really good. If you guys haven't seen that, definitely check it out. That's a show that you just get lost in. The premise is so neat. I mean, it didn't have like the craziest ending in the world, but it was good, yeah. So Turin, SG-1 in Atlantis runs parallel from Season 8. There was a crossover in Oh, okay. No, I have a strict policy where I binge watch and finish shows before I start new ones, so I'm going to just get through SG-1 and then... Oh, Satsuma, no worries, man. Well, we're happy to have you here. Yeah, Dune 2000, yeah, I remember playing that. Yeah, Battlestar Galactica does kind of run on a bit at the end for sure. I still enjoyed it, but yeah, it was really good. Sigismund in his prime versus Abaddon. Ooh, that's a good one. No, here comes that boy I don't, unfortunately. Yeah, I don't. I wish I knew all the secret. I'll let the players know they have to hurry. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no worries. They're discussing stuff between themselves, so it's all good. Hopefully you guys don't mind hanging out with me here. Used to watch SG-1 with your first girlfriend. Oh yeah, Starbuck from Battlestar Galactica versus Carter in SG-1. I think Starbuck is more of like a fighter. Carter's more of like a scientist. So I think Starbuck would probably have the edge in like a fight. Yeah. Yeah. Teal'c was the man for sure. What I really like about SG-1 is like how like they explain the history of Earth as being like all of the ancient gods, you know, that humans worshipped were basically like actually aliens who were like enslaving them. You know, so you have like not all of them were bad, of course. The the Viking gods, the Norse gods were like good guys, like Thor and you know, you meet Heimdall and then of course all the Egyptian gods and many of the other ones. Yeah, it's so fun. Toe Seeker. Oh, I love it. Toe Seeker, and you have the Foe Seeker icon. Get some trophy toes for me. Hey, I got you, man. Sounds good. Yeah. Gotrek versus the White Dwarf. Ooh, that's a really hard one. They both have rune axes. Probably Gotrek. It depends on which point you're talking about. Like if it's Gotrek in traditional Warhammer Fantasy, probably like Grombrindle, but Gotrek towards the end times, like he gets like he kind of ascends to like godhood of sorts. So yeah. Do you think Tzeentch and Cathay will be in the next trailer? I think the next stuff we're going to be seeing is going to be everything else. Like they're going to show, because look, I mean, Kislev fought Khorne pretty much nonstop in all the trailers, so I think they're going to do like Cathay, like, and the rest of the Chaos Gods like in a trailer together, or they'll have individual like spotlight trailers, and then they might have like a in-game cinematic like what they did for Khorne and with like Cathay versus like like Tzeentch would be really good, but so would Nurgle too. So yeah, Cody Bear for sure. Yeah, it's really fun. Which factions would you cast first in Warhammer 3? Oh, Nurgle for sure is going to be one. Kislev. Dude, all of them. There's only going to be like, what, 6 or 7 at first, so it'll be easy to get them out quick. I wish the Stargate lore was true. It'd be so interesting. Yeah. All right, the rubber match is here, baby. 1-1 RTK versus Faith and Shot. The two teams loading in. We have Vampires and Dwarves for Faith and Shot. They actually saw their opponents do it and maybe, had to scheme that one out a little bit. And then they're going to be facing off against the Unholy Alliance of Bretonnia and Skaven, which, of course, does bring you a lot of nice tools, including a Mortis Engine if you want, or the dreaded 13th spell in the case here of this Runecaster. So certainly very strong. So for the forces of J Phoenix, hiccups, I'm sorry. Holy shit, triple Jezzail. Okay, triple Jezzail, obviously very strong against dwarves. We do also have Death Runners, again, anti-dwarf, mixed in with Globadiers. So clearly the Skaven army is very well equipped to annihilate a dwarf. Now, the issue becomes dealing with vampires. There you have the Fey Enchantress, a shit ton of Knights of the Realm and Questing Knights, and just some chaff. So yeah, that's going to be the game plan, I think, for RTK. You have the Bretonnians deal with the vampire mobility and monsters, while the Skaven absolutely annihilate the dwarves with Jezzails and, the tools that are normally very, very strong there. So there you go. And now if we take a look here at ye old Faith and Shot coming in today, winning the first game against a very strong RTK team and having an excellent run today as well. They are here to face Clan RTK in their final duel. Thoric Ironbrow, of course, no other Dwarf Lords are ever picked anymore. Master Engineer teamed up with Helmengorst. Helmengorst. He's here and he is rolling dirty as hell in that cart. On top of that, we got a couple cannons in the back to be blasting some of the Bretonnian Knights and maybe Jezzails if they can line up their sights. Slayers, fair amount of cavalry via Blood Knights, and basic Graveguard. Oh, okay, interesting. Graveguard as well. No great weapons, interestingly enough, against the dwarves. A little bit of a mistake in my opinion, but not going to be game-breaking or anything. So yeah, cannons, defensive build, vampires have the mobility, and that is that. That is that. Oh, are you guys talking about Ancient Aliens? Oh my god, that's such a meme. Yeah, Ancient Aliens is basically like the SG-1 premise. Yeah. Yeah, always a good time. Jezzails are certainly very painful for dwarves. Jezzails aren't crazy good in like a lot of other matchups, but against dwarves they're very strong. It's character sniping, they can snipe artillery, very effective. And that's going to be the big problem for the forces of the Faith and Shot here, is that they have to deal with these Jezzails somehow. And they might be able to push through with like skeletons and Graveguard, maybe. Backed up if the cavalry can get some optimal engagements against the Bretonnians, just maybe. The Helmengorst square has finally been fulfilled. Yes, it has in the bingo. Yeah, good times, man. Good times. So let us know your predictions in chat. Who do you think is going to win? Team RTK or the mighty Faith and Shot? Saw some cool Karl Franz play earlier. We got to see some Beastmen today. I think we've seen most factions. There's been, I think, a couple that might not have been represented, but for the most part, it's been quite fun. Well, like, have fun. Yeah, they're talking about their builds from before. The Graveguard could be good, but the problem is Graveguard will get absolutely wrecked by Globadiers. On top of that, Graveguard will struggle against Fey Enchantress Mortis Engine. And Questing Knights are also quite good against Graveguard, especially if they're not the Great Weapon variant. So I would say, in terms of armies, not to say this game's over by any stretch of the imagination, I personally think that the RTK team, in terms of army comps, has a bit of an advantage. Not to say they're going to be guaranteed winning this. There's still a lot of play that the forces of Faith and Shot have, and Master Engineers and the cannons could do some devastating damage, and the Blood Knights could get better engagements against cavalry. So there is a lot to take into account here. So yeah, gonna be great, man. Gonna be great. Good luck, have fun being dropped on both sides. Obviously in 2v2s, it takes a little bit longer to set these bad boys up. But now is the time. Skaven and Peasants, who can really tell the difference? I know, yeah, they're more or less equally expendable, right? The peasant mobs themselves. They both have the expendable trait, I think. Who would actually win? The peasant mobs have much better melee attack, but their melee defense certainly lacks, whereas these are Skaven Slave Spears, so I guess it depends on which variant. Leadership is 35 on Skaven Slaves, and 36 on peasant mobs. It's certainly an interesting test. It's certainly an interesting test. Yeah. We'll have to see. All right, so the battle is underway. The Jezzails are probably just going to waddle into range of the cannons. It's 100% what they want. But nonetheless, this army has to advance. The cannon fire of the Faith and Shot is going to be able to unleash some nice salvos. Might go after the Grey Seer. The Grey Seer is certainly a good target. It can juke back and forth somewhat well. But also, probably shooting the Companions is more guaranteed value simply because they can't juke you as easily as like a single entity can. But yeah, I would probably shoot at the Grail Knights, the Questing Knights, the Companions, all those elite cavalry, because if you can nullify the Bretonnian cavalry, it does open up a lot of play elsewhere. But the triple cannon's actually going into the Jezzails. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for them. In my experience, cannons against Jezzails, it just doesn't happen quick enough. And as soon as the Jezzails can start returning fire on your cannons, shit just goes south really, really quick. But, you know, the cannons are kind of on this weird hill back here where they might be able to kind of, you know, avoid that. And once the Jezzails start to get lower in model count, it's much harder to actually take those guys out. So there you have it. Warplock Jezzails are getting pushed off here, at least one unit. Now the other ones are going to be going into the cannons, and you can see the cannon crews really getting peppered quite badly. But they did get the advantage of taking out one of the Jezzail units, or at least breaking it. What I think would be a very strong play here for the Faith and Shot would be to get maybe like a bat and just like kind of dive it into one of the Jezzails while the cannons secure an advantage. I don't know. We'll see if they end up doing that. But I think the bat commit right now would be a very good play, because still they have all their cannons more or less. Helman Gorst is shotgun blasting the Gaze of Nagash, and it looks like it just misses horribly. Yeah, pretty unfortunate. A lot of Winds of Magic. We actually had some Rattling Gunners in the back too. Oh, the Teethbreakers, they were actually hidden, and they pop out and start wasting these Fellbats, while Howling Warpgale goes down as well from the Runecaster. So the Fellbats get completely nullified. Brutal, brutal stuff. Look at that. That was a pretty cool play. Now, Bretonnian Cavalry waiting on the wings. One Dwarven Cannon is almost out of the picture. It does have 2 models left, and the Blood Knights and other units are circling around the flank, looking to maybe pick a fight with Bretonnia. But picking a fight with Bretonnia is going to be a bad call out here. With the Fey Enchantress and the Paladins, plus the Grail Knights, these Blood Knights would get massacred. So I think if the Faith and Shot do send these bad boys out here, they're going to lose the game. They need to stay tight, they need to play defensively, and just hope they can weather the Jezzail fire. But you can see how superior the Jezzails are. Oh, and look at this, some wild-ass Cairn Rays slipped in here. Oh no, I thought they were part of the other army for a second. I was like, wait a second. But this is a beautiful play coming in from Jay Phoenix. Jay used the dreaded 13th spell on top of the cannon, which does massive damage on impact, summoned the Stormvermin Halberds while the Jezzails killed the other one. So 2 of the Jawi cannons are more or less nullified right now. The third one is going to start getting pounded, but in terms of like cost-effective trading, that is incredibly valuable for the forces of RTK over here. They've certainly got the upper hand as the cannons are getting bunker busted. The Stormvermin Halberds are broken, but they've done their job, taking one cannon offline. Basically hoping that the cannon runs far enough away that the Companions and other units can, you know, get that fight. The Fey squad just kind of waiting in the back. Fey Enchantress and the 2 Paladins over here, you can see just kind of chilling off in the Shadow Realm right there. And maybe looking to, you know, come in and fight. It's hard to say. The players can't see my markers, can they? Hopefully they can. I don't think they can since I'm the spectator, but Jezzail still going after the cannons. One of them is here, and the other Dwarven cannons remaining tenacious. Some of them have come back, and the frontline fighting is underway. Death Runners certainly could cut through zombies or Graveguard at a relatively reasonable pace. The 2 assassins of the Skaven and Bretonnian alliance are moving in to go after the Vargulf, and assassins will do well. It's lightly armored, although one of them does get punted into the Rat Realm right there as he gets pushed back. And beautiful Dwarven blasting charges will be able to wreck the Skaven advance pretty hard. Helman Gorst looks to be moving up. He better be careful, though. There are a lot of Jezzails, as well as Peasant Archers, all of whom could punish the Gorst pretty damn badly. So the Gortys engine needs to be really, really cautious here. So Dwarven Cannons, let's take a look. This one is still functional with 3. This one is pretty much guaranteed dead. They can't even get the crew back on. And now another dreaded 13th spell. Is that what this is going to be? I think so. Wow. No. Wait, is it? I'm trying to remember the animation of that. It does take a long time to cast. No, it's a Comet of Cassandra. I was going to say, I think it looks a little bit different than that, the animation. And it does do some damage. Maybe breaks the crew off. We'll see. Bretonnia really trying to force a fight with the Blood Knights in the back. Fey Enchantress is getting very close. Looks like she herself might be going in and trying to force a Mortis Blob fight, which would not be a bad idea by any stretch of the imagination. The Skaven Globadiers getting some really nice fire into the Rangers. Death Runners are now advancing up, as are the Spearmen at Arms. So the Death Runners in tandem with the Bretonnian Peasants should be able to cost-effectively shut down these Dwarven missile pieces, as they are saturated with Globadier fire. So looking back, I mean, the Skaven, you know, they got Teethbreakers back here. They got Poison Wing Globadiers in full effectiveness. I don't see the Dwarven or Vampiric Infantry really doing well. The only chance I really see for the Dwarven Vampire Alliance is going to be the Cavalry game, which even still I think is heavily favored for the Bretonnians due to the Mortis Engine effect. Now, here in the front, the Varghulf still dropping some bows here, doing some okay work. And now we get the first fight. So Slayers do rush out, or no, those are just Dwarf Warriors. So basically, this is going to be a freebie. Will there be a response? I think if the Plague Penguin sends Thoric over here and drops like a sick rune on the Blood Knights, like a rune of speed to give a melee attack, they might be able to do something. But overall, this is going to be a massive victory for Bretonnia. The Bretonnian Knights couch their lances, and the Vampires are fighting leaderless. They don't have any leader support. They have no magic support, and they do get a nice invocation of Rune of Doom, which is a very, very good communication between those two players. And Helmand Gorst is moving over there to Mortis Engine, but I think he's going to be a little bit too slow. Dwellers Below going down as well, but now that Dragonback Slayers are coming in here, this could change the paradigm of this battle. But we get the Companions looking to do a rear charge, but they are actually fended off by the Dragonback Slayers. And now more Questing Knights coming in. Goddamn rock faces are just ruining the camera angle during the most intense moments. But you can see the Blood Knights get massacred. Helmand Gorst does drop his shotgun, but that's like, you know, what is that? Almost like, yeah, over like 3,000 gold lost on those Blood Knights. And the Bretonnians took pretty superficial damage. I mean, one Questing Knight really took some work, but aside from that, not much else. So now this is where things are going to get very ugly. I think RTK is going to be surging in and moving with the Companions, hammering into the canyons, or the cannons. Canyons and cannons. That's a little bit of a tricky one there. Nice response, though, here by the Faith in Shot, moving in the Dragonback Slayers, moving in the Cairn Race, both of which are quite good against Companions. But the Companions get out pretty quickly. Pretty effective cavalry play there in the backfield from Houseplant. And here, Jay Phoenix continuing to just unleash unholy salvos on the advancing Dwarves. And yes, some Dwarf Warriors get in, but there's a lot of chaff. There's a lot of just bodies to get in front of them and allow the Rattling Gunners, who are just going apeshit right now. I mean, just look at this, just unleashing this unholy amount of fire on these poor Dwarves. So there go the Longbeards. Yeah, they really got punished pretty badly. And the Vampires and Dwarves trying their best. I'm surprised the Bounce Bar isn't worse. I feel like the Bretonnians have really gotten most of the favorable engagements, and now like the two Paladins are just going to be running rampant. I suppose it's maybe because of the Graveguard quality troops that do exist in this army, but like they're not going to be much against the Fey-Enchantress. Helmand Gorst is still a factor too. Maybe if it does get forced into like some sort of a blob fight, Helmand Gorst is going to be able to pull something off. Let's see what spells he has. He has the Shotgun Blast. That's pretty much it. More Rattling Gunners just teeing off into the Dwarves there, melting the Master Engineer actually, and really causing some problems. Now, is the Skaven army getting pushed back? Globadiers have turned, probably will start throwing here in a second. Looks like the Rune of Wrath and Ruin. Able to do some work against the RTK front line. But all the Globadiers are functional. Several Jezzails, 10 models here, 5 models here, and another 8 here. So in total, it's like one full Jezzail unit worth of stopping power. And the Rattling Gunners have good ammo. What do we have? Yeah, some Sternsmen advancing, but they're just getting Globadiered into the Shadow Realm. Globadiers are so goddamn good against infantry. It doesn't matter how good you are. Like, the poison damage is just going to do work. 1,500 value here on these globes. Have more than triple their value. Such a good unit. So Balance of Power is now, for the first time, starting to noticeably be, you know, factored in here. The Rune of Doom does go down, and the Bretonnian Knights continue to harass and harry on the flanks as Helmand Gorst waddles around, really having a hard time. Gorst is probably the weakest link here because his shotgun blasts have been not super effective, and he can't really push in without getting Rattling Gunnered or Jezzailed. So he's like in this very awkward situation. Bretonnian Knights in the back still hammering, causing a lot of problems, occupying elite expensive units. Cannons have a couple models here actually. Looks like they still have one cannon here and a couple of cannons there. And Jezzail's finishing off the Master Engineer. Looks like he's on death's bed. He's got about 497, wavering in the danger zone as Globadier fire continues to wreck the remnants of the Dwarven infantry. And now you can see a nice decision here from Houseplant, pulling back these forces and basically just protecting the Skaven weapons teams at this point. It's kind of like the slow, inexorable push of doom, right? You just protect those with your cavalry, and the Skaven will clean up pretty much everything else with their weapons teams and all that sort of good stuff. Even the Grey Seer of Ruin is alive, and he might have another dreaded 13th spell. I can't quite remember. Nonetheless, Bretonnian cavalry moving in. Master Engineer is about to go down. HP is 184. We do get a Vampire Gorilla pushing into fight, but the Gorilla is not going to have a good fight versus Paladins if they choose to fight. They could just run away too, but they could also just turn and probably kill this Varghulf, or at least do some very serious damage to that bad boy. Looking around, the Vampires and Dwarven Alliance of Faith and Shot looking like they're on the ropes against the RTK team right now. The Assassins moving in to go after the Varghulf, and looks like they're going to go after Thoric right now. Thoric going to get circle beaten pretty bad, especially with Trophy Heads active. He is tanky on his anvil, but yeah, look at that. Rival High Talisman plus Trophy Heads putting his melee attack down to a whopping 0. Very brutal. And we still do have the Graveguard. Helmengorst is kind of rolling a little bit dirty. Helmengorst is moving, and maybe as ammunition starts to wax and, eventually wane here for the forces of the Skaven, we could see a wild Helmengorst come back. Gonna be hard to say. The Graveguard are formidable too, and Thoric Ironbrow trying his best, but he is indeed being prison shanked. These Skaven assassins have carved knives out of their toothbrushes and are certainly giving the business to this Dwarf Lord, which is very thematic. The mighty Dwarf Lords being dragged down by Skaven is very, very lore friendly. Graveguard here, fighting a good fight, but the Fey Mortis engine will come into full effect here soon, and the Bretonnian Knights really, really ravaging the backfield. Master Engineer's in trouble, Knights here cycle charging Cairn Race very effectively. And yeah, what a scrappy fight. This has been a great series. We have an 11-minute match, and it's still not decided yet, but it's looking quite favored, I would say, for RTK. But not to say that the old faith in shot can't pull it back. We will see. Graveguard grinding it down. This Vargulf Gorilla putting up a good fight as well. And look at this. The Necromancer coming in with his old Pimp Cane, dropping a blow here on the Paladin, sending him running for the hills. But that Paladin will be back shortly. I can assure you they will return. And the Vargulf is crumbling. The anti-large attacks from the Paladins, the Fey Enchantress's dreaded Unicorn, a bloodthirsty beast of the old world doing some work. And now the classic Helmengorst. Helmengorst is not only slow, but also suppressed, rocking 15 speed, being rattling gunned and Giseled, not able to get the support he really needs here. If it had been a blob battle, Helmengorst would have been an absolute beast, but the Giselles and Skaven really played more of a ranged style of play. Some more Globadier fire getting in there. Dwarves have advanced. The nice Chalice of Potions from the Fey Enchantress, able to really punish the blobbed elite infantry. The Graveguard really, really not paying for themselves here, as they are drowned down by the Fey Enchantress, the Mist of the Lady surrounding them. It'd be cool if there was actual mist animation that came out. And here comes the Bretonnian Knights riding to the aid of their lady, looking to maybe be promoted to Grail Knight someday. We will see, or Grail Guardians, even better. And I think that's it. It's only a matter of time as Helmengorst waddles, sadly, once again. He's walked a million miles this battle, but ye old Helmengorst, not quite able to get it done. Well played to these two teams. Super fun for sure. Mortis Engine going both ways now. Helmengorst is finally in a good engagement. This is great for him, right? Draining down all these elite knights, but the two assassins are going to be able to shank him. And looks like that's going to be army losses. And RTK is going to be the champion of today's tournament, which took absurdly long. But normally I only do top 4. I guess today we did some lower rounds. So, yeah, man, RTK wins it. GG, well played. The Dwarven Bretonnian Alliance proving to be quite strong today. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff indeed. So taking a look here, I'm curious about the Globadiers. 350, 1400, and 2000. Giselles, not the craziest value, but they did kill the cannons, and the Rattling Gunners actually did better with 1800. Blood Knights just got dunked on. That was a big deciding factor. The Blood Knight engagement was pretty disastrous. Faye, of course, just absurdly powerful. 3800 value. She's just so good. So good. Yeah, well played. That was really, really fun. And now we can go on over to the brackets and update this bad boy and make it official. Here we are. Faith and Shot. Won the first game, but did drop the next 2 to Team RTK. RTK has won the day, I think. Did that actually go through correctly? It did. Perfect. And now we will end ye old tournament. RTK has won 2-1 in the grand finals. Look at that. The big golden trophy. So heading back over, just want to thank you guys all for joining today. It was a really, really fun stream. Is there any other streams going right now? Hold on, let me check. Hopefully I don't. Is Rubber Duck of War still streaming? Yes. Okay, cool. No, okay, the ad almost raided me. All right. Does this work? It's not working. Why is that not working? Strange. If somebody could drop a link to Rubber Duck of War's channel, because if I open it, it's going to play an ad and then I might get copyright slammed if it's like a popular song. So if somebody could drop a link to Rubber Duck of War's channel, he's still streaming and doing his tournament right now. So it'd be pretty cool to jump by and go hang out there if you guys want some more Warhammer. He's doing a traditional 1v1 tournament today. So yeah. In the meantime, special thanks to all of you guys for hanging out, man. To the mods for helping slay the Slanesh bots as usual. And thank you to the Toe Seeker, Dimitri, Here Comes That Boy, Cody Bear, Captain Port, Cody again, J Dragon, Cyber Pansy, and Thor for donations. We have new members in Pavao, as well as Totem Kamoon, and yeah, I believe that's it. And thank you so much to Cody again for the last donation. Thanks, Turin. I haven't caught many of your streams late recently. I haven't been doing them. I've been busy, but we're going to be back to them now, so Twan, it's not. It's fine. I'm totally stable. Yeah. So it's not as good as it once was, but it's fine. Yeah. Okay. One sec. Let me mute my stuff. And yeah, and then it won't play. Okay. One sec, guys. All right, there it is. So if you guys want, we can head on over there. I'll be watching for like watching his stream for like 20, 30 minutes before I get lunch. So if you guys want to come hang out, come do it. Let's party. Check out the Rubber Duck of War. And yeah, he's a great guy. Does some really good streams, great videos, great battles. And yeah, he always raids my stream. So I think it's about time. So head on over there. Let's do it. Tell him I sent you. Tell him the Dukes of Haggard have arrived. And again, congratulations to our champions. RTK will be winning either Steam gift cards or PayPal, whatever they decide. And that's going to be it. So thank you all for joining. That is it. Oh, unfortunately, there was a patch that broke that file. That's why we didn't continue that campaign. There was a patch that screwed it up. So yeah, I might do something like that again, like another Vampire War. So hang tight. Hang tight. That's it. Thank you, guys. I'm tired. I'm going to go get some food. I'm still in weird time zones, so my brain is out of it. Totem Common. Oh, okay. Got it. Totem Common. I got you. Thank you so much. And yeah, I'll see you guys over on Rubber Duck's channel. It'll be fun. We're going to hang out. Cheers, my friends. Congratulations to RTK once again and all the teams that played today. Great games. And that is it for now.